a bow.
Yeah.
DFW. Take a bow last night. What a great weekend to be in the DF Dub. It is 105 through the Fan, a little Unk radio for you on a Sunday morning. That is the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
I am Fred Davis. We got our boy Jet Nelson. No Trevor Beck today. Now, I understand he was working late last night on the Rangers game.
But so was Jet.
As was I.
Trevor has no excuse.
Shots fired. Well, in fairness to him, because I did ask him, he said, I have no control over the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So
that is true. We don't touch it.
That's right, because my man Jet Nelson was sending out audio clips that he cut up last night at 11:33. So shout out to him for putting in that work. It was a Cowboys victory Saturday yesterday, and yes, we get it, ladies and gentlemen. It is only the first game of the preseason, and we're going to dive into this. But shout out to all the the Peyton Russells, the Brian Broadduses, the Jet Nelsons, the Chiafalos, the Wolchucks, everybody. We're getting back into the swing of things, and CA, you know as well as anybody, whether it's a preseason game, a playoff, or a regular season, everything just feels a little bit better after a dub.
I always say this: anytime the Cowboys win, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, in Dallas-Fort Worth, in North Texas, everybody's just in a better mood. So 100%. Therefore, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, the people you run into, they're feeling good. There's a little pep in their step. By the way, today's a Sunday, so you know church service is going really good. If you're headed to church, pastor's going to probably say, how about them Cowboys?
How about them?
All I know is everybody always feels better, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, when they win. So I got a question for all the Tolos out there. We always say this is a gig economy. Everybody knows that people work on they may be working on the weekend, they may be playing on the weekend. We always appreciate y'all letting us ride shotgun with you. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. The question I want to ask everybody, where'd you watch the game? Did you check it out? And what'd you think? That's just that simple. Final score 17-7. We know it's a preseason game, but I have a feeling people were getting their routine on how they're going to consume these football games in the NFL this season. And last night was the first step. We want to know Tolos and Fatties. What do you say? Whatever your persuasion.
Whatever your persuasion.
How
whatever
you
identify as, and a new term that was coined yesterday. In case you were checking out White Guy Radio with myself and the one, the only Sweet Willie C. Stolos.
Stolos?
Stolos, for anybody that was token. Okay?
Oh.
What you smoking, who you poking?
What you smoking and who you poking? Hey, that's almost like what you drinking, what you thinking, G-Bag Nation, props. Hey, it works for everybody. There's an occasion for everybody. And by the way, it's going to be 102 today.
There you go.
I want to say this. Stay hydrated. Not just
Stay
water.
Inside.
Stay inside if you can. And that means a special shout out to everybody doing the HVAC. Everybody's doing
because HVAC people are working 24/7 right now.
Somebody's got to go over to
Somebody's got to go do it.
Somebody's got to go over to my mother-in-law's house today because I was over there last night. I was watching the game last night at my mother-in-law's house.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, the HVAC went out. The air went out. Power was on, but no air. And so we had the ceiling fans going, and I was like, make sure you keep a window cracked just in case. She's 85 years old. You got to keep a window cracked.
Can't have mama hot like that.
You can't have seniors thinking, well, I got to make sure the door's locked. You keep the doors locked, but if you got an upstairs window or something, make sure a window's cracked. So
did you bring her back to your house?
No, I told my wife because my wife's staying over there last night. I said,
okay.
I said, because she got to keep up with her because she didn't see chemotherapy.
Fair.
So, anyway, I said, and she going to church today. Insist on going to church today. I said, this afternoon, we're bringing the Waxahachie. It's just that simple. But I'm telling everybody, take care of your HVAC people because they're going in the attics. They're going outside on the roofers, too. People working on the highways. We feel y'all, man.
I'll tell you what, shout out to all those people. The corporate bridge over I-35.
Yeah.
Gonzo.
It's already demolished?
Took it down.
Blew
they
it up.
are not playing around. That bridge is Audi 5000, so no more corporate bridge. As I've been told that they're going to make it an underpass. And they're going to make the freeway.
The regular road.
The regular freeway is now going to go over corporate.
So that the regular street.
I guess. I don't. Who knows, man? I mean, a bridge. You could. I would imagine. And look, I'm no engineer. I'm no architect. But I would think that a bridge you can put together in probably a month, give or take. I mean, if you get after it, right? You're digging under the ground, under the freeway.
What about the lake?
You know, I mean, I don't, again, 877-881-1053. But let's not bury the lead any further. And how about them Rangers?
How about them Rangers?
Back in the playoff. I'm back on, baby.
They're back
in the mix.
They have made it to the wild card again. They're the wild card team again. As of ending this 4-game losing streak.
Every time I think I'm out,
I'm telling you.
they pull me back in.
It's a drug.
I'm telling you. I hate the Rangers,
this
man.
season is a drug.
It's an abusive relationship, but they love me, though.
Yes, they do.
They love me.
Yeah, go
I just fell down the stairs. I was just watching the game. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Shout out to Wyatt Langford.
With the homer. He got the homer. Or they win 5-3 or 5-2?
5-3 was
5-3,
the score. They had you had 7 guys get hits last night for your Texas Rangers. Matter of fact, the only 2 that didn't was Ezekiel Duran and Jock Peterson. But everybody else in the lineup was effective. Mackenzie Gore, and you know what? And I'll tell you what, can taking nothing away. And look, we love all. We're just one big family of play cousins when it comes to the Rangers Broadcast Network. But I need more Jared Sandler, Mike Bassick, color commentary and play-by-play on my TV screen.
Yeah.
Inject it in my veins.
Yeah.
Sandler and Bassick, hands down, are the best combo on television. Say less. I don't care what anybody says. I could listen to those 2 crack jokes.
Oh, yeah. They got the chemistry.
They made a joke last night.
They got that fan chemistry.
Where I think it was Laura Stickles was talking about, I think I pronounced her name right.
Well, Laura.
Let's
keep it simple.
So she said how she was talking about Jacob Latz and how it wasn't until Save 16 that Skip Schumacher actually called Latz the closer. And so he's just talking about, just the way he goes about his things. And so then they go back to Bassick, and Bassick says, that reminds me of when I was dating my wife, and we were together for 4 months before she'd call me your boyfriend.
And they were a high school couple. Oh, yeah. Anybody listen to the KSC Masterpiece or G-Bag back in the day, they know Mike Bassick. He's homegrown Duncanville's own, and he's full of wisdom.
Oh.
And he also has full of snark.
The snark is real.
Everything. And by the way.
And that's why him and Sandler are so good together. Because they play off each other so well.
That's why he was a nominee again for talking about getting down on his knees to do what he needs to do. As he's talking about praying.
And then Sandler made fun of him for that. It. And you know what? Here from the 940, you know what? I am more than happy to be the foil, the spite, whatever it takes to get these guys going. That insurance run in the 9th was all up in Fred's face. Kelnick singles, Carter scores.
Boom.
And you know what? If me calling them out, because, oh, by the way, I just want to say this much. And again, maybe Fred needs to start saying this a lot more often because, I talked to Skip, 5-game win streak. I call out Evan Carter, 4-game hit streak. Okay? I mean, again, don't shoot the messenger, boys and girls. Don't shoot the messenger. But big win last night. Like I said, we're efforting to get our boy Matt Hicks on later in the program. We'll have to wait and see about that. But big win last night. And again, back in the playoffs.
They're in the wild card. They're a half game above everybody else. And I always say this. This is a tough emotional roller coaster if you're riding, because this year is not the regular year. This team is so mediocre. They're under 500, but they're really in the wild card. Do you realize there's only 5 teams in the entire American League who are above 500? There's only 5.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this. The Rangers won, but they had lost 4 in a row. The team they just beat, we haven't even said who they beat. The Athletics, who play in Sacramento right now, as that stadium in Las Vegas is getting getting completed, by the way. Built and completed. It's right there on the strip. It's right there on the strip. Not down the road. It's on the strip. Bottom line is, the Rangers are a hard team to watch if you go game by game by game. And I know a lot of people are trying to protect your heart, but know this. The worst team in baseball are the Athletics. They are. They've only won 48 games. Rangers have won, I think, is 61 now.
They're at 61 and 63. They're now 2 games behind the Astros, who lost last night to the Mariners.
And they are in the wild card as we speak. We still got a few more games to go. I mean, all the way the rest of this month, most of September, anything could happen. But trust me, if it weren't for the American League sucking, the Rangers would have. I mean,
if you're in the National League, we're not even having this conversation.
I'm going to tell you who should be upset. those Boston Red Sox fans because what they had the most incredible July of all time for their franchise, and they won like 16 games in a row at one point. They can't buy a win.
Yeah,
I think they've lost 4 in a row.
I was going
now.
to say, I think they're 3-7 in their last 10 or something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But they're firmly in their spot for a wild card.
But here's the deal. Things could change, but that's a roller coaster for real is what I'm saying. You go from all this great July, and you go, what the hell's going on? As opposed to the Rangers all season long. Win a couple, lose a couple. Win a couple, lose more. Win a couple more, lose a couple more. Mm-hmm. We're talking about Boston is like way over here and way over there. So bottom line I'm trying to say is this. Cowboys win, Rangers win.
That's it.
And the Dallas Power won in the Big Three last night. So props to everybody in all those sports.
No, it was a good day to be a Dallas sports fan last night. But of course, again, the story of the day and the story of the night last night was obviously your Dallas Cowboys, and really, I think for me, CA was, and I tweeted this out last night, was just. We've watched enough football, and I think we're all conditioned enough as football fans that I'm less concerned about the outcome. I mean, yes, a win is great, but you're also in the case of what we're seeing right now with the Dallas Cowboys. No starters played last night. I mean, Caleb Downs played for
3 minutes. Made no tackles. In fact, he has no stats. Yeah. But that's what they wanted. They want to make sure nobody got hurt.
No, he got out there and ran around a little bit, got a lather going, and then boom, he was done.
After the game, he said,
except for Aubrey. Aubrey probably got a little sweat going.
Yeah, he got a field goal. I want to say this. Caleb Downs said after the game, this is the last preseason game he hopes to ever play again in his life.
Yeah.
Because he expects to be that good. Think about it. If you're that good,
I certainly appreciate that.
You don't expect to play in a preseason game ever again. That 3.5 minutes, that's all you needed to see.
I'm trying to think. Who was I talking to? Yeah, I think it was Will. Yeah, me and Will were talking about it during one of the breaks. I think we're at the point with preseason now where I think we're quickly becoming okay with the idea of just 2 preseason games.
Well, that's why they're going to go to 18.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and me and Will talked about that yesterday. It's like, I mean,
it's the avoid injury games.
Would you rather go? I mean, why not just get one more regular season game and instead of a worthless third pre? I mean, they have the NFL has done what they wanted to do. They have rendered the preseason worthless.
That's right.
Okay. I mean,
the only thing is you trying not to get hurt. That's what's so sad.
Which is just, I get that, but I also understand too, and I get away. James Ahedebo said something last weekend on the show that, to me, makes the most sense when it comes to the threat of getting hurt. Because I understand it's always the take as, well, we don't want to get anybody hurt. Well, I mean, it's football, right? Like, that's the whole, like, we get it. That's the
But it's a game that doesn't count. In other words...
Which I get, but I mean, but at the same time, it's like, okay, but what do we do? I mean, the point is, when you got guys who, if it's 1s-on-1s or 1s-on-2s, I can understand why you would play. But when you've got guys that are, like at the end of when you're in the fourth quarter, and I mean, there was guys on the roster that I was watching at the end of last night's game where I'm like, I haven't heard these guys' names, and we know they're camp bodies for a reason.
Exactly,
So,
and they're trying to make a play and try to get film and try to make a team. And course, that's why you don't want your starters to get hurt.
At the same time, though, the starter's not playing against a guy like that.
But I'm saying that's what it's turned into.
Yeah.
If back in the day, preseason games, you actually had starters playing against each other, and then guess what? They started
Josh
dropping.
Allen went 8-11 yesterday.
What is happening is the preseason is turning into the Pro Bowl, and I'm being for real. Nobody wants to get hurt in the Pro Bowl, and they barely play, so that's why it's almost flag. And they come up with different kind of skills instead of that. That's what I'm saying. They don't. The owners only had these preseason games to make money.
Yeah, no, it's
that's all it was about. But they were losing players. I'm talking about starters. But at the same time, you want to evaluate who you want to have on your roster. So it was a toxic mix.
I mean, from a depth standpoint, I get it, because I thought from a Cowboys perspective, like, you saw good work last night.
Yeah. Well, see, this is what I love.
Like, that was good quality. And I thought the Seattle Seahawks put in some good work yesterday as far as their depth was concerned.
Exactly. And so if you go into it knowing it's about depth versus depth, and what we wanted to see as Cowboy observers and fans who were watching this thing, you weren't looking to see what do these starters do, because you knew they weren't going to play.
No.
Going in. But at the same time, you wanted to see execution. In other words, you would talk about, forget the score. We don't care if they win or lose, but we want to see the execution. And we saw offensively, the backup quarterbacks executed. Defensively, guess what? They weren't a hot mess like last year at Eberflus. It's like, wait a minute, Christian Parker, you could see, even though they're vanilla, both sides were doing vanilla stuff, they were executing.
When we come back, couple things that jumped off the page. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Again, I'm just going to make this proclamation now. We know it was preseason. So let's, before you start texting in, it was just a preseason game, we get it. We understand that. But at the same time, from a depth perspective and what we saw and what really jumped out for me, as you alluded to, not just the execution, but there were some other things I was looking at. We got plenty of, plenty of highs from last night's ball game on the offensive defensive side. Camden Brown notwithstanding. Now, before we say, he's cemented his place on the roster, dare I say, you're probably going to carry 6 wide receivers after what we saw last night. All right, I think you're going to carry that. But when we come back, let's talk a little bit about what's that.
Let me slide in one more. This is a tease. This is a tease for everybody. A key depth piece got hurt. I will tell you who he is and what the injury is when we come back.
There you go.
105.3.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the
Apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
45 seconds left, 1st and 10, Dallas at the 38, trailing 7-3, nearing halftime. Howell back. This protection's very good. Howell's going for a bundle. Down the right side toward the end zone. That ball is pulled down by Brown. Unbelievable if they give him the catch. Guy goes to the runner or no? Is it caught or intercepted? They're fighting it. They're fighting for it. Camden Brown came away with it.
It's a scoring play, so it is reviewable.
Brown comes down. He's got the ball wrapped up. That is his catch. And this is the young man. That's a 39-yard score.
Big touchdown, first one of the preseason for your Dallas Cowboys. Cameron Brown, a name that Broadus had mentioned in the pregame. A guy, Babe Laufenberg, who we had on earlier this week, he said Camden Brown was a name. Did. So Camden Brown was a guy that a lot of folks around the Dallas media that have been down at Oxnard have been all keeping an eye on. And again, we kind of get lost when we talk about different positions on this team. We've gotten kind of hyper fixated, and rightfully so. On the running back, the backup running back position, we've been obviously hyper fixated on everything defense, not named Quinton Williams and company there on the front four, and so we've kind of gotten lost in the fact that all right, there's that 5 and 6 wide receiver position. I think after last night, and I get it, there's still 2 or 3 weeks left of training camp and preseason before we're playing these games for real. But I thought Jonathan Mingo. Has quietly established himself as, okay, he can be a viable presence provided he can stay healthy.
And he does special teams.
Yes.
That's what's probably going to keep him on the squad.
That never hurts either. And then, of course, Camden Brown. I mean, from what we saw from him last night.
How about 2 touchies?
2 touchdowns last night from Camden Brown. And, the thing when you look at this if they decide to go with Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo, you're going to have one of the bigger wide receiving cores in all of the NFL. Mm-hmm. We already know, GP is every bit of 6'3", all right? You've got CeeDee Lamb is 6 foot, 6'1", give or take, but like I said, I mean, obviously he's no small fry either. Ryan Flanoy's nothing to sneeze at. Jonathan Mingo, we've talked about for the last 3 years that he's been in this system. He's a good sized dude. And Camden Brown,
6'2", 204,
right? So I mean, when you look at what, and again, the thing about a Camden Brown that I think, and they talked a little bit about it on the broadcast last night, is that. I get it. He went to Georgia Southern, and that's where he came out of last year. But he also spent 3 years at Auburn, right? So, which lets you know that he's got that SEC Power 4 pedigree.
Yes,
all right.
Sir.
So it's not like he's a small school guy that is playing above his weight class. Like he was thought well enough to get an SEC scholarship. So from a wide receiver standpoint, I mean, again, there's still plenty of time left. But I think right now, if you decide to go with 6 wide receivers, which I have a feeling they will, because I don't know how much you're going to really play Turpin at that quote-unquote 4 spot because he's your return guy. But I think if you told me today that you added Mingo and Camden Brown to the 4 that you've already got entrenched at that wide receiver spot, that's as good a wide receiver room, I think, as there is in the NFL.
And by the way, all those wide receivers congratulated him going crazy on the sidelines, especially after the second touchdown. First touchdown from Sam Howell, that was a nice long, 30-something yards?
39-yard
touchdown. And then the one he got in the second half from Joe Milton, one hand, one arm. He never used his other. He put a defender on his hip, and it was like only where Joe Milton put it, only where he could get it, and he grabbed it. He rolled on the ground. There was a fight. This was just showed you, like, this guy's got some skills, and again, he could be the 6th one. But I'm gonna tell you something. When you get down to that 53-man roster, I was talking about this extensively yesterday. All of those assistant coaches and coordinators are going to be lobbying. I need one more guy. I need this one guy. It's going to make it tough. And what's going to make it also tough is the running backs. and I mentioned I gave you a tease. Somebody got hurt last night. The one player that got hurt, and he couldn't finish the game. They kept him out of the fourth quarter. Was your boy.
Yeah.
Phil Maffa. Phil Maffa has got a chest injury. They didn't say what it was. Hopefully it's not a rib thing. Hopefully it's not something that maybe just got the wind knocked out of him. But he's the only guy, because when these preseason games, you just want to try to make sure that people don't get hurt.
Chest. They said it was his chest.
That's what I said.
And we're going to hear from Shoddy here in just a second as it pertains to that. Now, he said afterwards he was okay.
Yeah.
That Maffa says he's okay.
But let the doctor look at it.
Look,
and I want it. That's your guy. He's looking good.
And the running back room, and I don't know if it was Nick Eatman that said this on one of our shows. Nothing I saw out of any of the running backs yesterday, last night. If we're nitpicking as far as
that's what you do on this.
What was super good and what was Jaden Blue, jury's still out for me on him. I just didn't see anything out of him.
What you looked at from him is ball security. He did not fumble. Now, you hope that maintains it because he fumbles one time. That's it for him. It's just that they won't trust him.
That's
got
fine, too, but he doesn't do anything. But I didn't see anything out of him last night. Forget the fumbling. You still got to run the ball, right? And there was nothing. Right. I didn't see anything out of him last night that I thought to myself, okay, the juice is not worth the squeeze yet with Jaden Blue. All right. For a guy that, we keep talking about, he's so fast, he gives you a different punch and all that kind of stuff. I didn't see it last night. All right. There's nothing out of Jaden Blue that right now I'm saying yes. Let's put it this way. If you told me that Jaden Blue got cut today or tomorrow, I'm not losing any sleep over it.
Right.
In fact, and look, I'm a Maffa guy. If you told me you were cutting Maffa tomorrow, I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. All right. There's this backup running back room is pretty unspectacular. All right. Like right now, Malik Davis is your leader in the clubhouse.
That's where I was going.
Okay.
That's where I was going before you jumped in. I was going to say, when they make these cuts, because you're talking about keeping 6 wide receivers, they're talking about Malik Davis.
Yeah.
Because he also does special teams, and he was showing all these things that he could do, and he's always done it. In fact, they cut him last year, and they brought him back again. Because guess what? He knows the offense. He's a great pass protector, and it's almost like, wait a minute, we keep forgetting about him. So in other words, he might force an issue. In fact, our boy Joseph Hoyt was saying, if he doesn't wind up with the Cowboys, somebody's going to pick him up for real, and he's forcing the coaches to think we might need to keep him for some reason, just in case.
Slow and steady wins the race, right? And that's essentially what Malik Davis is. Malik Davis is the baby's porridge. All right? He's not too hot. He's not too cool. He's not going to blow you away, but here's what he does. He knows the offense through and through. He's a tried and true professional, knows the Cowboys up and down, all right? And he's got enough burst and enough wiggle that he can, I'll put it like this. He looked more explosive yesterday than Jaden Blue does, all right? And here's the reality. If Malik Davis had Jaden Blue's size, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Malik Davis would. The only thing keeping Malik Davis as to why we keep scuffling with him and pushing him to the side, and why we're always wanting something more, even though he just won't go away, is because physically he's not imposing and he doesn't do anything elite, but he does a lot of things really good.
Here's what they wrote about him. Finished with 7 carries for 39 yards. Also shows shiftiness and ability to get more yards than what appeared in front of him.
That's it.
This is why Malik Davis is going to make them make a hard decision on that wide receiver group.
I would be okay with him. I think he's probably going to be your third running back, and you're going to look around. I watched the Chiefs yesterday. They've got 2 or 3 guys right now that would be the backup running back for the Dallas Cowboys. Okay. Brashard Smith is better than anything. I would take Brashard Smith, SMU grad, by the way. I would take Brashard Smith over Phil Maffa and Jaden Blue immediately, okay? DeMarcado, a guy that the Cowboys were already looking at anyway, is on that Chiefs roster, okay? Emmett Johnson, the running back that they got from Nebraska, how he fell to the 5th round is beyond me. I tell you, and he's not going to get moved, but let's put it this way. There's plenty of other running backs that are out there in the NFL And again, I think it was Nick Eatman. I think there was a couple people on Twitter that said this last night. I don't think running back 2 is on this roster. I think you keep Malik Davis as your running back number 3 because you can. He's the ultimate insurance policy.
Yeah,
he's the ultimate insurance policy.
Yep.
But Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa, unless they do something spectacular in preseason game 2, because by preseason game 3 we know what we know at that point. But I think by preseason game 2, if I don't see something incredible out of Jaden Blue or Phil Maffa, I think it's time to go look elsewhere.
Here's another guy that made some coaches say, "Oh, wait a minute, he looked good out there." That's your tight end Trigg from Baylor.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He's a load.
Yeah, he did.
He's big. He's thick, and he can catch the ball. And
that catch he had on the side, on the sideline, was that Joe Milton that threw that, or Sam Howell? I can't remember who it was. I felt like it was Milton. I felt like it was Milton. That was first of all. Let's talk about this. I'll tell you what. We'll talk about the quarterbacks in the next segment.
Yeah, next segment.
Scooney, you might want to get in touch with your agent, and you might want to start throwing out tape to everybody else.
Because Trigg is big enough to do the 12 packages.
Trigg, let me tell you something.
He can block.
The only question about Trigg was, can he block? Right? Can he block? And I think we were talking, I can't remember who we were talking to last week or the week before, whatever it was, and they were like, he's swimming a little bit. I think it was Broadus. He's swimming a little bit as far as concepts and all that, which we understand he's an undrafted free agent. But right now, I would argue right now, he's a better pass catcher and route runner than Spanford.
Agreed. He had 4 catches for 30 yards last night. And again, he was making stuff out of nothing.
I would not be at all surprised that if Trigg makes this roster, and I think after what we saw last night, unless he just absolutely spits the bit, I was going to say, unless he just falls off a cliff on next Saturday, I don't see how he doesn't make this roster in front of Schoonmaker. He just gives you a dynamic that nobody else on this roster in the tight end room gives you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like he just gives you a wiggle. He gives you a threat to catch the ball. And here's the best thing about here's what I love about Michael Trigg. He's not a body catcher.
Right.
Okay?
He got
catches
hands.
it with his hands.
He's got
you know
hands,
what I'm saying?
Man.
And that pass that he caught on the sidelines last night, in traffic, got his feet down. That was a hellacious catch by him. Look, he looked okay in as far as pass blocking, run blocking last night. I'm not gonna lose any sleep as far as, do I think it can get better? Absolutely. But was I taken aback to where I thought, okay, this guy's a disaster? No. So there's plenty of room there to grow. I'm not worried about it. And plus, I think just his overall upside, I think, is hard to dismiss. And I think right now, I would take him over Schoonmaker as of today.
Agreed. And Brevin Spanford, the other big tight end,
didn't have to suit up.
He didn't have to suit up. He's a big guy, but guess what? Trigg's got moves. Spanford is just big. He's just a big target, and he can block.
And he does a lot of things well.
He does a lot of things well. But Trigg,
dude.
Man, he's got some moves. He's a dancing bear.
You know what he reminds me of? And I said this to Blake. He kind of reminds me of Harold Fannin, the tight end for the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, Harold Fannin had a damn good season last year for Cleveland, which, by the way, interesting situation going on in Cleveland yesterday. I watched a little bit of that game as well. But no, so I think Trigg did well for himself yesterday. This offensive line, let's just put it this way. You better not lose any tackles.
They got to make some phone calls.
You better not lose any tackles, man.
I'm telling you, there's no depth. There's none.
Drew Shelton, God bless him. Now, let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. And I'm going to say, I was listening to a little bit of the pregame yesterday. Shout out to Bobby Belt and Chiafalo and Broadus for doing bang-up work on the pregame show.
All the way to midnight.
All the way to mid-game. I'll tell you what, this guy just can't help himself. But Bobby said something yesterday, and I thought was and I'd read an article about this a few years ago about how when the college game went heavy on the spread, what it did to offensive line play.
Yes.
Because, as you know, it trickles into high school. Okay?
And so it started in Texas.
And it started in Texas, right? And so what happens is that, when you run a lot of spread, offensive linemen really don't learn how to block.
No.
Okay?
They don't know how to block.
They don't do the pro-style blocking. They don't do a lot of run blocking. Everything is, you got guys held 2-3 yards spread apart or whatever. And so because of the advent of the spread within the last 15, 20 years, it's really had a detriment on offensive line play, couple the whole concussion situation and all that. And so offensive line play has probably been as affected in football as much as anything out there, right?
Yep.
And so Bobby made a point last night where he said he had talked to an NFL executive, scout, whatever, who said that there's just not 160 NFL caliber starting linemen in football.
Correct.
Okay.
There's a shortage.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
right?
sense.
I mean, we see it across the entire NFL.
Put it like this in context for a lot of people who offensive linemen, all they're doing is being big and blocking or whatever. No. It's like there's not enough starting quarterbacks in the NFL. They're guys that can play quarterback, but they're not that good. And because it's not enough. It's like offensive linemen. There's just not enough to go around, which is why they're going to get paid. A lot of them are getting paid a lot of money anyway, but they're going to still get a lot of money. Because somebody's got to do this, and they got to do it well.
They absolutely have to. And, of course, depth is always an issue. And
sure is.
I think, here's what you saw last night. Terrence Steele, say what you want. Terrence Steele, there's a reason why they didn't get rid of Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a reason why they didn't get rid of Terrence Steele. Okay, and there's a reason why we can complain and we can bitch and moan about Terrence Steele this, Terrence Steele that. You want Drew Shelton out there?
No, you don't.
Okay, you want Drew Shelton. And with all due respect to Drew Shelton, here's a kid who played left tackle at Penn State and is transitioning over to the right side. All right, that's not an easy thing to do.
No.
All right, so you're talking about a kid, and we saw it with Guyton.
Right.
Okay, and we talked about how that going from right to left. So now we got Drew Shelton going from left to right. It's a lot harder than people think. This isn't Madden where you can just edit the player, boom, switch it, and everything's good to go. So do I think Drew Shelton can be a good right tackle when it's all said and done? Yes, I do. You talk about swimming? Okay, my man's drowning right now at right tackle. Okay, I mean he is he's a turnstile at right tackle right now. And so and Nate Brown, God bless him. I mean, look, I get it. This is year 3 for him where the Lightning's come
Thomas?
on. Or I'm sorry, I'd say Nate Brown.
Yeah,
Nate Thomas. I mean, he might as well have been Nate Brown last night. Okay, Nate Brown, Nate Thomas, could have been Nate Dogg. I'll tell you what, because he got dogged out last night a couple different times. Okay, R.I.P. So it's going to take some time. I think he's going to be okay. I really, really do. I do too. I like Nate Thomas.
Shotty was talking to Brad Sham before the game, and he said there's one other guy that you don't lump in with these backups that don't know what they're doing, and that's T.J. Brown. T.J. Bass.
T.J. Bass. Yeah,
T.J. Bass.
T.J. Bass. No, T.J. Bass is a
T.J. Bass. Other than that, there's no depth.
T.J. Bass would start on probably 20 other NFL teams right now.
That's it.
So you like that. You're okay with that situation. But Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele, I'll tell you what, if you're at church today, say a prayer for those two. Not because we need them to stay healthy. Okay, so say a prayer for Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele because those two need to stay healthy as far as this offensive line is concerned. All right, when we come back,
quarterbacks,
we'll stick with the offense. We'll talk about the defense in the second hour, but let's stick with the offensive play. You got yourself a good old-fashioned quarterback controversy, and not in the sense that you think. I'll talk about that next. That is the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Fred. This is Unk Radio.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find
biggest events, we call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
First down and goal at about the 2. 3-step fade to the left side of the end zone, and Brown, did he come up with it? He did. What a catch by Camden Brown on the fade from Joe Milton. Touchdown, Dallas.
I don't think it's a stretch to say that's Joe Milton's best pass ever.
I think you're right.
That was.
It had touch on it.
It had touch on it. And he threw it to where only his guy could get it. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was. I can't say enough about how good Joe Milton looked last night. And I understand it. 469, yeah, Fred, jump back. Look, you have to take what you can only take what you see in front of you, right? And again, I think to what we saw last year in the opening game against the Rams, and we didn't know that it was going to be that bad forever on defense, right? And offensively they looked very discombobulated. Now it got better as the season goes on, as season wore on, as we all know. And I think now that we have year 2 of Shoddy's regime and Joe Milton has had a year under his belt in this offense, in this system, knows what he's doing. But I think what I was most pleased with watching Joe Milton last night was whatever the coaching staff has told him. Mm-hmm. Has resonated, and he worked on.
He sure did.
Because I mean, he looked like a legit NFL quarterback last night.
He sure did. We already knew he had the big gun for an arm. It was about, does he have the touch? Is he going to break these guys' fingers on curl routes? We don't need that. Guess what? He looked really good. He started the second half, played the entire half, 12 out of 15 for 107 yards and that touchdown, which had to be at a perfect spot.
I mean, that was a dime.
It was a dime. And Brown caught it with one hand, arm down. I mean, it was just perfect. But again, he looked poised. He wasn't just trying to jump up and run. We know he can do that.
We know he can do that. I mean, look, he's probably one of the most gifted quarterbacks physically in the NFL.
And he also did the quarterback sneak and got
2
yardage.
of them. Mm-hmm. Did 2 of them last night.
Executed that, Philadelphia.
Yeah, no question about that. But again, I mean, look, we've seen Joe Milton. I mean, Joe Milton is a large human being, all right?
Yes.
I mean, Joe Milton's every bit of 6'4", 6'5", right? Like, you see some of these guys that get listed.
He's Cam Newton-like, size-wise.
Seriously.
Size-wise. I'm not saying he's Cam.
No, certainly not.
Get it twisted.
He's, but what he showed last night, and Sam Howell showed you that.
That's why you said there's a controversy.
I could see a situation where if you're another team in the NFL and you watch that game last night, all right, you're calling the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Okay, you could
both of them.
You could almost, dare I say, because I mean at this point. So you and I talked a little bit before the show. We were kind of just laying out the show and what have you. I think it's a no-brainer that you have to start Joe Milton on Saturday.
Right.
All right. If everything's going to be equal, I need to see Joe. If Joe can do what he did in the second half against the third and fourth stringers of Seattle, I want to see what he does in game, I guess it would be, for his second game. But I want to see him in the first half. And maybe he only plays a quarter. I don't know. Obviously, Shoddy and Clayton Adams will figure that out. But I need to see him start because I need to see how he looks against the Arizona's best group that they're going to throw out there.
Put it like this. This is why there's a controversy. Howell started the first half. Milton started the second half. Howell looked fine. 8 out of 12, 94 yards. The touchdown to Brown, the 39-yarder.
Yeah.
He also ran the ball, 2 carries, 15 yards. We saw
Didn't
him
look bad.
We saw him do those things. He started 17 games, an entire season for Washington before they got Daniels. All right?
Yeah.
So with all that being said, he's good and he's poised. He's a different quarterback than Milton. Milton's got the size and the big arm.
Right.
But at the same time, it's a happy situation for the Cowboys because, wait a minute, we're not going to suck if either one of them had to go in. And so that makes this backup situation. And I like where you're going with this. If if some team wanted one of them, what would you do?
Sam Howell.
In other words,
I'm not getting rid of Joe Milton.
Okay, so here's the deal. But what would you ask for? Like offensive line?
Fourth.
You want a pick?
Yeah, give me a pick.
I thought you'd want an offensive lineman.
I mean, if they've got an offensive lineman to give up,
that's what I'm talking about. A good one.
You know, you know what? I mean, I like where your head's at on that. I don't necessarily hate that. Now, here's the problem.
Fourth rounder not going to help you this year. I'm talking about this year. Jerry's pushing all the chips in. Let's try to do something. And where's the problem? Offensive line depth.
But then again, you could also. But think about it too, though. As we know, Jerry's not done doing what he's doing. I mean, look, if you get a pick, then you could also always move that off too.
To get,
you know what I'm saying? To get what you need to get. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, at the very least, look, it's one more. Weapon in your cachet, right?
Yes.
As far as that goes. So you've got some first world problems right now. Trayshawn Holden, for a guy that seemed like a fan favorite to make the roster, and hell, I had him as my sixth guy. Trayshawn,
bye-bye.
I think he'll make the practice squad.
Maybe.
Because the practice squad's 16 guys?
Yeah,
You'll throw him now. Again, that's not to say that what's the 7th round kid? Headgummin number 15. His Headgummin. I saw his name. Either way, one or two wide receivers will make the practice squad.
You about Anthony Smith?
Anthony Smith.
Yeah,
Anthony Smith. MVS. It's been real.
He gone.
It's been real.
I think they threw one pass to him.
They threw one pass to him, and that was one too many.
And Brada said this on the air over and over again. He said, these games for these guys, you only get so many chances.
That's it.
Coach is going to say,
I'm not throwing to MVS. I know what MVS is.
Right.
Okay?
We want to see if some of these other guys
I don't need to see MVS.
If you can't get it done.
He's a camp body, period.
Yeah.
You got a free trip to Utah or wherever the hell you went and got some IG opportunities with Dak. Great. See you later.
That's it.
We'll see. I'll tell you what. Go back. I'll tell you where he's going to go. I'm going to go ahead and just predict this right now. New Orleans.
You know, they're scrimmaging against them on Tuesday.
There you go.
So
hopefully,
Kellen Moore?
MVS, get your agent to the practice on Tuesday. Start working the phones. Do what you need to do because
shake hands with Kellen Moore.
Might as well. And they know because he was there last year too.
That's right.
MVS.
That's right.
And Jordan Tyson's hurt, right? So hey, MVS has been real. Why don't you go ahead and start getting them bags packed, and we'll see you in New Orleans next week. But no, if quarterback wise, if Joe Milton does. If we see a repeat performance next Saturday, then I think you immediately start taking phone calls. Mm-hmm. Because think about it, if you're Atlanta,
right?
Atlanta's in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Atlanta could use a Sam Howell.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam Howell looked better than Cooper Rush. All right,
and that's what Cooper Rush
Tua looks like a isn't even doing live team activity. I mean, I think he's doing 7-on-7, 1-on-1s, all that kind of, but he's not doing live 11-on-11.
He's not healthy.
So,
but you know what? While you're saying all that, I mean, it's making a lot of sense. And if you look at it like this, I can envision, and you tell me if you're comfortable with this.
Yeah,
I can envision them just having
keeping all three.
No,
two. I'm with you. No, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, here's what would happen. God forbid something happens to Dak.
Right.
All right. Now, if it's a one or because you're going to get a third guy anyway.
Exactly.
Okay. You'll pick somebody up. There's always plenty of Tyler Huntley's.
That's when you grab somebody.
Nate Peterman sitting on somebody's couch. Okay. Ben DiNucci. Have him go. Dust the arm off for a week or two.
Bring his hats.
There's plenty. Third string quarterbacks you can find anywhere. All right.
Yeah. Because Chase Daniel will come back out of retirement. Hey, Will Greer is on the quarterback.
He's on the team for God's sakes. All right. There you go. He's probably got a locker in the building.
Hey, he was standing next to him on the sidelines.
Because let's be real. If you're down to a third-string quarterback, you're screwed anyway.
Exactly.
Okay? There's not a third-string quarterback in the NFL that is going to keep you afloat.
Exactly.
Right?
And Will Greer is right there. He could just take off the hat and put on grab a
So to your point, because I think you've got too many needs at other positions.
Exactly.
You don't have the luxury, and I don't think you need to carry three players.
Exactly.
I understand, and I know there's a lot of pushback as well. Dak and Eric Casarez talked about this the other day, that, since 2021, I think Dak has played a year, gotten hurt.
Every other
played
year.
a year, gotten hurt. And
every
so,
other year. Even year numbers.
There's valid, there's history there, right? Now, I think we're all on the same page as, look, we're all, manifesting that he's going to be okay this year. But I feel a little bit better about Joe Milton.
I do too.
If it comes to that.
After what we saw last night.
No, we got to see him next week.
Oh, yeah, of course. We have the rest of this month.
It's one half.
We want to see before the season starts consistency.
Is Jalen Milroe an absolute freak show?
Man,
my God.
Former Alabama quarterback up there at Seattle, he can run. Well, we saw that. That's why they were mad they didn't go very far his senior year.
Speaking of which, I tell you what, we're going to get back to some Cowboys audio at 10:20, but let's take a trip around the National Football League. A local product doing the damn thing, and I'm predicting that a former first-round pick needs to make a position change. Lots more to get to. Your text messages and more. Hour 1 in the books right here on Unk Radio.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we can
101.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the show happening right now. We're just basking in the vibes, glow, whatever you want to call it, of the Dallas Cowboy win last night. And I think, Chris Arnold, that it's less about the fact that it was a preseason game and all the superlatives and everything's coming out. And we'll play some more shoddy audio. We've only played, well, actually, we played any of it. Yeah, we've just played a couple of the touchdown clips from last night. I just saw Todd Archer tweet it out. Shout out to Nick Harris. He retweeted it. I was able to catch it off that. 0 missed tackles by the defense last night.
And 3 sacks.
Okay. You had 19 missed tackles in the game in the opener last year against the Rams, where you made Stetson Bennett look like he was Matt Stafford. And then last night, after Drew Lock, and really, you could blame Kalen Carson. Because if Kalen Carson had 2 huge penalties on that drive.
He's on the bubble.
Huge third down play. Got the, and I thought it was a little ticky-tack, but at the same time, it did look like he kind of yanked his shoulder pad, and that was enough, kind of slowed him down enough. Now, I didn't think the pass was catchable. So either way, but again, he got nabbed for it. Boom. Then he gets a costly face. I think it was a face mask penalty later on that same drive.
Yeah.
So 2 huge penalties for Kalen Carson. Not a great start for him. I'll tell you what, Marquise Bell better keep his head, better watch his back. Because who's our boy? Julius Wood?
Yep.
Julius Wood,
man, making noise.
Number 32 was all over the place last night, flying to the ball. And I guess what I'm saying is this, when I think about what I saw last night, and we'll dive into some stuff around the National Football League here in just a smidge, is, and tell me if you agree with this. We knew going into this game, we've known going into this season that this defense was going to have a new look, was going to have a new personality, and a new kind of mantra and vibe about it. But what impressed me the most last night, and we get it, the players on this team last year defensively were not good. There's a reason why you had to overturn probably 75% of the defensive staff.
Yep.
And that's and again, that's on, and you know what, for as much as we lambast Matt Eberflus, and rightfully so, we also have to lambast the front office, because you know what? You gave them those groceries.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I'm mad at them because they kept saying, we're going to draft and develop, and they let the players that were there that were really good walk. Yeah. They didn't re-sign any free agents. They didn't make any trades.
You drafted and let go.
And I was saying all season, before season, I said, look, draft and develop means you're going to watch on-the-job training. And then here's Eberflus has a system that they couldn't even understand.
And me and you were on with somebody the other day, I think it was Babe Laufenberg, who said, everybody drafts and develop. Like that's the NFL.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Exactly.
But you don't give up on
that
trades.
Shouldn't be your overarching philosophy.
Exactly. Philadelphia does it all, which is why they've been to 3 Super Bowls in 7 years. But back to this defense, what I liked by the way, Christian Parker was calling plays from the sideline. The question everybody's wondering is if he's going to stay on the sideline or is he going to go in the booth? Because a lot of defensive coordinators like the booth.
I was going to say, Fangio's a booth guy.
Most guys are booth guys.
Well, but you know who's not?
Who's
Spags. Spagnolo.
Oh, yeah.
Spagnolo.
Kansas City. But yeah, so Christian Parker, what I liked is the depth seemed organized. They didn't look confused. They weren't a bunch of stupid penalties. There was a few, but they weren't a bunch of stupid penalties.
Well, they did have 13 penalties last night.
Yes, they did.
So there was that.
Clean that up.
They definitely have to clean that up. But
13 penalties for 103 yards.
But outside of Kalen Carson, now Nick, and like I said, forgive me if I don't cite everybody correctly here, but I feel like it was Nick Harris who tweeted this out. He agreed, running back 2, still as up in the air as it was before. You and I are both on the same page on that. Reddy Stewart I think he looked good last night, all right? And the thing about Regh Stewart is he gives you a little bit of everything, right?
Yep.
As far as, he's great he's great at blitzing off the edge. He can give you a little safety play. He can give you he's kind of, I think it was, and by the way, you mentioned already Isaiah Stanback, who is
brilliant.
Elite as a color commentator. My favorite call of his last night was, and if you're 40 or over, you appreciated it, and I think Isaiah's like a year younger than me, when Camden made the one-armed man at the 110, he said, it wasn't me, it was the one-armed man. For all my fugitive fans out there.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious there. No, I'll tell you what, he was fantastic last night.
Stanback won the Emmy Awards and stuff, man, and we had him on the show last
he's on
weekend.
NFL Network, too. I mean, no, Isaiah's legit. Isaiah's as good as anybody out there when it comes to.
National.
He's a rising star. No, he's absolutely a rising star in this business. I think it's only a matter of time before you see him on national broadcast, and rightfully so.
On defense, let me tell you another guy that showed up that everybody must have forgot. James Houston got a sack.
Damn near had two.
Damn near had two.
Two at the end of the first half.
And remember, he was making noise last season, and players, that whole team loves that guy because James Houston.
Well, and you and I had a chance. I mean, we talked to him several times last year in the locker room, and he was one of the few bright spots on a pretty moribund defense last year.
Yep.
And why I think he's going to make this roster is, and Stanback talked about it last night, is he's just really good at getting to the passer.
He is.
Okay, like that's what he does.
That's
okay?
what he does, without penalties.
He's not, look.
You see, Sam Williams will get penalties. He'll get the penalties and sacks, but James Houston is
just
there,
James Houston is again, because he's not a uber big guy.
6'1", 248 pounds.
And 6'1", if we're being honest, he's probably 5'11", 6 foot. But either way, he knows how to get to the passer.
In other words, he's not your big monster going on the edge. You know,
he's really he's kind of, dare I say, he's kind of like a poor man's Ezraku.
Boom.
You know what I'm saying? Because Ezraku's not the biggest guy in the world
he's
either.
Not that
so
tall.
You've kind of got the same, and I see what the Cowboys are doing there is, again, with Ezraku, with Justin Houston, like you kind of got, did I say Justin Houston? What I mean?
James Houston.
James Houston. I'm thinking of the old Chiefs outside linebacker. But James Houston, like I said, I think he solidified his spot. And again, he's probably going to play some special teams, which, again, he's no stranger to that. But he's when he's your main pass rusher, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Exactly. Can't be the main guy.
But when you tell me he's my fourth or fifth guy,
for real,
I'll take that all day, every day.
All day.
What'd you think of Malachi Lawrence?
I thought you need to see him do the work. He was out there.
Yeah.
He got Isaiah broke it down when he made this one move because he was going after the quarterback.
Yeah.
He beat the offensive line, but he wasn't in the spot. But that's a rookie mistake. That's it. I think he's got the skills. He just got to get the reps.
You know what he reminds me of a little bit?
Who's that?
He reminded me of Ezraku last year in that you don't question the athletic ability, you don't question the chase, you don't question the pursuit. It's just that some bad angles and some decision making where it's like, you can tell he's thinking a little bit and then he goes in one way and then he misses his spot. There were a couple times where he, went, I felt like he should have ran around the tackle, ran into him, kind of got bowed up there. But to your point, all right, but then some other plays where he did show some good burst and getting after the passers. So I think Malachi Lawrence, who again we haven't heard a lot from the training camp so far, showed you didn't have that oh my God play last night, but at the very least showed you he can shed. Here's what I enjoyed about him: he can shed blocks.
Yes,
all right. He's not going to because he's a little bit bigger than Ezraku.
Right.
Okay. So what I get
he's going to get better and better over time.
Absolutely. I thought the defensive line did a good job. You didn't have to do anything crazy.
He's 6'4".
I was going to say, no, he's got the size you like in your defensive end, in your outside edge, what have you. So, again, I thought Malachi Lawrence looked good from that perspective as well. But, again, I thought the one guy that really jumped off the page to me, especially in the second half, was Julius Wood. He was all over the place. I tell you what, when Trayshawn Holden had that fumble on the punt return, all right, and you know what? It was one of those deals as I was watching it. Tell me you didn't think to yourself, he's going to try to grab that, isn't he? Because he's looking at it, and he's thinking, everybody's coming around him, he's thinking, if I pick this thing up, I'm gone. And you're sitting there, and anybody that's ever played Madden or, God forbid if you've been in that position, like you're sitting there thinking to yourself, like, if he can secure that ball, he might do something with this.
Yeah.
And, he did something with it all right.
No.
To the other team.
Yeah.
But kudos to the defense.
Right. They look organized.
Kudos to the defense. goal line stand, shut down the Seattle offense, and really, and I can't remember who. Again, somebody tweeted this out. It might have been Nick. Gave up 76 yards on that first drive.
That was it.
And then shut him down, open up shop the rest of the game.
And we know this is just depth versus depth. You want the starters versus starters, but still, what we're looking at is how is this depth going to help you, because you know it's a war of attrition. You're going to need these guys as the season goes on.
Yeah, you are.
And so that's what you're looking at in these preseason games. You're going to say, okay, who's a fit? Who are you going to keep? And can this guy make this team some kind of way? Or can we count on them when the starter goes down?
Julius Wood had that play, I think it was on a 3rd and goal, where the running back looked like he had the angle and was getting ready to take it to the house. You know, like I said, ball was at the 3-yard line, whatever it was, goal-to-go situation. And Julius Wood comes out of nowhere, slices through 3 people, and makes the play, knocks him out of bounds. And it was just, it was the kind of play that you just didn't see a lot of last year. I think Marquise Bell's in trouble. Again, he's got another game to go, but, he had that play in the first half where he stepped up. They were talking about, Marquise Bell, Shamar James. Tight end gets loose behind him, picks up a 15, 20-yard gain, whatever it was. And so, we shall see. But from a safety-wise, I feel okay. Cornerback, TBD. Although my boy Regh, first few plays on that, come
That's
on
all
now.
we need to see. He's had a hell of a camp. And we already know he's been blessed.
Do I need to get that 28 jersey?
Go ahead.
Do I need to get that 28?
Go ahead, represent.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. So that way, when Blake gets back here, I will be rocking my 28 jersey when the season starts.
Regh.
Okay, I'm rocking my 28 for sure.
Can we mention who should be in trouble?
Let's you and I.
We're on the same page.
I'll tell you, we need some ominous music. Let's change some ominous music, because you and I and you teed this up.
Without even saying the name.
And you didn't have to say anything to me, all right? You just teed it up, because I thought about this last night as I was watching, and I thought to myself, I was like, I
don't feel it. I don't know how.
You know why? You know why you don't feel it? You know why you don't feel it? Because everything that looked better except for what?
Special teams. And who's the coach of special teams? It's not Bones Fossil.
No, it's not. Nick Sorensen.
He's a defensive coordinator.
Well,
he's not even a special team.
He's done it before.
One time,
but by default. But here's the deal. To your point, and Brian Broaddus mentioned this last week when we had him on. He shot his buddy. And sometimes you want to go war to guys. And I get it. That's your boy. That's your guy. But you're look. Aubrey's Aubrey.
Right, butter.
Butter's going to butter, all right? Brian Anger has been,
punting for both two.
For God's sakes, he punted with Stanback, for God's sake. Right. Isaiah said he was his personal protector when he played in Jacksonville. That tells you how long Brian Anger's been in the league, all right? So, he's forgotten more more about punting. But the coverage units?
And the Turpin is a weapon. Those 3, don't worry about that. But the coverage units,
did not look good.
Man,
did not look good.
This was a shame. The only reason Bones Fossil isn't here anymore is because they just changed them all out for no reason.
Yeah.
Bones was a mad scientist. Sometimes he'd get some in his, he'd talk McCarthy and all kinds of stuff. But at least he was effective.
Oh no, he's elite. He's an elite special teams coach.
He's gone now.
No, Sorensen. That if we had to.
Don't let special teams screw up.
Don't let special teams be the reason why this team falters. All right, and I'm gonna have to look and see who the backup assistant special teams coach is, or the special teams assistant is, because he might be he'll be the first guy in the chopping block.
Yeah,
and here's why we can say this before anybody jumps in and says, well, it's special teams. It's it's early. The defense didn't look bad as the game went on. Okay, and let's just again, case in point, the fourth down stop that they made after the Trayshawn Holden stuff.
Yep.
So, and I'm not going to blame Trayshawn. I'm not going to blame Nick Sorensen for Trayshawn Holden fumbling that punt. But how many times? Just overall, it just felt like the coverage units were not good last night. And again, we still got a couple more games, but I'm with you 110%. CA, I was thinking the exact same thing as I was watching. I was like, the special teams just does not look. For as good as the offense looked and for as good as the defense looked last night, special teams left a lot to be desired.
I'm going to say it like this.
Say it.
Anger and Butter and Turpin are saving that man's job.
They are.
If they weren't
hell, you and I could go in there with those guys.
If those 3 weren't elite,
yeah,
he wouldn't have a job.
And really, but let's be honest, Turpin didn't play well last year.
No, he didn't.
Turpin and Turpin was not the dude he was from 2 years ago.
Not when Bones was running it.
No.
It's like, why is Turpin indecisive or making bad decisions? Hey, special teams coach, are you not talking to him?
Look, I asked him point blank last year, and I give Turpin credit. He said, we're not holding blocks long enough. The blocking schemes aren't the same, and you could tell. So if there is one, like I said, we got a lot of positives from last night, but if there is one from a coaching perspective, like I said, offense did their thing, defense did their thing, but special teams, coverage-wise, because again, to your point, Butter and Brian, different story, okay?
Correct.
I mean, look, Ray Charles could be the special teams coach, and those two are going to do what they do,
Exactly.
all right? So let's be real about that. All right, let's play some audio, and a local product did his thing yesterday. Who was? We'll talk about that next. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 through the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. 11 on your one and only Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Aero Exterminators, the official pest control provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shout out to our boy Jet Nelson. Just putting in the work this weekend. Putting in the work this weekend. Who was all up here last night?
It was Trevor and Adam taking care of your Rangers radio network.
Okay.
Back in Master Controls.
Props.
Then it was me training Joshua. Joshua did excellent work last night on the Cowboys.
Oh, the new guy.
He
and
was
then
on with us
Dylan Moore
yesterday.
taking care of the whole 5-state network for the Dallas Cowboys.
And then was Peyton Russell up here too?
Peyton does. Oh yeah, he's in here.
Yep.
He's doing the whole damn thing.
He's doing the Cowboys game.
Just everybody. Team effort.
Yep.
Team effort. Tim Collins was up here too as well.
Absolutely.
Wasn't he? Tim Collins.
It would not be possible without Tim Collins.
Shout out to our boy T Sizzle.
And
Shout
of
out to
course,
our boy T.
Broadus and Willie Bully and Chia
That's it.
Follow. All of them. All till midnight.
That's it.
All of them. So props. Cowboys, Rangers, radio networks.
And then you
Home
and
to
Brennan were doing the pre-pre.
Yeah, we're doing the pre.
The pre.
You and I be doing all that
I was going to say,
pre-pre.
you'll have CA and
season.
Fred doing the pre and post. I want to say, is it still Specs? I guess we'll find out. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. But, look, football season is here. Hopefully you guys – now, I know when we were talking to people yesterday, CA you had people getting their cook on yesterday and just kind of, getting back. It's
The
preseason
routine.
for the fans, too.
That's right.
It's preseason for the
It's a
fans, too. You
routine,
just hit the nail
man.
on the head. You got to get that routine down. Now, again, it's a Saturday, so it's kind of, school's getting back into the flow as well, right? So you got maybe some school shopping going on. I want to say, though, isn't pretty much all schools back? I mean, this past week, everybody's back in action?
A lot of them started on Tuesday.
There you go.
This past Tuesday. So back to your routine. Kids going to school. High school as well. You got the colleges all ramping up this month as well. So football, man, come on.
Football's here. Football is absolutely here. College football's a couple weeks
away.
away.
And you mentioned there's a local quarterback or two.
No. We had some local products doing the damn thing yesterday. We'll start off with the Cleveland Browns and Shedeur Sanders, who.
By the way, shout out to Trinity Christian. That's where he went to high school up there in Cedar Hill.
Okay. Cleveland's good at Cleveland.
Yeah.
All right, let's get that out of the way first. Shedeur goes 6 of 11 for 79 yards. He had a pick and just kind of airmailed it. Don't ask me who he was throwing it to, but airmailed it, and so he gets the pick, and that was, in the third quarter. I want to say Deshaun played most of the first. He went 11 of 15 for $126. Probably the most capable he's looked in quite some time. Old Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, he's healthy. And seems like he's on same
but
page
you know
with the
what?
quarterback
He's not only is he healthy physically, but he's probably, now that he's 3-4 years, what is he, 4 or 5 years now removed from the whole from the whole Houston situation. This is probably the best he's been mentally. As far as it goes as well. So either way, however that plays out, you and I were talking about it during the break.
I got a theory.
I think it's a masterful theory.
Okay, so Deshaun. By the way,
because they've already said Shedeur's going to start next week.
Yeah, Shedeur's going to start next week. Nobody knows who's going to start the season. RG3 has already weighed in on social media. RG3, he's got thoughts. He's a quarterback too.
Yeah.
He says he doesn't like the way they're treating Shedeur up there because they should let him have more reps or whatever if he's going to be a starter.
Right.
I have a theory that they're going to start Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And basically showcase him to be traded.
I like that idea.
And the reason I say this is because you go, wait a minute, what about the baggage? All these other teams, they want the baggage. I think if Michael Vick can come out of prison in Leavenworth with the dog stuff and go to Philadelphia, rehabilitate, it's the quarterback position. If you've got it, in other words, they got to show that Deshaun Watson still is Deshaun Watson so they can get value out of it. You see what I'm saying?
That's it.
And so there's teams that will. What did we just say this couple of segments ago, last hour? There's not enough quality quarterbacks there's not 32 quality starting quarterbacks in the NFL. There might be 17 or 18 at the most. Rest of them are basically backups, if talent-wise. Deshaun Watson is at least a backup or better. And there's some situations, and primarily the Atlanta Falcons, and I bring this up because Houston, you were down in Houston when he was going to be leave, get the trade or whatever, pick the team. He was going to Atlanta or Miami or New Orleans.
Yep.
And Atlanta was the favorite because he grew up in Georgia.
Felt like, I was going to say, that seemed like it was a leader in the clubhouse.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes Cleveland because they had a new owner. They had a new general manager. They had to overpay him to agree to go to Cleveland. They had to overpay Texans with a bunch of picks to get him because he was going to Atlanta. And so keep an eye on the showcasing of Deshaun Watson. That's just a theory. I don't know. But that's the only reason why, because you can see he can still play. But you can say he can still play at practice, but the other teams that might be interested, you got to show them.
And he's actually an unrestricted free agent after this year. Now, he's still got some money. Yeah, he's got void years, but I want to say void years only affect the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
But I think as far as guaranteed money is concerned, and again, I'm not a capologist, so don't get me to line about how this all works. I mean, I'm looking at his schedule. I'm looking at his SPO track right now. But as far as like the 5 year, the end of the 5 years is done.
Yeah, that $250 million.
Right.
And nobody will ever get a fully guaranteed contract again in life in the NFL. That's what they said, never again, that's going to happen. But just trust me, Cleveland wants to get something out of him when he leaves.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be.
So I wouldn't be surprised. And by the way, if they lose while this happens, they get a high draft pick.
No, because there's a lot of speculation that they're going to tank anyway because they want to go get Arch Manning, which the Haslams are very close to the Manning family. So, and I want to say they had approached Peyton about being a minority owner. In the Cleveland Browns.
Like
once upon a time.
Brady thing,
Exactly. Like that type of situation before. So who knows? I mean, I like that idea, though. I think it's only a matter. Look, Deshaun's going to start.
Yeah.
Okay, Deshaun, unless
if he's healthy.
Unless Shador goes out there and looks like Tom Brady, which he has not yet, you're going to give Deshaun Watson, because at the very least they can save some face by saying, hey, look, you can't help injuries. Right. And that's part of the problem has been with Deshaun Watson. He's gotten hurt. So you're going to start him. And again, I like where your head's at, because if he plays well, hey, come kick tires.
Yeah.
We'll take a 5th-round pick.
Exactly.
We'll take a
They'll
4th
get
round
something.
Pick. You ain't going to get a first. You won't get a second.
No.
I'd be hard-pressed to think you'd get a 3rd.
Right. But you get something.
You get a 4th-round pick for Deshaun Watson? You'll take it.
You take it.
Boy, I tell you what a turnaround. So Shador, 6 of 11. And by the way, I mean, the Bears, Sweet Willie C and Jacob Regh probably high-fiving each other right now.
They look for real.
Tell you what, if you're another team out there that needs a quarterback, we know there's plenty of teams out there that do, you might kick the tires on Tyson Bagent from Chicago, the backup. He went 13-22 for 169 yards yesterday, threw a touchdown and a pick. But I mean, he's a guy that's looked serviceable throughout his career as well. So you got some folks out there that at the very least might be trade bait down the line. But again, Shador will start next week, so stay tuned for that. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say the other
local prospect, where his brother just made a move to the state he just left, Garrett Nussmeier.
Yes.
Who,
LSU.
okay, I didn't realize this, and I enjoy a good scouting report as much as the next guy does, as far as all the, but when I talk about drafting and all that, I kind of lean towards our boy Broadus and the Woolly Bully, and my boy Lance Zerline down in H-Town. But I did not realize that Dane Brugler, who puts out that,
his report,
Encyclopedia Britannica every year of just draft
friend of the
people.
station. He pops on here all the time.
So his top 3 quarterbacks going into this past draft was Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and Garrett Nussmeier was number 3. Okay, LSU's own. Now, I think we can all agree, Nussmeier, I think it came out that his shoulder or something like that, he had an injury because he was not the same quarterback this last year as he was the year before at LSU. Well, you guys all know, or maybe you don't, I tend to fancy the Chiefs. My 2 favorite teams in the NFL, Dallas Cowboys, Kansas City Chiefs. It just works out AFC, NFC.
And the Chiefs are a lot of people, your grandma and grandpa.
That's it.
Because they were here first. They were the Dallas Texans.
They were the Dallas Texans.
And then they took their talents to Kansas City when the Cowboys came along in the 60s.
They did.
So that's everybody. Most people in town, that's their favorite AFC team.
See, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nobody mad at Kansas City.
Oh, by the way, your quarterback's from Tyler, Texas. So
that's right. Shout out to good old Patrick Mahomes.
The one, the only. So Garrett Nussmeier, who was the seventh round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, fell a lot farther than I think a lot of people expected him to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, after watching him yesterday, because he's in a battle right now in Kansas City for the backup quarterback position with former first round pick Justin Fields.
That's where he landed.
Okay, yes, Justin Fields. The Chiefs traded for Justin Fields. I think they gave up a pair of Pat Mahomes used cleats and a bag of footballs for him. I don't know what it was exactly, but something along those lines. Two things come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, Garrett Nussmeier should be the backup quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Tell me why.
Garrett's a dog. First of all, Garrett has got himself an arm.
Yep.
All right, like Garrett Nussmeier is a good quarterback. I mean,
he is.
First of all, he's got pocket presence, and the thing about Garrett Nussmeier, while I'm not crazy about the number 14 for quarterbacks, he's a lot smoother and a lot more mobile in the pocket than I realized. Okay, because when you look at him, I mean, he doesn't jump off the page and like, oh, okay, this dude's going to tuck it and run if he needs to. But no, Garrett Nussmeier will make you miss. Okay, he's got. I will say this: I was very impressed with his pocket presence yesterday, and there's certain quarterbacks, and we saw this yesterday in the Cowboys game, where when a guy, they just have command of the offense and things just move. Okay, that was the thing that we noticed, and God bless both Sam Howell and Joe Milton, is that the offense moved yesterday when both of them came in the game. All right. Garrett Nussmeier, same thing. Like, he has command of that offense. He made a play, I told you about it earlier, running to his left, throws across his body, 17-yard pickup. Should have had a 94-yard touchdown, dropped it in the bread basket of one of his wide receivers, and homeboy just just went through his arms. Meanwhile, I think Justin Fields needs to sit down with whoever he sits down with, a spiritual advisor, Andy Reid, his agent, or God, I don't know, or Tim Tebow. Because it's time, the quarterback experiment is time to end.
It's like this. He's an Ohio State quarterback. There's a rare, I can't even think of one that's succeeded in the NFL. I'm trying to think real hard. It works in college, but when you say Ohio State quarterback, please give me.
Don't say C.J. Stroud, because the jury's still out on him.
Exactly.
Because if he don't turn around this year, he's cooked.
877-881-1053. Please name some names of some NFL quarterbacks that started at Ohio State University and worked out. But
was Mike Tomczak an Ohio State quarterback?
I don't know, but let me co-sign with you on the case for Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah.
He was born to be a quarterback, and the reason he's local is he went to Flower Mound Marcus.
Yeah.
And why was he going to Flower Mound Marcus? Because his daddy, Doug Nussmeier, was a Cowboys quarterbacks and tight ends coach.
Yeah.
He's a buddy of Broadus.
Well, he's down in New Orleans now, too, isn't he? He's with
Kellen Moore. That's where we're going.
Yeah,
we're on the same page.
Exactly.
Kellen Moore was, of course, a quarterback, and Nussy, that's what they call his dad, Doug Nussmeier, he was the quarterback's coach. So he's the quarterback coach for the room in there with Dak and Kellen Moore and Romo. All I got to tell you is this. Nussy and his sons, they're quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And that's why Garrett got all those. He's been doing this since he was a baby.
No, he looked good yesterday.
He was going to be a quarterback no matter where he was.
No, I tell you what, he's just a different dude.
You can see he's comfortable.
That's it.
It's just comfortable.
You know what it is? The game seems natural to him.
Yes.
Okay. Like, there's just guys that, and to your point, there's certain guys that look like they're just born to play the position. And he looks like he might have come out of the womb with a football in his hands. So no, Garrett Nussmeier, I think solidified his spot, and I get it. It's one game, but just from the eyeball test, and again, if you're Justin Fields, I would, as a Chiefs fan, all I can say this, and I know there's plenty of y'all out there. God forbid if Pat Mahomes had to miss a game, I'd much rather see Garrett Nussmeier out there than I would Justin Fields.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Because he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. 13-19 yesterday for 98 yards. Should have been a touchdown, like I said. Had a dime that was dropped, and of course it was dropped. All right, coming up next. Tell you what, let's do this. We're going to kind of do this on the fly. We've still got plenty of NFL to get to. We'll just kind of run through what we saw yesterday from the games. But let's hear from you as well. All right, you've heard from us, but let's hear from you. We were pretty encouraged by what we saw last night from this Dallas Cowboy team. How encouraged are you after what you saw from last night? Let's do a little fatties / Tolos on the telephone. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We know it's a church day, but I'll tell you what, it's also a Cowboys victory day as well. Are you as geeked about the Cowboys as we are? Plus, we'll take a trip around the NFL and more. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I
hear the term Tolo, which means turn it on, leave it on, leave it on, leave it on. And to those die-hard Tolos, you are amazing. Together, we are doing what they said couldn't be done. DFW's #1 sports station is 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They're all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. That's based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
I mean, that was buttermilk right there. Man, that was smooth.
That was it.
Man, that was smooth.
The trick is you got to match the pace of the music. The music changes each time. When something a little faster comes up, you pick up the pace a little bit and you raise your voice. And
you said you got to stay on the one.
That's it. That's it. Shout out to Jet Nelson. You can find him on the socials at Jet Nelson 3. Why Jet Nelson 3?
Because 1 and 2 were taken. You know it. We don't overcomplicate things.
No, we don't. No, we don't. That's what we love about our boy Jet Nelson. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
You better be glad it wasn't Jet Nelson 5.
Oh, yeah. That's trademarked. That's gone.
Might have gotten a cease and desist.
Yeah.
Might have
got a letter.
My goodness. Do we have games on today? I would imagine so, right? It's a Sunday. Why wouldn't we have
preseason
I don't
NFL?
think so. I think it's MLB today.
You know what? I think you're right. I think we're footballless today.
No football at all?
I don't think there's any football today.
I'm looking at it.
In case you were wondering, and I know a lot of you were, Kyer Elam also had 2 tackles for the Chiefs yesterday.
We weren't wondering.
Cowboy legend, Kyer Elam.
Speaking of Cowboys legends, last night, Tank Lawrence was at, he wasn't playing, but, Seattle Seahawks, former Cowboy, great.
Studios,
he caught up with Jet. Jet, you're on the phone. Jet, your mic's on.
Jeremy, what's going on?
He doesn't know. He didn't realize. Jet, your mic's on.
Just talking to the callers. We got some Tolos texting in, and Jet left his mic on. But back to Tank Lawrence. He's on the sidelines.
Yeah.
He ran into Jerry Jones. Jerry gave him a big hug and all that because he's great to see him. He has taken the same path that DeMarcus Ware took. DeMarcus Lawrence left the Cowboys, got a ring this past year. DeMarcus Ware did the same thing with the Broncos, got a ring. Tank Lawrence also told Yahoo Sports, he's retiring at the end of the season.
Yes.
So for those who hadn't heard,
what a run!
And he, of course, he and his wife and kids still live here in Dallas. You'll see him around just like you see DeMarcus Ware around.
In case you missed it, and I know a lot of you did, Marcus Mariota suffered a sprained MCL.
Oh, man.
That is going to sideline him for the remainder of the preseason. So
who is he with?
He's with the Commanders still.
That's right.
He's Jaden Daniels insurance.
He sure is.
I mean, hell, because I think this is going to be his 3rd year now with the Commanders. So, let's tell you this. The Cowboys are if Sam Howell and Joe Milton play as well next week as they did yesterday, the Cowboys are going to be in high cotton, as they say, when it comes to having 2 guys that will be valuable on the trade market.
Yes, they're valuable pieces if you want to make moves. And they can't. And Steven, and I believe him this year, Steven and Jerry, they got something up their sleeve. It could be.
Well, I think Jerry's thrown down the mandate.
Yeah.
Jerry's thrown down the mandate.
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm trying to win.
Right.
So
he's trying to win. I know how many falls we got where he's, in control. He might be emeritus. He might be retired. But he wants to see another Super Bowl. And
we all want to see another Super Bowl.
He even said, yeah, we all do. Cowboy fans in particular, they really want. I will say this. He was telling somebody in an interview, I want to think it was Jory Epstein. He was saying, because of the Micah trade, and he said he loves Micah.
Yeah.
He said, but because of the trade and the picks they got, and they're able to get Big Q, Quinnen Williams, and all these different moves, he says, it makes me feel like I can gamble again, like in the 90s. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
He says, because I got more assets to play with, as opposed to every move is, he was compared to like the baby's shoes. You can't give up the baby's shoes because the baby got to have some shoes.
No.
And so he was using that as an example. But basically, he says he got more stuff he can play with. So you're talking about the 2 quarterbacks last night.
Yeah.
Those are assets that could be traded because what were we saying a little while ago? You might only need one.
Yeah, you don't need to carry 3 quarterbacks. And Sam Howell's got a manageable because I think the reality is this: is if they do move off somebody, it's going to be Sam Howell.
Right.
You're moving off Sam Howell. If Joe Milton looks the same next week as he did yesterday, you're holding on to Joe Milton.
Yeah, it seems like the game has finally come to him. It's clicking.
It's starting to slow down. He's not shot putting everything. Like it looks good. All right, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Jeremy Spoken out in Texas. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, Jeremy.
Hello, guys. How are y'all today?
Man, living the dream on a Sunday.
What you got?
Heck yeah, I hear that, man. So here's my takeaways, just a couple of them. Carson just needs a little bit of mental discipline. He did good as far as tackling, stuff like that goes.
Cornerback?
But the penalties, man, it's stuff that, the cornerback. There's just stuff he's got to fix mentally. I'd say give him 2 more games, so he does, before we jump to conclusions on benching him. He's a great cornerback. He did really well. Blue, I don't think Blue's big enough to run between tackles. I've seen him last year and this year. He's got the speed, but the between tackle stuff, he doesn't have the weight and he doesn't have the momentum to push him through tackles. He gets bumped and he gets down.
Yeah, the power.
I just think Blue I think Blue just doesn't have the power for in between tackle runs, and he's just not there. Scanling, I think, if Scanling doesn't block and do his stuff next week, I think Scanlon just needs to go somewhere.
No, he's done. He's done.
He can block. He can do all that stuff. And Scanlon just looks. He just looks tired. He looks like he doesn't really want to be there, but he does have moments. But he just needs to lock.
Nah, he can go have moments for somebody else.
Exactly. And so, those are my takeaways. I think everything looks good. We'll see what next week brings. And, we're looking forward to the season so far.
Appreciate you, man.
There you go.
Good stuff.
Solid call there, boy, Jeremy in Texas.
We got a Tolo texting in real quick. James in Greenville says he's watched the game last night from the hotel bar. Very encouraged. Toloing on the way back from Oklahoma. He said saw some beautiful scenery up there at Turner Falls. Hey, Turner Falls, right off of I-35, just north of Windstar.
Okay.
When I was in college, how come I fell over those falls? I lived to tell.
I think I remember you telling me that story.
Yeah, man. Me and a couple of buddies went camping, and we went in that water late at night.
Yeah.
That water was 1 inch deep, but it was mossy, slippery. You
gotta be careful, bro.
I fell, and I went over the falls. My last words were, "Mama!" Lo and behold, falls got rocks.
Yeah.
And I was falling between boulders. Boom, 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 boom. And I kept thinking, just protect your head. Boom, boom, boom. I fell 3/4 of the way down. That fall, those Turner Falls are like 10 stories high.
Oh, so you fell all the way down?
All the way down. Not all the way to the bottom, but 3/4 of the way down. And I landed in between these 2 big rocks. I thought my buddy fell over too.
Yeah.
I thought he was dead. And so I was like, okay, let me find my way. I lost my shoe. I said, let me find my way out.
Lost my shoe.
I dove into the basin, and I swam out there because I was like, where's his body, right? He didn't fall. He didn't go over fall.
Yeah.
He didn't stumble. So he climbed up the rocks looking for my body.
Yeah.
And he was over the cliff saying, hey, Chris, over. Because he was about to go get the ranger. But I lived. That's when I said, you know what? God got a plan for me.
Breaking news. Chris Arnold survived the fall. I love it.
That's why I ain't scared of stuff, man. I really am not.
You're here.
I'm here.
The GOD's got bigger plans for you. I love to hear it.
God's plan.
Absolutely. You and Drake.
And they know me. Turn the 02 into the 03. Without 40, Ollie, there be no me. I can't do this on my
Do we
own.
think Drake can push this Kawhi Leonard thing through? My God, are we ever going to get that trade? We're still waiting.
Yeah.
We're still waiting. We're a month away from the NBA season. Can we get this trade done?
I think they keep finding stuff.
No, they do. Of course they do. Of course they do.
I think they just re-signed Bradley Beal because they said, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm talking about Clippers. Because they're the ones going to get fined.
Oh, they did. So Beal did end up going to the Clippers?
Yeah, really, he was there anyway, but he's hurt.
I was going to say, I thought he was because the last thing I had read about Bradley Beal was that he was kicking the tires on going to the Heat.
Yeah, he was trying, but they said, you stay right here because we don't know what's going to happen to us.
That's it.
And he don't like to move anyway.
Literally.
He
Especially on defense.
No.
Jared Sandler 11:20.
Yeah, we got Jared Sandler coming
Jared Sandler 11:20. We're excited about that. You should be too.
Let's see. We got another Tolo with an opinion about the game last night. The 843 says what most impressed me besides Q, talking about Big Q, was the defense's willingness to be competitive. The swagger they showed on that goal line stand was exciting, and I think we have found wide receiver number 5. And that would be Brown.
We agree with that wholeheartedly. I think it's. I think right now, I think just kind of recap everything. I think from I think your wide receiver room, you can put in pencil 5 and 6 are Jonathan Mingo and Camden Brown.
Yeah.
All right. I think those are your two guys there. I think Michael Trigg has worked his way up to where, and I think you only need to carry 3 tight ends would be my guess. Considering that Hunter Lipke is kind of like your de facto fourth tight end. All right.
And your gadget tight
end. And you didn't really use him at all last year. You gave him a contract for what, $5-6 million. You gave him what, a 2-year, $6 million deal or something along those lines, which, hey, get the bag, all right, for a position that nobody uses anymore.
I have a theory why they didn't really use him. Okay, so the year before, and Shoddy was here. The year before, Zeke wasn't here.
Because McCarthy used him.
Yeah, McCarthy used him, but they were trying to use him on these Pollard Zeke plays like goal line.
Yeah.
He couldn't get that part done.
Yeah.
Don't give him the ball, really. Because he could not get that yard
He's
like
decent
Zeke.
out of the backfield.
He was decent out of the backfield. And again, that's why he's on the team. But you can't really put him up there on the goal line like they did with Pollard and Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you.
He can get those dirty yards.
He's for a guy that's supposed to be a quote-unquote fullback, H-back, whatever the hell we're calling him these days. So I got no problem. I mean, put him to use. I mean, if you're going to pay him the $3 million or whatever the hell it is he's getting, I'd like to see him out there, and he can kind of be your de facto fourth, because what Hunter Lipke, if used correctly, can really kind of serve 2 roles at once, where he can be your 4th running back and your 4th tight end in both roles. Because when we're talking about the 4th guy, right? Like I don't need my 4th guy to be Jake Ferguson,
exactly,
or Javonte Williams,
right?
Okay, so but I think what we would learn. Let me try this again. I think what we learned last night. Michael Trigg is probably going to be your 3rd tight end. I don't know that. I mean, I've seen more out of him.
I'm impressed.
I really was. I was
impressed.
For a guy that we've all been kind of sitting there waiting to see, like, okay, well, what does he do game time? I was thoroughly impressed with what I saw out of him last night. Scooney is what he is. Okay, Scooney is what he is, and I just don't know that. I think we've reached his upside here in Dallas.
There's no upside, and Trigg's got upside.
Oh, Trigg is.
That's the difference. That's why you keep him instead of Scooney.
Man, Trigg reminds me of a better Rivaldo Fairweather from a year ago. Then running back 2, it's not on the roster.
Not on the roster. Malik Davis is there as a just in case.
He's your
emergency.
RB3.
Yeah, but the 2-1 we have no.
I think because here's the thing, Maffa or Jaden Blue. I don't know that if you sent them to practice squad, anybody's lighting up their world to go get them. Okay, we're out of here. Final hour of the show. Let's hear from Shoddy. We've got Rangers to get to. Let's recap the day in sports. We'll recap what's ahead. We've got crosstalk at 11:40 with Jacob Ray and Eric Casarez, and then we've got our very own Jared Sandler joining us at 11:20. Lots more to get to. Final hour of the show coming up right here on 105 Through the Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen.
By K-Post Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program happening right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Sunday. A little Unk Radio for you on your leader for the Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Rangers. Texas with a big dub last night. Wyatt Langford gets off the schneid, much needed to say the least. We were glad to see that. You've got they're going for the series win. They're back in the playoffs. I mean, that's the thing about this dead-gum Ranger team.
Yeah, and we were able to get Jared Sandler to join us next
about
hour.
that.
I mean, next segment.
That.
Next segment.
No, we're gonna hear from old J Rod, hear what he has to say. He's over there in Sacktown, the Bay Area, and back down, as our boy Tupac Shakur would say. Marco Rubio with one of the most insane answers I've ever heard when they asked him who his favorite rapper was, and it was
What did he say?
Well, he said it was Tupac. But
he knows about Tupac.
Well, you think? I mean, he's probably my age. But anybody my age knows who Tupac is.
But he's from Miami. I would think he said Uncle Luke. 2 Live Crew.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke is an acquired taste.
You know, I know.
You know, I mean,
I got stories.
2 Live Crew.
They were 2 Live.
Let's not pretend like they were dropping. I mean, that was an interesting sound. No one's gonna. Let's put it this way: no one's getting 2 Live Crew confused for their advanced lyricism.
Correct. But he made enough money that he became one of the big boosters for the youth.
No, shout out to. I mean, doesn't take away from what they did for hip hop.
Correct.
Right, and that sound. All right, but like in the pantheon of hip hop. Like, we're not saying to ourselves, like, yo, 2 Live Crew is one of the greatest, rap groups of all time.
No, but for Rubio, I'm just talking about local from Miami.
Right, but
what's the biggest thing to come out of Miami? There's Uncle Luke.
Yeah.
2 Live. I'm thinking what he grew up with.
Let's see, Mark.
And then you got, who let the dogs out? Who?
Let's see, Marco Rubio age. I mean, he's 55.
Well,
Marco
like I said,
Rubio. So
2 Live Crew. I would think for Miami.
Yeah.
I'm not saying who.
He said Tupac, but what was funny about
that's probably the only name he knows.
Was after he said, well, it's okay, so here's the thing. He starts like just randomly naming things about Tupac that it's like, oh, and then he had that one movie with Janet Jackson, and he went to high school. He was a really good actor. He did a lot of good movies, and just naming like just random.
Okay, he kind of okay. Better than I'll forget his age, but down there in Miami, Regh Ross. Ricky Rubio.
Yeah.
Ricky Rose. I mean, Pitbull.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
I like Pitbull.
Worldwide.
I like Mr. Worldwide.
For his niche.
By the way, Rick Ross put out an album, I think 2 weeks ago. Just not.
Do you know
not good.
He owns a couple of wing stops here in Dallas.
Oh, he's a brilliant businessman.
He is.
I'll give him
again,
that.
He'll be in Dallas from time to time at these locations because he owns the franchise.
I mean, he is the lemon pepper stepper.
Yeah, and Wingstop started in Garland.
Oh, did it?
Yes. It originally from the Golden family.
Interesting.
Look it up.
I did not know that.
And that's why Rick Ross might be in town here and there.
Okay, all right.
Ricky Rose.
All right, old Ricky Rose. Shout out to him. I actually listened to his book on I can't remember, Mr. Hurricane or something like that I heard on Audible way back when. It's fair. I will say this. It's actually an interesting book because when he talks about how he did hustling,
right?
I mean, I look, the dude worked his ass off.
And worked in the pen.
Was a correctional, he was a correctional facility guard.
Yeah,
but
he had to overcome that.
Here's the thing. People give him crap for being a correctional facility guard or whatever.
Somebody had to do it.
Somebody's got to do it. And sometimes them dudes are just as crooked as the guys that are in locked up.
Exactly.
Okay? So I'm not mad at him for that. I mean, look, you got to start somewhere, for God's sakes. But, old Ricky Rose.
903. Don't forget about Trick Daddy down in Miami.
Oh, don't forget about Trick Daddy.
Trina.
Oh, now you're going way back. And I want to say JT Money, who's one of my personal favorites, even though I think really people are going to only really remember the song that he had, Who Dat. As I mean, if you know, you know.
And by the way, Vanilla Ice claimed Miami, but he's not. He's from here.
I was going to say, he's from Dallas, isn't he?
Yeah, but then he moved down to South Beach, so he always acted like he was from there, but he wasn't. And I know him from way back when. He went to Newman Smith.
Who's the biggest rapper to claim DFW?
To claim it, or?
Yeah, I mean, to claim, like, I'm from DFW, reps DFW.
It's got to be Post.
Yeah, it's Post Malone, but he's more grapevine.
I was going to say,
he's the biggest name.
He's the biggest musician.
Rapper.
He's the biggest musician.
Right.
Yeah. All the different.
But I'm talking about
genres.
like rapper, because you could say Yella Beezy. I mean, is that
no? It's bigger than Ice Cream Paint Job. Wait a minute, Yella Beezy.
I
mean,
was going to say Yella Beezy's trying to stay out of prison right now.
Let me see.
I mean, there's the DOC, but he really got big in Compton, in L.A.
But he's always claiming.
But he does represent
DOC.
Dallas.
That's my guy.
And see the problem, and he
would have been bigger with the voice.
Well, I was going to say
throat injury.
He's you know what? He's the Grant Hill of hip hop.
Yeah, the injury.
He is the Grant Hill.
And Grant was born here. Did you know Grant was born in Parkland Hospital?
I did not know
because his daddy played for the Cowboys, Calvin Hill.
Okay.
He was born here.
Yeah, DOC is the Grant Hill of hip hop. If that voice, but it's like he said though, he doesn't know if he'd have survived though, because he was wilding out and living a crazy life back then.
There's another one, Big Tuck. Everybody know right now, Big X the Plug.
Okay, is he
DeRoe? Huh?
Would you say he's the biggest hip hop
right now?
Yeah,
Big X, but he does country too, just like Post Malone.
Well, I mean, he does features. And
that's what I'm saying. Everybody's trying to make sure they get it all in. Everybody's doing mashups and stuff. But Big X, he's from Pleasant Grove, man.
I'll be damned.
And like I said, DeRoe's doing stuff for the Cowboys. He's like their official rapper. Stuff with the Mavericks too. And again,
no,
like I said, DOC,
so
legendary.
when 95.7, so our sister station down in Houston, 610, which has now become, are they still keeping their AM? I don't know if they're still keeping their AM signal, but they're now the Fan in Houston. They're now 95.7 the Fan. They flipped, I think, last Thursday, and as part of their big to do and what have you, they had Paul Wall.
Out of Houston. His grills.
So,
by the way, Usher was also born in Parkland Hospital.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He came over to K104 back in the day.
Yeah.
And with his mom, this is when he was a teenager.
Okay.
And she said, yeah, he's a Parkland boy. He's a Parkland baby. And I said, really? And by the way, his last concert when he came through, he was telling everybody he was born in Dallas. His dad, I already knew this from K104 days. He was telling everybody he was born in Dallas. His dad's from Dallas, so he feel like he's at home. And then he went to the fair and was doing all the stuff in the middle of the day.
Changed his life.
Yep.
Changed his life.
But he kind of grew up in Tennessee and then went to the ATL. But he was born in Dallas. Talking about Usher. I'm
just making a declaration right now. I am going to the fair this year.
About time.
This is my third year in DFW. I'm going to the fair this year.
You got to get you a real corn dog. There's nothing like a Fletcher's corny dog because that's where they were invented.
Yep.
Corny dog was invented at the State Fair, Texas, and it's a Fletcher's corny dog, and there's nothing like it.
All right. No, I'm going to the fair this year. Enough is enough. The last 2 years I've been here in the DFW, I have not gone to the fair, and so it's time. It's time. And see, I've got Saturdays off now.
That's true.
Now that we're done doing White Guy Radio,
Fan University,
and of course, Fan you'll be on in the mornings.
With Will
and then Will, Brennan,
Baxter,
Jake,
Jacob Regh. Regh was moved on with his life. And
Freudian slip. Jacob Regh.
Jacob Regh. And Khaki Kevin Walker.
Kevin Walker. The khaki Kevin Walker. So they'll be holding it down on Fan U starting not next week, but the week after. So, and then we'll be playing a lot of college football games this year, too. So a lot of SEC, a lot of Big Ten matchups. So your place for college football will be 105 through the Fan here in a couple weeks. All right, let's play some of this. Let's play some audio. We got to hear what our boy Shotty had to say. Man, that cut 10 looks kind of crazy. I'm going to go ahead and hold off on that for just a second.
Let's say that's the best one.
Let's go, we'll get to it here in a second.
Yeah.
Let's hear what he had to say, though, because I think, again, I think the main story coming out from an offensive perspective is the running backs. Let's go to Shoddy Cut 6. What do you have to say about each running back?
Yeah, again, I think, I'll work backwards. I thought late in the game, Izzy ran really hard, man. I mean, it was a heavy box, and they knew that we were in 4 minutes, and, I'm really proud of our ability to stay on the field and not have to give them the ball back after we got the big stop after the muffed punt. And I thought Izzy ran really, really hard. I thought the receivers blocked really well. Malik, he's just a slasher, man, and his vision and understanding of blocking schemes and all that, I think, was great. Phil had some really good runs. And then, Jaden, there wasn't a whole lot there, but, you get him going on screens and things like that. He's just he's a weapon. So, again, I'll know more watching the film. But they all ran hard. We found our rhythm a little bit in the second half. There's certainly a lot to clean up there.
There certainly is. And maybe Abanaconda is the guy. I mean, you could argue he looked the best, but again, in the third and fourth quarter, take that for what it is, but we shall see. All right, what did he have to say? This is Shoddy Cut 7 on the 2 injuries and them not being severe.
Yeah, he was okay. I talked to him. Yeah, he's okay. I think we came out okay, little bumps and bruises. Justin Barron, he got rocked a little bit. And then Phil, but I think everybody's okay. And, we'll figure out a little bit more when we, wake up in Oxnard tomorrow morning and get them all treated. But I know the masseuses are going to be busy tomorrow. So it's a physical game. And as you would expect, coming in and playing the Seahawks, led by Mike McDonald.
Martha said, my chest hurt. And they said, okay, no fourth quarter for you.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, again, it's we got to see Abanaconda a little bit. Let's go to Shoddy Cut 8. This is Trayshawn Holden and the muff punt.
I don't know. I mean, I want to talk to him. I know he was disappointed. I mean, he knew he made a mistake. Trayshawn wants to win. He's competing. I think anytime players step up, you can be affected by that. But Trayshawn's a pro, and he'll bounce back.
I tell you what, you like to hear that from your head coach, all right? Because you could tell he was obviously pretty bummed out about that. Because outside of that, he didn't really do much.
Right.
I mean, and he was a guy who, coming into training camp, was, some people thought, all right, he's got a shot at that 5th or 6th spot, and as of right now, he's headed to the practice squad. All right, you ain't putting him over Mingo, and you're definitely not putting him over Camden Brown right now. Speaking of Camden Brown,
by the way, Camden Brown in college, you mentioned had a cup of coffee at Auburn, then went to Georgia Southern.
Well, no, he was at Auburn 3 years.
Yeah. Okay, had a cup of coffee at Georgia Southern.
Yes,
3 years at Auburn. Last year at Georgia Southern.
Yeah.
14 touchdowns.
Yeah, no, he's a dog.
He's a dog.
I mean,
I'm telling for the folks that don't know.
Well, this is him. This is Shoddy talking about Camden's 2 touchdowns and what he's been doing in training camp.
Talking about Cam? Yeah. I mean, we've wanted to get him in there a little bit with the first team, and when we put him in there, he's done a really good job, Clarence, and we actually moved him over to that position for the second one, because he normally plays flanker, and we moved him over there. And like I said, the throw from Joe was terrific, but the catch was incredible as well. And but yeah, he's just consistent, man, and that's what we want as coaches. We want people that are consistent. They're the same every day, and they might have a bad day or a dip, but then they bring it right back.
What do you have to say about Camden Brown after that performance and where he stands on the depth chart, cut number 3?
Yeah, I mean, the game's not too big for him. He does that every day in practice. We see it all the time. And, I thought it was a really, really good throw by Sam. Tight coverage, but they trust him. And then, Joe's throw on the fade, he gets blasted. The one-handed catch. But he's been doing that the whole time. And what I love about him is, he does the little things too. You watch him on special teams and one-on-one drills, things like that. He realizes that that's how you make this football team, when you've got a receiver room that's filled with George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ryan Flournoy, people like that. That stuff matters. So, really good day, but he's got to keep stacking them like he's been doing.
You know what else I liked about him? On those catches, those great catches of the touchdowns, man's got ball security too. I mean, that ball, the first touchdown, the cornerback's trying to snatch it from him. The cornerback couldn't get it from him because he's strong. And on the one-handed grab from the touchdown pass from Joe Milton, all I could say was he got that with one hand, one arm, and cradled it. That ball didn't pop out. How many times you see the ball pop out with receivers or even running backs, and that's why I'm like, that's why I'm looking at Jaden Blue. I'm like, Jaden Blue.
Yeah, he's got some work to do. I mean, Shotty says he's going to watch the film, and look, Shotty's always going to be complimentary to those guys.
Right.
I mean, and again,
they don't beat him now.
They ran hard.
Yeah. Both teams played hard. Here's the thing about Brown again, though. He's making notes because you can trust him.
That's it.
You can trust him.
That's it. I mean, he does, and he's
been doing it all camp.
The one thing, and I think when you're a younger guy or a small school guy, the ultimate thing is the game isn't too big for him. Last thing, let's hear from Shotty about Christian Parker's play calling and the confidence he showed in that defense last night.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. And I was over there listening on too, and he is what he is, man. He's calm, cool, convicted. When we gave him the ball on the muff punt down there late, he said they ain't in. I mean, there was zero. We need that. We need the adversity. There's going to be adversity, and it's going to happen in this season. And so it was really cool for our guys to respond. But I thought he did a great job.
He sure did. Trayshawn, maybe they'll give him an assist because in the end, he gave the defense, real-world working experience on the goal line, and you can't put a price on that. All right, coming up next, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about your Texas Rangers. Huge win last night. Cody Bradford on the bump. Let's hear from our boy Jared Sandler next.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed.
800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Paid for by Liberty Bankers Life Insurance Company.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right. Final two segments of the show here on Unk Radio. But let's get right down to it. Jumping out to the D&M Leasing Hotline out in Sacktown. And I'll tell you what, Jared, I said this not knowing you were going to be joining us to this afternoon, or I guess it's still the morning. I said, I need more Jared Sandler and Mike Bassick.
You sure did.
On the call. I said, inject it in my veins. I could listen to the two of you talk baseball and do your little non sequiturs all night. The back and forth about his wife not even recognizing him or mentioning that she was his boyfriend or whatever had me on the floor last night. And you guys got the dub.
That's right. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Fred. Thankfully for Rangers fans, Dave Raymond will be back on Tuesday. Dave and Mike are so good together. But no, I'm serious. I don't think Rangers fans. I mean, I guess I can't tell people what to think, but we're really lucky. We have one of the best TV duos in the league with those two, and I'm just happy to hopefully not sink the ship while Dave's out.
It never sinks the ship because you got that great chemistry with Mike and with Dave, however you rotate them. Y'all got a nice little group there. And like I said, like Fred said, it's nice when Wyatt Langford saves the day with a nice big home run. Can you talk about how he's kind of overcoming his struggles for the last month or so?
Yeah, I hope so. That was a big game for Wyatt yesterday.
Yeah,
really needed it. Had 4 hits in the month prior to that. And, unfortunately, when you're not scoring offensively, you turn and look to see, what are my studs doing? And Corey Seager's actually, he's had a good road trip.
Yes.
Wyatt unfortunately hasn't. And the Rangers need him. We talked on the pregame show a few days ago. It's like, hey, this is the time you need your big dogs to be your big dogs. And it's not like Wyatt's going to go on a heater for the next 7 weeks, but, hopefully, you don't get a stretch like what you've gotten out of Wyatt the rest of the way. Maybe there's a heater there, and then maybe it just kind of, more in the middle. But, it's been tough sledding and just the nature of it. Again, when you're not scoring runs, you don't really think about the at-bats where the guys hitting 7th, 8th, and 9th come up with runners on. You think about when you got your best hitters up and they're not able to deliver or come through. And, that's certainly happened in that Angels series. But, this lineup, this is not the best lineup in Major League Baseball, but when you got Wyatt and Corey healthy and productive, then this lineup is going to have a totally different complexion than when, one of those guys, certainly both, but when one of those guys is really struggling, just because this lineup doesn't necessarily have the lineup depth that other teams, might have. And so you really need, those big dogs to be your big dogs.
What is it about this team that it seems like this year, what feels like the biggest difference from this year versus last year is that it just felt like last year you just couldn't get guys on base, period. And what's been just maddening about this team is that they have gotten guys on base. You have seen numerous times where you've got guys at first and second or second and third, guys in scoring position, and then just for whatever reason, just can't push guys across. We saw it last night, 11 hits, 7 of the 9 starters got hits last night. So you're loving what you saw out of it last night. But what is it about this team this year that just feels like we're getting guys on base, but then we just can't push them home?
Yeah, I don't know. They've had a really rough stretch here with runners in scoring position. I think when the road trip started, they were 3rd in Major League Baseball. They're now 8th in Major League Baseball in batting average with runners in scoring position, which on the whole, that's really good. Obviously top 10 in the league, but the arrow pointing, in the wrong direction, is the reason, why the Rangers are staring down a road trip in which they're, at best going to win 3 games in some winnable,
competition
matchups, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, this road trip, Fred, with runners in scoring position, the Rangers, hitting just barely over 200. And, it was worse than that if you eliminate yesterday. The Rangers were I think 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position yesterday. But yeah, I don't know. I think one element to that, Fred, is, and you're right, last year they just weren't getting guys on base. There'd be a lot of games where, the Rangers scored 2 runs on 4 hits and they'd be 0 for 2 or 1 for 2 with runners in scoring position. And that's not good either. Yeah, you're 500, but you need more than 2 chances. But, this isn't really a lineup that's got a lot of speed. And so, when you don't have a ton of speed, you're not going to score. You're not going to create additional chances to score. Right. You're not going to go first to home on doubles as often. I mean, you're going to do it from time to time. You're not, not second to home or stolen bases to turn singles and walks and doubles. And that's not specifically runners in scoring position, but that is one element. They really rely on slug. They've done a nice job slugging here the last couple of months, but it's not going to be there always. And that's one thing that stands out. I do think in general, this team is, prior to this stretch, you would have said, hey, they did a good job finding ways to win games that maybe they shouldn't compared to last year's team. Last year's team, it seemed like, found ways to lose, but during this road trip, unfortunately, it's kind of been reverse course. It seems like they've squandered opportunities, found ways to lose more than they found ways to win. But, hopefully they can get the win today. It'd be the first time they've won back-to-back games on the road in like a month and a half.
Wow.
Damn.
But that's just kind of showing you the kind of year it is, and not just for the Rangers. And I want to pick your brain on this, Jared. In the American League, there's only 5 teams with winning records. This is, and different teams have had stretches of winning streaks, crazy winning streaks, and crazy losing streaks, maybe in the same organization. Have you ever seen anything like this, or is there anything comparable to this? Because I know you guys all talk, and some of the beat writers bring it up too, but across the American League, I have not seen anything like this where you can't say, oh, this team is dominant, or this team, or it's like all of us you just can't trust it.
Yeah, and you can look in the National League, and the Dodgers obviously are intimidating. I mean, I know the Brewers' lack of postseason success might make their great run this year not as intimidating, but their team is so good, and they've got the best record in baseball. The Rays have the second best record in baseball, best record in the American League, but yeah, they don't even they're really good, but I don't know how scared you would be of the Rays.
Right.
The American League is so wide open now. Obviously, a team's going to emerge and win the American League and go to the World Series and maybe win the World Series. Who knows? And we've seen teams have some peaks. Tampa at their best has been really good. Boston had that ridiculous run. We saw the Yankees at the beginning of the year, and who knows when they get Aaron Judge back. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of bizarre. I mean, the Rangers are 2 games back of the playoff spot. 2 games back of the division.
In the wild card.
3 with the tiebreaker. They're 2 games under 500, and they're 4 games back or 3 games back of having a bye. Now, that's the crazy thing is the Rangers are still like a good series and a half away from being in position to have a bye. And yes, Chris, the Rangers are currently holding a wild card spot. And by the way, too, let's separate just the Rangers side of it. I know some people might say, well, having the third wild card's watering things down. The teams in contention aren't even 500, and that's kind of an anomaly so far in the 3 wild card system. The average win total has been 85.5 wins, I think, to get into the playoffs. This year's a little different, but there's a team in the wild card right now, the Rangers, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams within a game, a 6 team within 3 games. So what you've got here are fan bases for 6 different organizations that maybe wouldn't be nearly as optimistic, maybe be hoping for some sort of not quite a Hail Mary, but something in between, knocking on the door in the Hail Mary to get into the playoffs. But now instead you've got 6 additional fan bases that hopefully are locked in and enjoying competitive baseball. And I think that's good for the sport.
Any word on DeGrom?
Well, no official word yet. It doesn't seem like, Fred, I mean, and this would be the day to kind of know for sure. It doesn't seem like he's going on the IL.
Okay. Probably push him back a day or 2 on his next start.
What's his injury?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the most likely outcome. So, today would be the last day where you could retroactively put him on the IL. and enjoy the benefit of those accrued days already. But I get the sense based on just reading between the lines, he's making progress. He felt better yesterday. Skip Schumacher wasn't ready to commit to him starting in his normal slot, but seemed to suggest that if it wasn't that, then hopefully it would be just a day or two after. So don't know if we'll get him in this upcoming series against the Nationals, although it is possible. But it seems like at worst right now he would pitch against the Angels. But again, we'll probably know more today about whether or not they plan on putting him on the IL.
Triceps.
My speculation and or just sentiment about Evo and DeGrom has been as simple as, look, you got two guys who are power pitchers. They're 38 and 37-year-olds respectively, and have given you 20-plus performances. I mean, hell, DeGrom gave you 29 last year, 22, 23 this year. Evo was 20-plus last year, was creeping towards 20 already this year. Is it just a situation where, with some of their wonky performances here as of late, it's just two dudes that are just getting a little bit old, up in age and just maybe not having, dare I say, their fastball?
Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly with Evo, he's a guy who, last year was dominant and then, ran into a little bit and, that World Series year in 23, he got hurt, in 2024. He made 29 starts. That's basically a full season.
That's full,
but yeah,
exactly.
Nathan Eovaldi's a guy and Jacob DeGrom's a guy. They both had Tommy John twice. That they're competitive in their late 30s is great. I guess the best way to answer the question, Fred, is if both guys are on the roster next year and you have a full season, can you budget for 30 starts, or do you need to probably be prepared for 20 to 25? And then if you get more, then you're happy about it. That's probably the prudent way to go about it.
I love it. All right. Our boy Cody Bradford, who hasn't looked bad
coming off of Tommy John
in these starts this year. I mean, I'll tell you what, say what you want me. I'll tell you what about Chris Young. We can speculate or we can pontificate all day about what he does on the skill player side of things. But when it comes to pitching, this dude is a pitching whisperer. Cody Bradford going for the win today. And if you get this win, you've got a 6-game homestand coming up. How you feeling about today?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, Jacob Lopez, is not a guy that should stymie hitters, but we've said that a number of times.
We've said that a lot this series.
Pitchers, right?
Two series.
The Rangers have been good against lefties here recently. Jacob Lopez is a guy who, he walks a lot of hitters. So we'll see what sort of approach the Rangers have. He has been pitching better. I think, his last 6 outings, he has a 2.22 ERA, so he has been a lot better. But again, if you're fighting for a playoff spot, hopefully you can do what you need to do against Jacob Lopez. We'll see if Jacob Wilson's in the lineup for the Athletics. If he's not, then you're likely facing an Athletics lineup that's got 4 or 5. Their 4 or 5 best hitters out. Tyler Soderstrom didn't start yesterday against lefty Mackenzie Gore. We'll see if he starts today, but. Just in general, he is not the same guy against lefties as he is against righties. They're without Brent Rooker, they're without Nick Kurtz, and they're without Shea Langoliers. So, it's an Athletics team that I don't care where you're playing at Sutter Health Park, Globe Life Field, different planet. If you want a playoff spot, you need to take 2 or 3, and especially if you drop 3 or 4 to the Angels.
That's right.
Rangers need to win a series, and Cody Bradford's pitched well in his 2 outings since coming off the IL, and this is maybe not the best environment for a fly ball pitcher, Sutter Health Park. Hopefully the wind's not blowing out, but got to find a way to get it done. And yes, Jacob Lopez has pitched well of late, but again, we're not talking about facing Jacob Mizorowski. This is a different Jacob, and the Rangers need to do what they need to do to get the win.
Exactly.
He's no Jacob Regh either. We know that much. Jared, great stuff from you as always, my friend, and we look forward to your call on today's game.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you too.
The one, the only, Mr. Jared Sandler.
By the way, Lopez is 0-2 against the Rangers, never beat the Rangers, and Bradford is 1-0 against the A's. He's never lost to them.
Let's tee that up.
Yep.
Speaking of teeing up, we got the Phenom, Eric Casarez, and the aforementioned Jacob Regh. Let's do a little crosstalk next, shall we?
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction
give you the best insider information, opinions that get you thinking, mixed in with laughs that keep you around. Thanks for listening as much as you do to The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Oh, I mean, just a banger.
Another
one. I feel like DJ Khaled over here. Another one. My goodness. I mean, he has been on a...
We the best.
This might be some of the best reading in the history of really spoken word.
In the words of Gavin Dawson, he's got it stuck on automatic.
He's just another 5 flawless.
Another flawless.
Like it was nothing.
Should I wrap up the show today with that? Because he will do like 5 hours, I think.
Yeah, about almost 6. Yep.
6 flawless.
Got it stuck on automatic like it was nothing.
Give him hell.
Great line. I'll tell you what. Does Gavin Dawson have the best one-liners here at 105 Through the Fan?
He does.
I think he does. I think he does.
He's got it down to a science.
We'll have hand the broadcast baton off to Jacob.
Make his presence known.
Casarez.
I mean, your "What are you asking?" then was a pretty good one-liner. That one's timeless. That'll make the rounds for the next couple years.
But that's more of a drop.
It was, yeah.
I mean, I don't typically just yell at people.
Yeah.
What are you asking then?
Yeah.
So, I'm just glad you were there for that. You were part of that iconic tirade,
the curtain back. You're talking about you and Blake having a big
I was a little
dispute.
salty I missed that one.
We had Gavin back there with me. He's like, "Is this normal?" I was like, "Yeah." And then we got the break. He's like, "Is this normal?" I was like, "No."
I had to tune in. I was like, "Wait a minute, Shreve's
my favorite part
about this."
My favorite part is when Fred was like, don't assume what I was saying."
A lot going on.
What a show.
What a show. But
did you have Tim move last week? For those who think that you're not.
Yeah, no. Me and Blake. I mean, I was helped him move on Friday. So and Blake and I'll be on tomorrow night, and then
nothing can tear apart the Fan After Dark.
No. Look, we
families will fight.
It's like I tell people, we're like it's like having a big brother and a little brother.
That's right.
Literally, like our parents. Like I joked with. Sweet Willie C, him and his 3 sons for Fan U.
Mm-hmm. So Friday, I saw this video of you hitting 225 for 15. What was the basis of that?
The impetus for that?
It was impressive, by the way. It was impressive.
I appreciate that. No, look, so Friday, me and CA were doing just 1 hour blink and you miss it edition of the show because they were going to go get beat by the A's that night, and so Dawson brings up that Bobby Belt had brought up or mentioned or somewhere there's a video of me and Ted Johnson, former Patriots middle linebacker, who I used to do radio with in Houston once upon a time, 15, 16 years ago in Houston. He said to me on air, I don't think you can do 225 10 times. All right, we were talking about the combine or whatever it was. And so I said, me and a bet, me and a challenge. Accepted. So boom, we go out and do it.
That was years ago.
That was 2010, 2011, somewhere in there.
And Bobby Belt dug that out of nowhere.
Bobby's crazy.
He's a sleuth.
He's
and the thing was, I don't even know what the impetus was. No one's mentioned benching. No one's mentioned, because that was the whole thing as to why me and Ted talked about it, because Ted did 30 reps of 225 at the combine. All right, Ted's a freak. So it was brought up during crosstalk on Friday. And Gavin says, can you still do it? Now, mind you, I don't bench like I used to, okay? And so I go to Absolute Recomp. Shout out to the Absolute Recomp in Louisville. They've got machines for days. So I use a lot of machines these days, okay? Why not? Well, I haven't benched in a while. I mean, I'll bench. I do, 4 sets of 20, 185, nothing crazy. And so I was like, yeah, of course I can still do 12 to 15 reps.
Just been 16 years.
Well, I mean, I just don't bench, I just don't lift heavy anymore, and so I mean, whatever. So Friday night I did back, and I thought, you know what, throw up 225 just for bleeps and grins just to see. Because I'm gonna no. But what happened was then these cats started coming at me on the text line. That's what took it to the next level. I wasn't gonna say anything else, but I had cats coming at me on the text line saying, "You're full of S. You're a liar.
You never did it the first time."
One dude I mean, look, you could call me full of bleep. That's fine. We've all done radio here long enough to know you're gonna get clowned on the text line. Yeah. Okay, but when you call me a liar, you're saying I can't do it?
You got to prove them wrong.
Okay, well, I can't. That's like saying my man can't run a sub 4-minute mile. Yeah. What?
Watch me. That's what he said.
Watch me do it. Okay, watch me do it. Okay. So, but here's the difference. So Friday night, we get done with the show. I go to recomp. I do my back workout, and I say, you know what? Let me put up 225 just to see what it feels like. I do it 6 times. Like, ooh. That felt heavy. Yeah. I was like, maybe I won't film this tomorrow. Maybe I'm not because Saturday was chest day anyway. So I was like, ugh. But I got my little lather going, got a little workout in, and then at the end of the workout, I said, you know what? Let's go ahead and throw this 225 up. And here's the beauty of it: if I get it, great. If I don't, we just don't post it.
Yeah,
it's that simple. And so, boom, your boy did it 15 times. And you know what? To the texter that said I couldn't do it, if you don't,
it's good
know,
to not put pressure on you. You just kind of went for it. You didn't even think about it. You just locked in.
That was it, dude. That was it. So Chia Follow had said something about doing a 225 bench press challenge here at the station. I mean, I think we need to do it.
Wait, now, what's the story behind... So, because I saw the video yesterday, and what was the story behind you having your legs crossed and up like that? What does that, indicate?
I mean, that's how I bench.
That's just the way you do it?
Same with the toothpick in the mouth?
I didn't know if that's how you did it.
In the mouth?
I mean, look, dude. I mean, what you see is what you get with you.
Man. That's what they are.
That's what you... I mean,
that was you in your purest form right there, is what it was.
So what are you asking me? That's what you saw at the gym yesterday. That video, it wasn't doctored. There was no embellishing.
There was no AI?
I mean, that was anybody that knows
AI
me.
Fred?
There was no AI Fred. You saw that. Eyes all puffy. I mean, woke up, got my coffee on, did my morning routine, went to the gym, boom, done. Did 4 hours of radio with, Sweet Willie C. Here we are.
Absolute Recon. Isn't that the influencer gym?
Oh, it's look, dude. It's a... Now, the one in Louisville...
Is that the looks masking place?
Oh, I mean, look, it's Absolute Recomp. I mean, they got 6...
Recomp? That's what it's called?
Recomp. Absolute Recomp.
Okay, I got you.
I want to say there's, 6 locations?
There's one in Frisco, right next to me.
So the one in Frisco is the one that's the... for the influencers, bro, it's off the chain.
I pass it all the time when I go to In-N-Out, and I mean, there's
it's packed 24/7.
McLarens.
Exactly.
I mean, it is insane.
No,
it's ridiculous.
Shout out to Blake. Shout out to Blake. Blake's the one that introduced me to Absolute Recomp. And
how much is a membership there a month?
$60.
I don't know.
Gosh,
$60.
I pay $15 for Crunch.
I mean, here, I'm a big believer in you get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
absolutely.
What I love about Absolute Recomp is people are there to work out. Now, I will say this just real quick, and we'll ask about your show. What I've noticed, a lot of you Gen Zers, I need you to take your weights off the damn machine. Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of y'all leaving your weights on the machine. That's to me, that's the equivalent of I don't take my cart to the spot and put my basket away after I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay? Especially you a-holes that are going to do heavy weight and leave 3 or 4 plates on each side. Okay, so you're big and bad enough to lift all this weight, but you can't put it away.
Off, yeah.
It grinds my gears. Look, I've gotten used to the tripods and everybody recording. I get all that. Okay? I've gotten used to the fact that you got half the damn gym will sit there and play on their phone. Understood. I changed my workout time so I would deal with that less. But the weight thing, we need to stop.
That's where you draw the line.
So where's the line there? Because I agree it's a problem, but I'm impartial.
You leave your weight on. You leave your weight on all the time.
It depends.
There's no depends to it.
It depends. So if
you wear a depends.
If I'm doing chest press, right? I'll take all my weight off because there's chicks will hop on there and throw 2 10s on each side. I'm like I'm not gonna be that guy.
Yeah.
Leg press, I might leave a 45 on each side.
I'm okay. I don't have a problem with leaving a 45 on.
Okay.
I'm with you on the a 45 because if you can't do a 45 on a leg press, then maybe you need to do something else.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the plate. Okay. I have zero issue with leaving a plate on a leg press machine.
817 says you should lose your gym membership if you don't re-rack your weights.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Right, what do you think about slamming weights?
As far as
like people just throwing their weight down. Like somebody's deadlifting.
They're just trying to make some noise.
You know what? I have no problem with that.
Really?
I have no problem with that.
They're just getting attention.
Especially if it's heavyweight.
But what if it's not heavyweight?
Okay,
That's
they're doing that.
If it's not heavy,
something.
If it's not heavyweight, then yes, I can see where it's a bit
like there
much.
was a guy at my last gym, right? He was wearing this cutoff hoodie, hood up, one of those breathing masks on. He's tatted head to toe, and he's doing tricep extensions with a Z bar with two 25s on each side. Does this whole thing where he like lean back, picks it up and just throws it. And we're in front of the mirrors.
That's too much.
In front of the dumbbells, and he throws it, and I'm just like, all right.
But see,
bro,
that's
like,
what you
are
get at but that's Crunch Fitness.
Yeah, probably.
That's
probably,
why.
yeah.
That's you don't see. They don't do that at Absolute.
But that's
Recon.
weird, right? That's too much.
That's insane.
Okay,
that's too much.
That's insane. Look, that's heavy. That's good size weight to be doing skull crushers, but then you're going to throw it afterwards. But again, that's the kind of client. That's what you get for $15 a month.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
fair enough.
Anywho, what's on the show?
We got a deep dive on Cowboys and Seahawks. Jacob Regh took a couple notes there.
Yeah,
Rick Six jaking off back-to-back segments.
Oh man.
What else we got going on?
Okay, but what are we doing for Rick Six?
Bleacher Report did a Bleacher Report 1000 for the NFL
they do all,
rankings.
Yes.
And some of them were absurd. So Jacob Regh and I are going to get into that.
Okay.
We got AP Top 25 rankings. Those come out tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then I'm going to tier rank, or we're going to tier rank each Cowboys position group.
I love it. I love it.
Show.
I'm with you 110%. In fact, I think I led the show off with if God forbid if Terrence Steele or Tyler Guyton get hurt, it's slim pickings. Slim pickings after that. Great show as always. Mm-hmm. Great show, and of course the best part about this next show. Not to say that Eric Casarez and Jacob Regh are going to be fantastic, but 2.5 hours more of Jet Nelson.
That's right.
2.5 hours more of Jet Nelson. CA, another stupendous edition in the books. You won't see me. You'll see me tomorrow, and then I'm out for another week and a half after that because I will not be on the air next weekend. I will be in San Marcos visiting my daughter. So no Fred next week. No Unk Radio or White Guy Radio. For the one, the only, Mr. CA, I'm Fred. This is 105 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Roofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
First down and goal at about the 2. Three-step fade to the left side of the end zone, and Brown, did he come up with it? He did. What a catch by Camden Brown on the fade from Joe Milton. Touchdown, Dallas.
One-handed, left-handed. He's lined up on the left side. It's just press coverage and the fade, and he goes up, and I believe he just brings this in with the left.
You're getting excited, Jacob.
I got so excited, Eric. Happy post-Cowboys Victory Sunday, Metroplex. My name is Jacob Regh alongside Eric Casarez, the fan phenom. We got Jet Nelson on the ones and twos for 2 shows in a row after the Cowboys' 17-7 preseason opening victory over the Super Bowl champion. We'll call them the Super Bowl champions. They're Super Bowl champions, Seattle Seahawks.
If you saw that crowd yesterday, it looked like the defending Super Bowl champions. It does, man. The
12th man.
Through. The 12th man comes through. And Stanback, Fred was mentioning, Isaiah Stanback was talking about it, how maybe that could be a reason why some of those guys are getting a little antsy with those penalties early on.
Yeah, could be. I mean, your offensive line, they had a couple false starts, but an outstanding environment, a great win for the Cowboys, and it didn't look like that after that opening drive. I think we were all a little worried, like, oh, man, this defense is back to what we thought it was going to be. It's back to last year, and then they shut the door for the rest of the game. What would you have said if after that opening drive I looked you in the eye and I was like, they're not going to allow a single point for the rest of the game? You would have called me crazy.
I wouldn't have believed you. I'll tell you that. I mean, the goal line defense was phenomenal. Malachi Lawrence getting in there, putting pressure on the edge. He made some mistakes. I know there was a scramble where Jalen Murrow got like 10 to 15 yards because he went inside and he ended up going outside. I mean, that's rookie mistakes that you're going to have to learn from. But overall, I thought the defense was great. Especially for the backup guys, the guys that were able to play. And, I mean, yeah, the offensive line got pushed around a little bit, which we'll talk about. But overall, I mean, based on how that first drive went, I completely agree with you. I mean, just the fact that we were only able to give up 7 points was pretty phenomenal.
So going into this game, Eric, what in your mind, what were 2 things that you were like, this is what I'm keyed in? What were you keyed in on going into this game? I know there was no starters, so you're kind of sitting at home evaluating some of your depth guys. What was your major focus in this game?
Yeah, honestly, definitely running back too. I was especially very interested to see because I know a lot of people, and in camp they've been talking about Jaden Blue. So I mean, jury's still out on him. Of course, I thought Malik Davis is probably still RB2 for now, but I was really, the things I was looking at the most was definitely RB2 and cornerback, just because of the depth. I knew Deron Bland wasn't going to be playing Kobe Durant, so I was like, okay, well, what does that mean for Shavon Ravel? How is he going to look coming off? Of course, a year now removed after the injury. Kalen Carson had 2 penalties on that first drive, which I was a little concerned about. Yeah. But he also made some big pass breakups as well. So I was really looking at running back 2, RB2, and cornerback. That was what I was most focused on going into the game.
Yeah, I was very keen on that running back 2 competition as well. Finishing the game, Malik Davis had 7 carries for 39 yards. Israel Abanikanda had 7 carries for 36 yards. Jadon Blue had 8 carries for 19 yards. And Phil Maffa only 4 carries for 9 yards. So Maffa finished with 2.3 yards a carry. Jadon Blue finished with 2.4 yards a carry. And then Izzy and Malik both with over 5 yards a carry. So look, I know Cowboys fans are super excited about Jaden Blue and what he can bring to your football team and being that change of pace back behind Javonte Williams. But it's so hard to ignore what you saw at the end of the season last year from Malik Davis and what you've seen in the preseason so far from Malik Davis. I get it that the upside is there for Jadon Blue, and I'm glad he didn't fumble last night because I know that was a big concern for Cowboys fans and the Cowboys coaching staff. But Malik Davis looked great once again. You saw Izzy Abanikanda returning kicks to start the game. The versatility from Izzy, I think, is very impressive, but man, in my mind right now, it's got to be Malik Davis as the top candidate for that RB2 spot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then I'm thinking back to that game he had against Kansas City last year on Thanksgiving. That kind of really painted that picture in my mind that, okay, this is probably like that second guy. Because Jaden Blue last year just couldn't find consistency.
He couldn't.
And so that was the big question mark going in today, and I don't feel any different than I did in November of last year to what I feel after the first preseason game. So, of course, we still have a couple games to go. Hopefully, Jaden Blue can still prove himself, but overall, I think Malik Davis is that number 2 until proven otherwise.
in the quarterback division, or in the quarterback conversation, you had Joe Milton. He finished the game 12 of 15, 107 yards and a touchdown and 118.6 passer rating. And then Sam Howell, he finished 8 of 12, for 94 yards and a touchdown and a 118.1 passer rating. So you have Joe Milton with 7.1 yards per pass and Sam Howell with 7.8 yards per pass. And their quarterback ratings are nearly identical.
Yeah, 118.
So super happy. I think if there's one thing you're taking away from this quarterback battle is, man, Joe Milton went 12 of 15. That's great, because his biggest issue so far has been his ability to read the field, his ability to have that good completion and completion percentage. And he found a way to do that last night. We saw some really, really nice throws over the middle of the field on some crossing routes. I thought he diagnosed the defense well. In your mind, did we get any steps closer towards determining a quarterback 2 last night?
I mean, it's good to at least have a conversation about it, right? At least have kind of like that battle with those two, because after the first half, I mean, you texted me yesterday. You said, I thought this was Sam Howell's number 2 spot. And then Joe Milton comes into the second half and he's playing great. Mm-hmm. I mean, night and day compared to that preseason opener against the Rams last year. I mean, he just looked composed. And last year, I mean, I know the running meme was like, okay, you need Joe Milton to throw 5 yards. He's going to throw 80 yards. You need him to throw 80 yards, he'll throw 80 yards. It wasn't like in between, or it was going to be, he was going to sling the rock.
Yeah.
So we know the talent that he has. We know everything that he brings as an athlete, but it was really just kind of like the accuracy and the composure that he plays when the lights are bright. And so I thought he passed test number 1. Sam Howell looked great. And yeah, we'll just see going into that second game who has the edge at number 2, because I would have said Sam Howell, but then after the second half, I have no idea.
So I took notes on my phone last night during the game. I took them on my laptop, but I took them in my notes app. And my 4th to last note on here is Howell is QB2. This was at the end of the first half. I said Howell is QB2, period. My last note, Milton looks nice, with 2 eye emojis. I was like, damn it. I thought we had this figured out. I thought it was going to be Sam Howell's job, and it kind of felt like going into training camp, the fact that Sam Howell had 18 starts, and he'd been there, he'd done that. It was like, I feel like he has a leg up. So seeing Sam Howell play well compared to Joe Milton, and Milton comes out and plays great. So
I thought you were going to say that when your last note, you were going to put like, never mind next to Sam Howell's QB2, because you didn't know for sure how he was going to look.
My second to last note was Camden Brown, 2 insane touchdowns, holy bleep. And then I tweeted that out as well. So Camden Brown, I think, we were talking a little bit pre-show. He is technically on your depth chart, your wide receiver 5, but in my opinion, he has taken over that wide receiver 4. He has taken the step over Kevontae Turpin. Turpin obviously going to be in that wide receiver role just because of what he does for you in punt returns, kick returns, and being a gadget guy. But when it comes to, we're rolling 4 wide receivers out there because we need a first down late in the game, and we have decided to go empty and 4 wide receivers. You are putting Camden Brown out there instead of Kevontae Turpin, the way things stand right now.
Yeah, in terms of route tree and everything that he can provide for you, I just think that the jury's still out on Kevontae Turpin. Of course, when he's on the field, 99.99% of the time, he's the fastest guy on the field every time. But I think in terms of just overall wide receiver, what they can give you on the field from a down-to-down basis, I think I think he can provide you more. And I think we kind of saw that last night. So, I mean, yeah, it's exciting times. And I mean, we're talking about Joe Milton, of course. That second touchdown he had, the one-handed one, that was a great throw. Like that, in terms of positioning of where he was going to be, I mean, we're going to talk about that catch all day, but that throw was just as good.
Got this from the 817. By the way, Tolo's text in 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. Text in your takeaways from last night's game, positives, negatives, anything you got for us. From the 817, did I hear Will Grier has now an assistant with the Cowboys? You did hear that. Will Grier is an assistant. Is he a quarterback's coach? I think he's still in that quarterback's room. I want to say he's a quarterback's coach with the Cowboys. But yeah, he's best buds with Dak, and when he decided his playing career was over, I think Dak pushed really hard to still have him in that room. Another guy that I was very impressed with, and I thought he had kind of a rough start, but I liked the way he was playing physical, was Michael Trigg. He had 4 catches for 30 yards, but some of those catches were like really, really. He had one on an out route from Joe Milton where Joe Milton threw a seed.
Yeah.
And he just plucked it out of the air with his hands. That's what you want to see out of a guy like Michael Trigg. I think your tight end room for the most part, is kind of set. It feels like Schoonmaker's going to be that guy. But if you can retain a guy like Michael Trigg on your practice squad and he can develop into the blocker you want him to be, look, we know what he can do as a receiving target. We know the big body and the seam shots that Dak loves to take. If Michael Trigg can become a serviceable blocker and a guy that you roll out there in like a 13 personnel in the run game, your offense is better for it.
Yeah, last year I feel like it was the three guys with Jake Ferguson, Schoonmaker, Spanford, and now you got Michael Trigg in the mix, of course, and then Schoonmaker's probably going to be that guy. So, yeah, I think it's a good problem to have in terms of practice squad. And looking at that wide receiver room, too, it's like last night showed you with Camden Brown that you're at least open to the idea of holding 6 wide receivers.
Yeah.
And the matter of who's that 6 going to be, I don't know. I think right now MVS is the odd one out, though.
I agree. I Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And Steinbach was talking last night. I think the Cowboys had a run play, and MVS was just not in the play. And his inability as a veteran to want to step up and go block those safeties in the run game is going to be what keeps him out. Because, look, MVS was strictly a go route kind of player with Aaron Rodgers, with Patrick Mahomes, right? You don't need that. You have George Pickens. So I don't see a role for him on this football team. I think if you're talking 6 wide receivers right now, you're probably looking at a Jonathan Mingo as probably your wide receiver number 6. You got Jordan Hudson. Anthony Smith, I wasn't all too impressed with last night. He had a rough drop. Ended the night with 2 catches for 28 yards on 5 targets. So less than 50% of his targets he caught.
Trayshawn Holden had that fumble, too.
He did. He had the muff punt, which was rough because you're always taught to let the ball go over. Heels at the 10-yard line, right, is what you're always taught. Mm-hmm. And I think he caught it at the 7 or something like that and just muffed it. Rough look. And that poses the question, did he see the great game from Camden Brown? I was like, I got to step up. I got to prove something. And then
a little bit of pressure.
A little bit too much.
Yeah.
Overall, on the defensive side of the ball, we talked about it. Kalen Carson got off to a rough start, but I thought he had some nice plays. He had a really nice pass breakup on Jake Bobo in the first quarter. You didn't really feel Caleb Downs too much. He had one-on-one route in man against Jake Bobo where he locked him down, but when you're talking about a safety, when you're talking about your secondary guys, usually it's like if I don't hear his name, it usually means it's like he didn't do much, but that's also like he did do a good job, right? You don't want your cornerbacks to be targeted. It means they're playing blanketed coverage, so didn't see too much from him. You did have a couple sacks. You had Reddy Stewart with a sack. You had James Houston with a sack.
Maris Leofau had a couple good plays off the edge too.
Maris looked good. I was actually, that was one of my next notes. My second note that I took on here was that Shamar James and Maris were flying around the football in the first quarter. I thought they both looked great.
Yeah, and Marifal's playing more on the outside this year, so they think that could be a good addition to Christian Parker's defense. So definitely going to be looking for that in the next game. We got a couple Tolos weighing in so far. 469, get rid of Turpin, and 469, Turpin should be let go. Huh. I don't know if I'd go that far.
See, he is an all-pro returner, so that's...
And that's why MVS probably shouldn't be on the team, right? Because at least with Turpin, you have the special teams, right, that you can use. But with MVS, it's like, okay, if he's not going to run go routes, and you have that for Pickens, and he's not going to be your 4th or 5th best wide receiver, I mean, then what's really his role on this team, right? Is he just kind of there because he's not going to do anything on special teams because you have Turpin? So it's like, I don't know if MVS really fits the timeline of this team.
From the 2 and 4 as well, Trigg needs to move up the depth chart behind Ferguson and Spanford. I think if you're talking receiving, yes, but he just isn't what Schoonmaker is in the run game. He's not a blocker that Schoonmaker is. Or Spanford, exactly. Spanford, I think, is your best blocking tight end. And I don't think it's particularly close. I think he's better than Ferguson in that way. So it's interesting. I know that the whole narrative around Turpin is with return guys, like, well, he hasn't scored a touchdown last year. So it's like, okay, I get that. But we need to stop with the fake fair catches, for God's sakes. Please, no more of those. We can't have that. But he's going to find his way on your football team. He's a Pro Bowl returner. He's an all-pro caliber player at his position. So that's just going to be what it is. Last night with the kick returns, you had Izzy Abanikanda. He had a 25-yard return. Jaden Blue had a 23-yard return. And then obviously Trayshawn Holden had that muffed punt. Aubrey, He went 2 for 2 on extra points, 1-1 from field goals, so money well spent there. In the MLB, though, your Texas Rangers, they finally got off the schneid last night. They took down the Sacramento Athletics. Sorry, I'm going to do that a lot this show. The Sacramento Athletics 5-3 after a 2-run home run from Wyatt Langford gave him a 4-3 lead in the top of the 6th. Then you got a single from Jared Kelnick to score that insurance run in the 5th. Overall, 5 2/3, 3 earned runs, 8 hits for Mackenzie Gore. Eric, I'm curious because we talked about this pre-show.
Yeah.
I mean, is that good enough considering what you gave up, or are you still kind of disappointed?
I'm disappointed given that, what the expectations were with our pitching staff last year to him coming in and just really underperforming. And then I know, Kumar Rocker, he's kind of up and down too. So, but again, you give him a little bit more leeway. With Mackenzie Gore, it's you traded for this guy. He's coming in. I'm I expected a little bit more, so I was disappointing. But good news is I feel like Corey Seager's kind of finding his groove a little bit on this road trip. And then Wyatt Langford's just got to figure out to be a little bit more consistent too. He's had that injury. Fred and I were talking about this on Thursday about how I think it was the Seattle series where he injured his foot, and after that he was just kind of up and down. He really couldn't find his consistency at bat. So to me, I feel like that was kind of where the tide changed with Wyatt Langford. So it was good to see him back out there last night, making some hits.
You mentioned the comparison with Kumar Rocker. In game 1 of the series, Rocker went 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. So essentially identical starts from him and Gore so far in this series. You heard Jared talk about it. A lot of the A's top hitters outside of Jacob Wilson are left-handed hitters, whether it's a Nick Kurtz, a Tyler Soderstrom. Brent Rooker's a righty, but he's out right now with an injury. So, man, you kind of wanted Gore to go out there and attack this lineup because, I mean, even Cortez, their right fielder, he's a good left-handed hitter, but it's you kind of needed him to go out there and shut down these left-handed hitters. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see enough out of him. It's obvious the stuff's there. The curveball is great. The cutter's great. The fastball is great. Obviously, he has what it takes. It's just he has these sporadic moments in these games where he loses his control, and it's rough. But the Rangers are still, in terms of the wild card, right now they're 2 games back of Houston for the division. In the wild card,
the AL wild card's a mess right now, man.
It is, man.
It's just clustered right now.
Got to be one of the worst things I've ever seen. The Rangers do hold that final wild card spot. They have a half-game lead over the Blue Jays, Orioles, Tigers. They've got a 1-game lead over the Twins and Guardians. So, I mean, you're still in there. Check this out. The Rangers have the top wild card spot. Their run differential is -44. The Blue Jays are right behind them, half a game back at -56. The Orioles are also tied at -34. And then you have the Detroit Tigers, a half game back, with a +85 run differential. They have the best run differential in the American League wild card race, and they're not even in a spot. So,
gosh,
it's crazy. The American League's been so unpredictable. But let's deep dive into this Cowboys win last night over the Seattle Seahawks. Let's hear from your head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. That and more next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Seconds left, 1st and 10, Dallas at the 38, trailing 7-3, nearing halftime. Howell back. This protection's very good. Howell's going for a bundle. Down the right side toward the end zone. That ball is pulled down by Brown. Unbelievable if they give him the catch. Guy goes to the runner or no? Is it caught or intercepted? They're fighting it. They're fighting for it. Camden Brown came away with it.
Oh, Seahawks fans got PTSD from the Fail Mary in 2012. That same exact play.
I love the baseball call from Brad Sham there. Ty goes to the runner. That was awesome. I loved that. Dallas Cowboys, they win 17-7 in their preseason opener. Got this note from Bobby Belt on Twitter. The Cowboys had 19 missed tackles in last year's preseason opener. Next Gen, how many do you think Next Gen Stats charted the Cowboys with last night?
Zero missed
tackles.
I didn't see one, at least from my eyes.
0 missed tackles from the Dallas Cowboys last night. That's a good sign. That's a sign of good tackling, and maybe it's just a sign of having Matt Eberflus not on your football team, not on your football staff. That's probably a positive. I had to go there. But Camden Brown, he accounted for 14 of your 17 points last night, catching a touchdown from both of your backup quarterbacks. And Jed, if you don't mind giving me cut number 15, here is Shoddy post-game in the locker room rounding up the team.
Everybody up, everybody up, everybody up! Hey, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, that was a great team effort win, man. Outstanding. Hey, how about the second half defense? I think it was 3 or 4 and outs. 4! Hey, and then we gave them the ball on like the 5-yard line, and y'all still kept them out. Outstanding. Okay? Offensively, we were 73% on third down. Hey, and Cam Brown had 2 touches. And the best thing was we were able, as a football team, to finish the game on offense in a 4-minute, because no one can stop Joe Milton on a quarterback sneak. Yeah! Nobody can stop Joe Milton. Now, one thing we got to clean up. Penalties, okay? This is going to hurt. 11 penalties. 103 yards. Special teams. Penalties. Big play. Muff punt. Okay? That game shouldn't even have been close. But I am proud of you guys. Everybody rolling in there. Everybody playing. Congratulations. Hey, Cam. Hey, Cam.
Hey, I appreciate y'all boys, Fredo. Hey. We got a flight to catch. Love y'all, bro. Cowboys on me, Cowboys on me. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys! Okay.
So there was Brian Schottenheimer with his rendition of his post-game wrap-up with the team. Interesting that he brought up, because one thing I did notice was the penalties. He mentioned 11 penalties that, halted some drives at times, but it was nice to see the ability to overcome them, right? Like maybe a couple of the penalties by Kalen Carson on that first drive felt backbreaking, right? It felt like you gave them a second chance. But other than that, when watching the game, I didn't really feel like, oh man, that one sucked. I think you had a false start on both Nate Thomas and Drew Shelton in the first quarter that was like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I didn't notice any that felt like, oh man, this is going to be game-changing, a penalty here.
Well, even the one on the first drive with Kalen Carson, where like Drew Lock just kind of threw it up like a normal, literally just post route. I was like, it was kind of uncatchable in a way. And I mean, there was a little bit of contact. It was minimal. Like I could understand why they called that a flag, but it wasn't like one of those plays where I'm like, Kalen, why did you grab him? Or why did you have to do that? It's just kind of like, stuff like that is like, okay, you kind of nitpick, but overall, like you said, it wasn't enough to really just be like, man, why did we have those penalties?
But like Shoddy mentioned, they held him out of the end zone plenty of times. Here, this is cut number 1. Here's Shoddy on his overall thoughts after defeating the Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, a lot of great things, Joe. Thought the second half was really really well played. I thought defensively they were amazing. I think 3 or 4, 3 and 4 and outs. I thought they were awesome. A couple of the red zone stops. Jonathan Mingo, I think it was the first half, made an incredible play, on a punt, return, stopped it, and then obviously we muffed the fumble there. Late, defense goes right back out there. A little bit of training camp football, a little sloppy. That's kind of what you deal with. But overall, I thought the team effort to get the win against a good opponent was really good. Things we obviously need to clean up, the penalties. They threw a lot of penalties really on both teams. But, that's what the preseason's for. Work on your hand placement, get better. But overall, I was really, really proud of our guys.
Another person you should be proud of is his 2 quarterbacks. You mentioned in the opening segment, they both played great. Both had an 118 passer rating. We looked for some clarity coming into this game on who might be the backup. And, talking to Fred a little bit before crosstalk, they mentioned in their show, is there a scenario with, what you saw from your backup offensive line last night, is there a scenario where you find your quarterback 2, maybe bring on a veteran behind him to just kind of be in that room, and you ship off maybe a Sam Howell or a Joe Milton for a depth offensive tackle?
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of looking at the best available free agent offensive tackles.
Of course you were.
And,
this guy's locked in. This guy's locked in.
It's something. If one of those guys go down, Terrence Steele coming off an injury, right? And Tyler Guyton, jury's still out on him. Who's going to replace him? And I thought the only one name that I saw out of these guys that was kind of like, okay, maybe I'd consider is Taylor Decker, obviously former offensive lineman for the Detroit Lions. I know Washington was thinking about bringing him in because they lost Laramie Tunsil with an oblique injury. So, if they don't end up, pulling the trigger on that could be somebody you could entertain if you were going to test the free agent market. But yeah, no, absolutely. I think Milton and Howell are at least in a situation where they're battling for that number 2 spot, and that could make you open up to the trade market of possibly trading for an offensive lineman. Because, Jacob Regh, like you said, not only are we a little concerned about the depth of the offensive line, but also just them getting pushed around in the front. I mean, you gotta have physicality, you gotta have power, and if something does happen to one of those guys, it could be problematic, man. And to me, like, I don't see it, and we talked about this before coming back on between segments. I think you could have at least played one of Guyton or Steele for at least once.
Yeah, I think so too.
One drive. It wouldn't have hurt. Like, you can't be scared. You got to throw those guys out there.
Is it easier to evaluate your tackles? Like, would you consider that easier to evaluate if you have your 2 starting tackles in there with your backup interior? Because then you could argue that they're not benefiting from what is, I think, well regarded around here as the best interior offensive line in football. Sure. So you could kind of stick the 2 of them out there essentially on an island because they're playing alongside your backup interior. I think that would almost be a better way to evaluate your 2 starting tackles, but they opted not to do that. Maybe we'll see that in the second or third game. We'll have to wait and see. But here's Shoddy on both quarterbacks' performances and how their film will be evaluated.
It's hard to speak on quarterbacks, Nick, when you don't watch the film, but I thought both guys functioned outstanding. They both were tasked with going out there and playing against heavy pressure. Mike McDonald, Aiden Durday, defense is going to be a heavy pressure team, and they brought a bunch of things against us that, not that we weren't prepared for, but that maybe we didn't handle very well, so they were taking some shots, but they just hung in there and made the throws when they had to make them, and they were both very efficient. And that's what we want. We evaluate quarterbacks by a couple things. 1, moving the team, scoring points, and then 2, protecting the football. And I thought both guys did that. Joe with his legs. He's pretty much unstoppable on quarterback sneaks. And so it didn't take me long to figure out that I wasn't going to do anything different. I was just going to let him sneak it. And, he's a big, powerful man. But they both played well.
I'm glad he talked about the fact that they were both facing heavy pressure. I bring you back to a play in the second quarter, I think it was, where it appeared that they were sending a blitz. It was a third down and 6 or 7, I think. And it was Sam Howell in the game. And he identified a rusher, an unblocked rusher on his left side. And he immediately, you saw him in the shotgun. You saw him point the guy out. He realized that his left tackle, which at the time was Nate Thomas, was overmatched with 2 guys. What did he do? Took the snap and immediately rolled right. Looked for his pass right, ended up scrambling for a first down. That's the kind of veteran stuff you need out of a backup quarterback. I think you could see that out of Sam Howell. I don't necessarily trust Joe Milton as much to identify that kind of thing. And you go back to Cooper Rush, he'd identify it, but does Cooper Rush have the ability to take that ball and go run for a first down, right? So it's interesting. It's going to certainly be a decision for these guys. I don't think there's a scenario. Man, it's tough to think of a scenario where you have both guys on the roster. It'd feel like you'd be doing a disservice to another part of your roster if you decided to keep 2 quarterbacks. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. If you had to make the decision right now, Eric, and I'm putting you on the spot, a game you need to win, right? Say you're 10-6, right? 11-7 is what you need to make the playoffs. Dak Prescott is sick and he can't do a Jordan flu game, and he's out for one game.
And you have to start one of the quarterbacks.
You have to start one of the quarterbacks to get your way in the playoffs. Who are you throwing out there?
Sam Howell.
I think I am too.
Sam Howell has more experience starting in this league. I mean, he started, 18 games for Washington, 17 games for Washington. And keep in mind, what was it? Was it the 2022 finale when we went up into Washington and he was starting and he beat us? And it was like we went into the playoffs like, oh man, like that wild card loss was rough because we lost to the Commanders that were a bad team, but Sam Howell balled out. And he had a lot of scramble plays. And I know you were talking about him scrambling for the first down on that play where he kind of evaluated the offensive line was collapsing. I thought that's good, like, awareness from a quarterback with experience. I don't think Joe Milton quite has that. No, Joe Milton has the arm talent. He has the athleticism, in terms of pure freak athlete. Like, okay, then you keep Joe Milton for that upside. But in terms of just experience, and then you need one quarterback to win you a game when your playoff hopes are on the line. I think I trust Sam Howell a little bit more.
You talk about it in a situation where it's like Sam Howell's floor is higher, but his ceiling is lower.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
The range for Milton is so much higher. And in a game where you need a win, I think having Sam Howell in there where it's like you kind of feel better about him not losing you a game.
Yes.
Right? You feel better about him not letting mistakes compound on each other and snowballing into a loss.
It's kind of like the same comparison to you know how the Colts last year when they were collapsing, they had Phillip Rivers playing quarterback? Yeah, as bad as it was, I think it was okay that Phillip Rivers ended up being in that position because it's not like Phillip Rivers, they were asking him to scramble out, be mobile, and RPOs, do any crazy stuff like that. They were just asking him to stand in the pocket and make the throw.
Yeah.
Now, did he lose his zip from all those years of being out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, of course. Father Time's undefeated. But he's still, for the situation that he was thrown into, he didn't play that bad. Now, if you ask Cam Newton or Michael Vick that relied so much on their athleticism, mobility to come off the couch and go win the Colts games or even make the throws, I don't know if they would have been able to do that to the extent that Phillip Rivers did it at.
It was like, you remember when Markelle Fultz, when he first got in the NBA, when he was shooting free throws, it just dude, what is wrong with your shoulder? Yeah. That's what it was like watching Phillip Rivers throw a football.
What happened to that kid in Washington that could actually shoot?
Yeah, it was funny. But the NFL got kicked off last night with your Dallas Cowboys playing their first preseason game. But also around the corner is college football. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is the release of the AP Top 25. And Eric and I are going to give our predictions. That's next on The Fan.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket.
Visit ASCOEQ.com for your next equipment rental.
You've made The Fan DFW's highest-rated sports station every month in 2026. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The college football season is right around the corner. Eric and I just did the math. We are 13 days away from game 1 of week 0 as
August
international
29th,
play.
baby.
Man, we are excited. And you can keep up with everything on Fan University. Every Saturday this year, it'll be myself, Will Chambers, Brennan Baxter, and Kevin Walker will be your 4 guys. They call it the whitest show in history of radio.
It's pretty white. I think I'm producing the first show as well.
Oh, my God.
That's gonna be an insane.
That's gonna be a white
right
show.
there.
That's gonna be a white show. Imagine. I'm hoping we do some remotes this year, and that's definitely we're gonna get comments. About that.
Are you guys gonna have call-ins at any time?
I hope so. I really hope so.
Because anytime I'm not coming in on that weekend, I need a call in.
Okay.
Because I think
we can absolutely
maybe
make
just
that
gas
happen.
up the Aggies for 5 minutes.
Well, it's good because you're gonna have 2 Red Raiders and myself and Brennan. You're gonna have a Longhorn and Kevin, and then you're gonna have a Kentucky Wildcat in Will. So Will's kind of the odd man out here when
Will
it comes
is
to
the odd
Texas
one out.
fans. He'll have to pick his Texas team. Maybe he'll pick Baylor or TCU.
TCU's not a bad one.
It's not. They could be a good football team this year. I have no faith in Sonny Dykes, but we'll see. All right, let's jump right into this top 25 list. We're going to go 5 at a time. Eric and I are going to ping pong back and forth. So a 25 for me.
I know for a fact 25th is going to be different.
Oh, yeah. We're going to probably be pretty different until the end, which is weird because Kevin and I did this. Check out the Walk-Ons podcast. Kevin and I did ours on Friday, and we were actually fairly similar all the way until about the top 10, and then we kind of started to mix it up a little bit. But at my 25, I've got Florida just because I think I'd run through a wall for John Summerall. What he said at the press conference in SEC Media Days made me very happy. Number 24, I've got Oklahoma State for 3 reasons. Offense, and then more offense. They're not going to be able to stop a nosebleed, that defense, but they're going to be able to score a lot of points. 23, I've got Houston just because they are a really hot team coming in from last season. 22, I've got Clemson just because I'm not convinced that Clemson's going to be a really good football team, but they did use the portal a bit this year for the first time. Dabo kind of uses resources, actually. And then 21, I got Washington, and I just got them because I think Damon Williams is electric, and I think he's a really fun quarterback and could be an X factor.
Yeah, so out of those 5 that you named so far, the only one that we had exactly the same was I had Houston at 23.
Okay.
So I think they're kind of around in that 20-25 range.
Yeah.
You know, Connor Woodman back. They had Oregon transfer Mekhi Hughes, major addition to the run
He's
game.
a good player.
Yeah. So honestly, I just think about the improvements they made, the jump that they made last year, improving 6 wins from the previous year. I think they're kind of around that area, and it's good to see Houston football kind of be
Willie
back on the
Fritz
map.
just wins too.
He does.
Just wins.
He does. Yeah, they're not just a basketball school anymore. That's for a fact. So we had the same one there. I considered Florida. And I think they could absolutely make their way on there in the first few weeks of the season. But I still kind of need to see it, SEC play. A team that I think is kind of getting undervalued is Arizona.
Yeah.
I saw them on the coaches poll. I think some of them had them at 32.
Arguably the best quarterback in the conference in the Big 12.
Yes, absolutely. And, they won 9 games last year. This is like a classic preseason number 25 for me, Jake Regh, where it's like, I'm betting on the program to take another step. I'm betting on a good QB with accuracy, power, everything. And I just feel like this team is going to come in and prove me right and be a ranked team right away. But it's like I said, it's a classic preseason, you put them at 25.
I love it.
What else do we got? Okay, so I had Louisville up in there. I think Louisville's kind of going a little bit underrated, kind of roughly in the same neighborhood as some of these other teams. Like I said, Houston at 23. I think Penn State's a little bit overrated. Some people have Penn State at 15, 14. Yeah. I don't know. After the Dandelions were preseason number 2 last year?
Yeah.
And they fired their coach.
Yeah.
And it was a disaster.
Did they even make a bowl game?
Did they?
I think they might have finished right at 6-6.
Okay,
I don't entirely remember.
Yeah, so look, I think it was Brett McMurphy had them at number 18, which I feel like that could be
Also, Brett McMurphy at Texas Tech at 5, by the way. So if
That's
you
a
want
little
to put any stock into his top 25.
Yeah, but I mean, listen to this. Like Matt Campbell, coming in, new coach, 40 transfers, and 3 returning starters on defense, new coordinator. Like, I don't know. I feel like Penn State is kind of, they're moving up on the totem pole a little bit after how last year went. But I feel like the schedule's favorable, right? Like they don't play Ohio State, Oregon, or Indiana. So I think, Campbell's going to come and get this roster together quickly. And I think by November, they could definitely be a top 15 team.
So Penn State's your 21?
Penn State's my 22, and then 21 finally I had Iowa because I'm giving them a little bit of love.
Cool. All right, my 20 I had SMU. I've got Kevin Jennings in my top 10 for Heisman candidates this upcoming season.
Okay.
He's got a building named after him, which no other quarterback in the country can say. I think it's interesting. I think they're the second best team in the ACC by a pretty wide margin. And then there's obviously Miami ahead of them. But what's interesting is they don't play each other. SMU and Miami don't play each other. So there's a good chance that Miami could be 12-0 and SMU could be 11-1, 12-0 going into the ACC championship. So I've got them at 20. Penn State, I've got them at 19. They're the Iowa State. They're the Penn State Cyclones, essentially. Iowa State was often ranked in the top 20 with Matt Campbell, and he's just got better resources now. So I think their ability to win there is going to be better, and because of that, I've got them at 19. But at the same time, I do have, controlled optimism, I guess you could say, with that team. I'm not going to let myself get I'm not going to jump the gun too much with them. Number 18, I've got Utah. I love Devin Dampier. They've got a great environment. I think they're definitely a contender in the top in the Big 12.
They have one of the best defenses in the Big 12.
They do.
Sure.
They do. And their offensive line is going to be great. Number 17, I've got Tennessee. Strictly because of Josh Heupel's offense, it's usually top 5 in the country every year. So I'm confident in that. But again, really tough SEC, and I don't know how much I trust their defense. And then 16, I've got Michigan. I don't know what Bryce Underwood is going to look like this year. I don't know what that team's going to look like after all the drama with Sharon Moore, and their AD is stepping down at the end of the calendar year. He's already announced that he's not even waiting to the end of football season.
Yeah.
He's waiting to the end of the calendar year. So New Year's Eve, they will no longer have an athletic director. So that was weird to me. So I got them at 16.
Yeah, so my number 20 is Utah. I agree, one of the best Big 12 defenses last year, and of course they're building up front, like you said, with the offensive line. Tennessee is a team that I feel like is kind of underrated. If they can figure out their quarterback situation, I think they can be the top of the SEC, so I have them at 19. 18, SMU. I mean, you mentioned them being the ACC, not playing Miami. Could they be in a situation where that becomes, they're running into each other at the end of the season?
Yeah.
They're 14-2 since joining the ACC. It's not a fluke. This team is good. All right, let's give them the respect that they deserve. SMU at 18. I have Washington at 17, which I feel like I'm maybe a little bit underrated, too underrated.
I don't hate it.
And again, Murphy had them at what, like 10?
He had them high.
Yeah, he had them high. He's valuing but I think with Murphy's rankings too, he also, I think, was kind of doing a little bit of projection of how 2026 is going to end.
Yeah,
too.
I think so too.
It's not just about where they're at right now. So I have Washington at 17, and then I agree with you. I have Michigan at 16. Do we do that? Was 20 through 19 through 16? Or are we going? What was this next?
Who's your 20?
My 20 was Utah.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, I think you're good.
Okay.
All right, so 15 for me, I've got BYU. I have them as the second best team in the Big 12 behind Texas Tech. I just didn't see enough from them in the offseason to move them any higher. 14, I've got Alabama. And just because I have a tough time putting a team higher in my top 25 when they haven't announced a starting quarterback. I think you could argue that Austin Mack and Kalen Russell could both be starters on any other roster. But look, they haven't, I don't know who their quarterback's going to be. So I had them at 14. 13, I have USC just because I really, really like Jaden Mayava. Yeah. And Lincoln Riley. I'm anxious to see how good of a defense he can have. I know he's not the defensive play caller, but Lincoln Riley's known for having really good offenses and really, really bad defenses. So if he can have a good defense, I think they could be a nice team. Number 12, I've got LSU, just because Lane Kiffin and
New era.
Sam Leavitt. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Keep Sam Leavitt healthy.
Yep, that's all it's going to take and avoid all that drama. And then number 11 is where I have OU. Their defense is going to be great. Brett Venables obviously going to have a top 10 defense in the country, but I don't trust John Mateer enough to put them in the top 10.
I have a feeling that our number 10 to number 11 are going to be exactly flip-flop, which we'll talk about that in a second, because I have a feeling that number 10 might be your Red Raiders.
Oh boy,
squeezing in, but we'll see. You might be higher on them.
Maybe.
I didn't watch the entire episode of you and Kevin, or Kevin's episode, so because I wanted to be surprised a little bit. Okay,
I appreciate that.
All right, yeah, no problem. Okay, here we go. So number 15 BYU, I agree. I think the receiving core has some question marks, and they feel like they're kind of around the mid-pack teams. Like, they'll be in the playoff conversation, but the question is, can they make that extra jump? Seem to be said, right?
Yeah.
So I had them at 15. 14, USC. This feels like a make-or-break season for Lincoln Riley.
Doesn't it?
It does. Like,
it's hard to say he's on the hot seat, but
they have the offense to do it. They have the offensive line, and now, I mean, I guess the biggest question mark is
Feaster. Best name in college football.
Yeah, but you lose McKylam and you lose Jacoby Lane. Like, how are they going to replace that production? I still think they have the offense to do it. But again, 14 is like the absolute highest I can go, because I feel like I still need to see it from USC. But I want to see them good, because I feel like college football is better when they're good. Number 13, I feel like Bama, honestly, is a little too high at 13, but I think it's a little bit out of respect. Kalen DeBoer, right? Like, this team needs to get back on the mound after last year. They lost some pretty bad games that they shouldn't have lost. That Florida State game last year was awful.
Yeah.
Just stuff like that. So, again, this could be a situation where they're a 9-8 win team, and it's like, oh, Kalen DeBoer, like, is this the future?
Yeah.
So I have him at 13. And then number 12, LSU, agree, Sam Leavitt, Lane Kiffin, new era. And then number 11, I didn't have OU, I have Tech.
Okay. That's kind of the range they've been falling in, so I'm not really surprised. From the 2-1-4, Tech is so overrated, they play absolutely no one. They win a lot of games and then get spanked in the college football playoff. Well, you play who's on your schedule, first of all. And say they played absolutely nobody. They beat 2 top 10 teams last season. Yes, it was the same top 10 team, but they beat 2 top 10 teams last season by 20 points.
Y'all's defense was phenomenal last year.
Yeah, and they retooled it really well. All right, top 10, we got to speed run this. We're out of time.
Yeah.
Number 10, I've got Texas Tech. Bias aside, couldn't put them any higher, but they retooled that defense. I'm really excited. Number 9,
at 10, by the way.
Love it. Number 9, I've got Ole Miss, best running back of the country in Kawan Lacey. I think they have the number 2 quarterback in the country in Trinidad Chambliss. Who's your number 9?
My number 9 was Texas A&M, my Aggies, which I think our secondary is going to be one of the better units in the SEC.
We got this from the 940. A&M's defense will be the best in the SEC this season in points per game. Remember this text.
Okay,
so
I'm all for it.
Here we go. Number 8, I've got Notre Dame.
8 was Ole Miss for me, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Notre Dame, I've got them. CJ Carr is a great player. I don't know how you replace Jerry Price and Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, that's going to be bad.
That scares me. Number 7's where I have Texas A&M. So I need a big season out of our boy.
Well,
Reed.
Well, respect for putting them at 7, because 7 was I had the team that beat them in the playoffs last year, Miami.
Okay, I had Miami at 6.
Okay, well, there you go.
Just because I think Mensa was a great pickup, Fletcher Jr., Tony, we got playmakers.
And
Notre
Notre Dame was my 6, which I feel like they're kind of going undervalued.
Love it. Number 5, I got Texas. I don't know how I feel about Arch. That felt like the safest place to put them.
Cam Coleman's a dog. I mean, they're going to be good. I think 5 is a good spot.
Who do you have at 5?
I had Texas at 5, and I have Indiana at 4.
Yes, I had Indiana at 4 too.
Oh my goodness, are we gonna have the same top 3?
It's gonna be crazy. Who do you have at 3?
Georgia.
Let's go. I get Georgia.
Oh, come on. And number 2, Oregon?
I have Ohio State at 2.
Oh, come on.
Oregon's got the best roster in the country, and I don't think
they do. But we still got to see them beat Ohio State.
We do. It's the same with Georgia. Same reason I can't put Texas ahead of Georgia. You can't.
This is Oregon's best shot to win the national championship in like 15 years.
Yep, I agree. What a segment. We're tier ranking every Cowboys position. That's next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 on this Cowboys Victory Sunday. My name's Jacob Regh alongside the fan phenom Eric Casarez. We got Jet Nelson in the back doing a hell of a job as we get set to tier rank the entire Dallas Cowboys depth chart position to position following their 17-7 win over the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks last night. Their first preseason opening win since 2017 in the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
So say what you want, but the season's already off to a different start. So something to be super, super excited about. Let's rock and roll right into this thing. You wanted to go offense first, right?
Yeah, I think we should go offense first.
Okay, so we're going to be ranking these from S to D tier. So there'll be S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and D tier.
Now, Jacob, real quick.
Yes.
Are we in a situation to where you can only put one for one grade, or can we put multiple in the same grade?
We can put multiple in the same grade.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, so it'll be separate tiers. Like I think we'll have multiple of these Cowboys positions in S tier.
Okay.
S stands for superior. D, I don't think it stands for anything, but you get it.
You can put it together.
You were in school.
So
you know
no
how
Fs. No Fs.
No Fs.
All right.
No Fs. You were in school. You know how letter grades work. Starting off at the quarterback position, you got Dak Prescott as your starter. Joe Milton, right now listed as second string on this ESPN Cowboys depth chart, and Sam Howell at number 3. Look, I will go to bat for Dak Prescott every day of the week. I think he's a top 10 quarterback in the league, easily. And if it wasn't for the top 5 quarterbacks in the league all being in the AFC, I think he'd be a top 7. I think he's the second best quarterback in the NFC.
Behind Matthew Stafford?
Behind Matthew Stafford. I think hot take, hand up for a hot take here.
Uh-oh.
I think it's Matthew Stafford. I think it's Dak Prescott. And I think it's Caleb Williams.
I don't hate that at all.
As your top 3 quarterbacks.
I'd probably go Dak second, and then third would either be Caleb or Jared Goff.
I don't hate that at all. I don't hate it at all. Where does like a Baker Mayfield fall for you?
I would put him behind Hurts. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I would.
Would you put him behind Love?
Yes, I'd put him. I'd put him behind Jordan Love. I'd put him behind Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, I like that. I'm gonna put.
Well, we'll get more into that when we get to the Bleacher Report rankings in Rig 6.
Yeah, I'm putting Cowboys in S tier for quarterback.
I'll be nice and put him at A.
Put A. Okay.
Yeah, just because I don't know what from Joe Milton yet.
All right, Jet, you gotta split the difference here.
Yeah, I'm leaning S.
Oh baby!
I mean,
man,
you're looking at Dak Prescott. You can easily find a 4,000-yard season. 20 touchdowns. I mean, it's all possible for Dak. So yeah, I'm leaning S tier.
Let's go. All right.
Dang, I feel like I'm disrespecting Dak.
This ought to get the text line.
I mean, A's not disrespectful.
All right.
Okay, good.
So the Cowboys quarterback position lands in S tier. We move to the running back position. Right now, your depth chart looks like this. Javonte Williams, Jadon Blue, Phil Maffa, Malik Davis, and then you've also got Izzy Abanikanda in that room.
I'll go. You want me to go first?
Sure, yeah.
I'll say that's a solid B.
Ooh.
Because of Javonte Williams. Maybe B, I'm being too nice.
I think you're being too nice.
But I think Javonte Williams is like top 15 running back in the league.
I would agree with that, but I think your struggle to determine your backup, I was going to say C.
I mean, you don't think Malik Davis is serviceable enough to make that a B?
But let's also think about it this way. You're talking about probably a top 10 offensive line in football, probably the best interior offensive line in football. I think Javonte Williams is great. I love Javonte. I think he is. I would agree. He's a top half of the league running back. He's above average.
Okay, you convinced me. I'll put it in a C.
I just don't feel good about anybody else in this room.
I'll put it at C, but that's a really good C. It's like a C+.
Okay, I'll agree with that. Jet, are you on board?
Absolutely. And Javonte Williams, his health will be in question here soon. If it's not this year, it's a following season. So, yeah, you got to figure out that depth.
Jet was like nodding his head when you said B tier. All right, we move to the wide receiver position. This
is an S.
Yeah, you probably have the best unit in football.
If Ryan Flournoy is your third best guy, that's an S.
Yeah. No. Any argument from you, Jet?
Not at all.
All right. Your wide receiver room right now is Pickens, CD, Flournoy, Turpin, and then...
Oh, you said Pickens before CD. Okay.
Well, because I didn't realize. Well, it's here. Here's how it goes. So it goes. You know how wide receiver is, where it's like they have 3 different levels of it.
It's like X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. So it's got CD at first, and then Pickens, and then Flanoy, and then it's got Turpin right behind CD, Valdez-Scantling right behind Pickens, Mingo right behind Flanoy, and then Camden Brown is behind Trayshawn Holden, who's behind Mingo.
They don't know ball.
So, yeah, rough look here for ESPN, but this is what their depth chart has. But, yeah, this is S tier, and I think last night's outburst from Camden Brown is just like, man, you got a 50-50 guy at your 5,
and
then you got Turpin, who's a gadget guy, at your 4. Yeah, you got to feel pretty good about that room. Moving on to offensive tackle.
Oh, man.
So you've got, right now as it stands, you've got Tyler Guyton, you've got Terrence Steele, you got Nate Thomas, Marcellus Johnson, Drew Shelton, Ajani Cornelius, and Sebastian Gutierrez.
Man, this is like a D, maybe C.
This would be like almost...
No, because I feel like if I'm putting this at C, I'm saying it's at the same level of the running backs. I still think it's not. It's not. Come on, so I'm putting it. If I'm putting running back at C, I have to put this at D.
After what I saw last night from Nate Thomas and Drew Shelton, I could argue almost making a separate category below D for the Cowboys offensive tackle position. Now, there's a scenario where Terrence Steele, we've heard good things. There's a scenario where he turns out to be, a good right tackle for you this year. He could fix what he had his issues last year. And Tyler Guyton's arguably the biggest X factor on your offense this season. Maybe him and George Pickens returning to what he did last year, but I can't think of as big of an X factor on your offense. So the health is definitely a concern. It's kind of funny. We talked about it pre-show a little bit, how it was Tyler Guyton and Nate Thomas battling for that spot at the start of training camp, and it feels like it's not even close anymore. So I'm good. I'll put them at D tier. I think that's the right space to put them in.
Mr. Jet?
I think I'm leaning C. I just think there's enough upside with Guyton. He can't be bad for much longer.
Yo, he got big too.
That's
he put on
true.
some weight,
He's
in a
getting
good
up
way.
there. So I think there's enough upside in Guyton and Terrence Steele. We've seen him reach a higher level. We just don't know if it is this season. But I think that's enough for C.
Here we got this from the 940. Javonte was a 17th running back drafted in my fantasy draft last night.
That's a steal.
So yeah,
that's a steal.
He's pretty even on there. All right, interior offensive line. You've got Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, and Tyler Booker. Behind them, you've got Nick Leverett, TJ Bass, Trevor Keegan, Chris Glazier, DJ Wingfield, and Shiaza Pete.
TJ Bass isn't a bad backup at all. I think that's a solid A for me. Just because of Tyler Smith being a top 5 to 7-ish interior offensive lineman in the league, and Tyler Booker, the rookie season that he had.
He's got a chance to be a top 10 interior guy as well.
Absolutely. So I think that's a solid A.
I was almost leaning towards putting them in S. I think if we're looking at units, I think as a unit, I think this interior offensive line for the Cowboys, I think is the best in football.
And it makes you it's not like we're questioning the entire offensive line. If we're just questioning the tackles, that means the interior offensive line's got to be pretty dang good.
Because who else are you challenging? Maybe the Chiefs with Creed Humphrey, and
how about the Bears with Joe Thuney and?
Yeah, well, the only thing about the Bears, because I would agree. Last year it was Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson, and Drew Dahlman. Drew Dahlman retired.
That's true. I forgot you got Drew Dahlman retired. And then the Lions were up there, but then Frank Ragnow retired. So it's a good debate.
Taylor Decker playing the inside sometimes. So I think the Bears can be up in that conversation. They just drafted Logan Jones, who was a fifth-year senior out of Iowa. He was a unanimous first-team All-American last year. He's a freak. Anytime you get an offensive lineman from Iowa, you have high hopes, right? They traded for a guy, I'm blanking on his name, from the Patriots, who's supposed to be a serviceable guy. So I think the Bears are probably top 5, but I don't think they compare, just because the fact that you have an All-Pro I think if you told me at the end of the season that your 2 All-Pro interior linemen, your 2 guards are Joe Thuney and Tyler Smith, I wouldn't disagree with you. I think there's a way that they could be the 2 best guards in football. Cooper Beebe, I think, is good. I think Cooper Beebe is not the best center in football. Obviously, he's not like a Tyler Linderbaum. So I'm good with them in A tier, if you are.
Yeah, no, I think A's perfect.
Jet?
Yeah, no rebuttal here.
No rebuttal. Okay. Let's move to the tight end room. where you've got Jake Ferguson as your one, obviously, Brevin Spann-Ford, Luke Schoonmaker, and Michael Trigg. Those are your 4 guys right now in the conversation.
B.
Yeah. Is Jake Ferguson top 10 for you, or is he top 15?
No, he's not top 10.
Is he top 15?
Yeah, he's top 15. He's not top 10.
I need him to not fumble 8 times this year.
And again, we'll see where Jake Ferguson's at when we go through these rankings, and I'll tell you where I think he's at. But no, I don't think he's top 10. I can name at least 10 off the top of my head.
That room feels deep. The reason I'll put them in B and agree with you is because the room feels deeper than running back.
Yes.
Because we talk about Javonte being middle of the pack. I think Ferguson's middle of the pack too, but I think the back end of that room
and then
is better.
you have possibly the resurgence of Trigg, which I don't know if you see that from a running back on the other side. So,
I mean, unless you see it from Jaden Blue, but yeah, I totally agree. All right, moving to the defense, the interior defensive line. You've got Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark. You've also got Otita Ogbanya, Jonathan Bullard, Jay Toia. I mean, LT Overton.
Dude, if Osa was still here, that would be an S for me.
I still think it is S.
Really? I mean, Quinnen Williams is a top 3 to 4 interior defensive lineman.
To me, it goes. Chris Jones is still my number 1. I'll still say Chris Jones. Chris Jones is still my best.
I think Dexter Lawrence.
Okay. Who's better, Quinnen or Jalen Carter?
Quinnen.
I agree.
I think Quinnen's better. And he's on a better contract now.
Yeah, he is. Who's better, Quinnen or Aaron Donald?
Okay, that's not fair. Okay, wait. How about we can't forget about Derek Brown in Carolina?
Yeah,
he's a monster. He's a monster. Yeah. You know what? I'm okay with this being an S, Jeff.
S tier?
I'm okay with this. You convinced me.
So.
You convinced me.
I think so.
Because Quinnen Williams is that good.
He is. He's that guy. And I think he gets more pressure on the quarterback than a guy like Dexter Lawrence does.
Quinnen Williams is better at his position than Dak is for his position. And you already had Dak in S. So I think based on that, we had to put him in S. I
love that. And you have Kenny Clark too, which is super exciting. All right, edge rushers. You've got Rashawn Gary. You've got Donovan Ezeraku, Malachi Lawrence, Shamar James, James Houston. Just because I don't... Well, this is so dependent on Ezeraku and Lawrence, it feels like, doesn't it? And maybe a Jayshawn Barham filling in. Yeah. And when you decide to send 5 guys, does Barham fill in there? This is an upside B to me.
B plus with the upside of an A.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, we'll put them at B right behind tight end. The linebacker room. You've got DeMarvion Overshown. You've got D. Winters. Ezeraku's technically an outside linebacker, but he's obviously a pass rusher.
Yeah, we'll classify him pass.
Shamar James. You've got Maris Leofau. We saw some good stuff from him last night. Sam Williams. Jayshawn Barham, who will be a big-time player for you this year, I think. And then James Houston obviously can also play linebacker as well. Just because you don't have a mic, or that you haven't announced your mic, is this better or on par with the running back room?
I think this is a C with the higher upside than the running back room.
I think what moves this to a B for me is if Barham is what we think he is.
Yeah, and I mean, D. Winters was a very good pickup.
Very good player.
Very good player.
Played alongside Fred Warner
in San Francisco. Yeah.
Who's the other linebacker they had? The really good one that went to Denver.
Oh, Singleton?
No. It'll come to me. But yeah, he played with Fred Warner. That's all you need to know. I think if DeMarvion Overshown plays, if Overshown plays healthy, and Malachi...
Dre Greenlaw's
Dre Greenlaw,
Sorry, I was like, who are you talking about? Yeah, Dre Greenlaw.
If Overshown and Jayshawn Barham are what you think they are going to be, this has an upside to be an A. I said it.
Wow.
Upside to be an A.
I love it.
All right, we're going to put them in C, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cornerback position. You've got Caleb Downs in the nickelback. You've got Deron Bland, Kalen Carson, Devin Moore, Reddy Stewart, Kobe Durant, Chavon Ravel.
So are we classifying? We're not classifying Downs as safety then?
They have him on here as a... I think... Do you want to throw him in safety instead?
We'll throw him in safety.
Okay.
So if that's the case, this is like a C?
Yeah. Just because you kind of need to see it from these guys, right?
Yeah. Deron Bland isn't the same guy. I do like me some Kobe Durant, though.
I'm high on Devin Moore.
I mean, I know Fred would give this higher grade because he's really high on Chavon Rivera.
He is, which I am too. He has the measurables, but we just haven't seen it, and we haven't seen him play healthy very much. I'm good with C.
C.
Okay. And then your safety position. Whoop.
Okay, so this is Jalen Thompson, Caleb Downs, PJ Locke, and Malik Hooker.
Jalen Thompson, Malik Hooker, Caleb Downs, PJ Locke, Zion Childress is in here, Marquise Bell's in here.
A.
Josh Butler could probably be in there.
Very good.
I agree.
Very good A with the upside of Caleb Downs being an All-Pro S.
Yep. I have no argument there. And then kicker, S tier.
S tier, baby.
Best
Come
kicker
on.
in football. Come on. Don't play with me. Brandon Aubrey, Butter Aubrey. All right, our final rankings here. S tier, you got quarterback, wide receiver, interior defensive line, and kicker. At A, you've got interior offensive line, safety. B tier, you've got tight end and edge. C tier, you've got running back, linebacker, and cornerback. And then D tier, we've got your offensive tackles. There's your rankings of every Cowboys position. We got Rick 6 next, right?
Rick 6 coming up.
Right, what do we got?
Yep. So I've already been teasing it a little bit. Bleacher Report came out with the Bleacher Report 1000 ranking different NFL positions. Where do they have some of our Cowboys ranked? Some of y'all's Cowboys ranked? To find out next here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sport.
That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Got a couple texts to get to here. Jacob Regh, Eric Casarez, Jet Nelson, back with you right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 469, I can't put Dak any higher than B. I've watched him in the playoffs, and plus he has to drop a tier for being the greatest player in the history of the league.
Oh, gosh.
So that's your rankings. We gave our rankings. It's time for Bleacher Report to give their rankings. It's time for some Rick 6.
In living color, welcome back to another edition of Rick 6 with your boy on a Sunday. Sundays are a great time to have a Rick 6 segment because I want to start off with some Dallas Cowboys because, of course, we are home of your Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys.
There we
are. And Bleacher Report, like I was teasing before, they put out a Bleacher Report NFL 1000, basically where they ranked the 1,000 best players in the NFL based on all positions. 31 Cowboys, Jacob Regh, were ranked.
Let's go.
In the top 1,000. I'll kind of go through a couple of them. Otito Ogbanya. He was the 959 best player.
Let's go.
We had Nate Thomas at 958. I don't know. I don't know if he's a top 1,000 player.
What I saw last night, he's not.
MVS 931. Luke Schoonmaker, 874.
Wow.
We got Cavante Turpin, 873. Siobhan Ravel.
How is Luke Schoonmaker higher than MVS?
I don't know. Again, this is Bleacher Report. Take it with a grain of salt. 839 for Siobhan Ravel. Terrence Still, 794. Ryan Flanoy, 723. DeMarvion Overshone, 669. PJ Locke, 657. Brevin Spanford, 644. Tyler Guyton, 591. Javonte Williams, 528.
Brevin Spanford ahead of Overshone.
I mean, look at this one. Javonte Williams is RB 26, and he's 528.
Wow.
That's low.
Wow.
That's a little too low. I think
Did
he deserves
watch
more.
What happened last season?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Deron Bland, 507. Hunter Lupke at 473. Brandon Aubrey, kicker 1, but 440.
Yeah, that checks out. I have a question.
What's up?
Is this based on last season or like just best players, period?
I think it's a little bit of everything.
Okay.
So we got Ezra Raku at 425, Cooper Beebe at 410, Kobe Durant 391, Tyler Booker, he was rated right guard 8, 366.
I don't hate that.
You don't hate that?
I don't hate that, no.
Rashawn Gary, edge 31, 332.
Okay.
Malik Hooker, safety 38, 259. D Winners.
Safety number 38 is 259?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. So safety 38's ranked higher than edge 31.
Yes.
Take that, draft big boards who say safety's not an important position.
They're saying it's a dying breed.
Yeah, seriously.
D Winners, top 20 linebacker at number 17.
Nice.
253.
So he's what, 400 spots ahead of Overshone?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Kenny Clark, defensive lineman, number 19, 243. This is where it starts getting. This is where we start getting into the hundreds.
I think Kenny Clark's above average defensive lineman.
If we haven't said any of the Cowboys that you're thinking of, we're probably getting to them. Jalen Thompson at 162, safety 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that. Okay. Jake Ferguson, guess where they have him tied in?
13.
11. 160. 49. Next Cowboy coming up. Can you guess him? Offensive player.
Number 49?
Mm-hmm.
On the whole list. This is probably Pickens, right?
This is Pickens. Wide receiver number 7. 49th best player in the NFL.
I like it.
Quinnen Williams at 48. Defensive lineman number 1. Probably should be higher.
Wow. So defensive lineman number 1 is number 48
I
on
think
this
defensive
list?
lineman number 1 would be like a top 30 player.
I would think top 25, yeah.
Okay, Dak Prescott, 45th best player in the NFL, quarterback number 8. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
I mean that tracks, right? Because we think the top 5 quarterbacks in the league are all AFC, and we said he's number 2 in the NFC behind Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have him at 7. Where is Caleb Williams on this list? Able to find that?
I'll find that in a second, but let's get to the last 2 Cowboys real quick.
Okay.
Tyler Smith, left guard number 2, 42nd best player, and then our boy Cedarian Lamb, wide receiver number 5, the 36th best player in the NFL and highest rated Cowboy. What do you think overall?
Yeah, I don't hate it. I think that tracks. You said Tyler Smith was where?
Tyler Smith?
Yeah. Was he second best Cowboy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a little surprised if they're taking everything into account. I'm surprised they put George Pickens at wide receiver 7 based off of some of his past seasons. I think it was just based off last season he'd be higher.
I think 6 or 7 is fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Interesting that it kind of lines up, like where Dak is lines up with where we had him. Pickens, to me, is probably... Wide receiver is just so top-heavy, so it's tough to put him... I could have him anywhere from 4 to 8, 4 to 9 maybe. CD fits exactly where he's supposed to be. Tyler Smith fits. I was a little surprised they had Booker as high as they did at right guard number 8. That was a little surprising to me. And it was good to hear all those defensive names. But again, like Quentin Williams, number 48, as the number 1 defensive lineman.
Can't wait to see Caleb Downs up there next year.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You were asking about Caleb Williams, or boy?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's interesting because now they start going through like all the different positions, of course, not just the thousands, but they separate them in tiers. So for quarterbacks, the first tier they have is 1 through 5. They have these guys in the same tier. They call it the All-Pro Ability.
Okay.
So these are the top 5 guys. Matthew Stafford's 1.
Wow.
Josh Allen's 2. I don't agree with this at all, but again, Bleacher Report did it, not me. Justin Herbert at 3.
Oh, God.
Get that out of here.
What are we doing?
If man.
No.
If man over here.
I mean, dude, yeah, Madison Beer probably has good powers, but what are we talking about? 3?
Dak is better than Justin Herbert.
Okay, there is nobody... I'll say this right now. There is nobody with the physical abilities. Justin Herbert is more physically gifted than Josh Allen is. We're talking arm strength, size, speed, but he can't win. He cannot win. So that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Who's 4?
Number 4 is... Oh my goodness, I lost it. Okay, here we go. Patrick Mahomes is 4th.
I guess.
That's fine because, and I told Fred this, I'll tell him again, Patrick Mahomes has not been the best quarterback in the league the last 3 years. He hasn't. He just straight up has not been. That's the way it is. I think 4 is fine, but he's definitely better than Herbert. He's definitely better than Herbert.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Number 5 is Joe Burrow. That's fine. Perfect spot. All right, here we go. Pro Bowl caliber. Drake May at 6.
Fine with me.
Lamar at 7.
Fine.
Dak at 8, like I said.
Sure.
Jordan Love at 9.
Okay.
Brock Purdy at 10.
Oh, come on.
And Bo Nix at 11.
Come on.
So Caleb Williams did not make the Pro Bowl caliber ranking tier.
If you ask any Denver Broncos fan right now, who would you rather have, Caleb Williams or Bo Nix? 90% would say Caleb Williams.
Think so?
I am convinced.
I don't know. I feel like Bo Nix got a pretty big PR.
You ask 49ers fans, who would you rather have, Brock Purdy or Caleb Williams?
That one's easy.
Caleb Williams.
I mean, are you
is better.
kidding? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Is he in the next tier?
Yeah. So yes. So this one is high quality starters. Trevor Lawrence at 12.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams at 13. Jalen Hurts at 14.
You have Trevor Lawrence ahead of Caleb Williams?
And then Sam Darnold at 15. That's the
Sam Darnold's 15? Oh, my.
Wait. I think Sam Darnold at 15 is fine. I think that's like
he's
perfect.
a top. I think he's right behind Goff as number 5 in the NFC.
Jared Goff is 16, which is way too low.
Because you got to think, I get it, like the talk around Sam Darnold isn't great, and he's had a rough career, but this is 2 years of substance now. This is 2 years of proof of concept. Now, yeah, 1 year was under Kevin O'Connell, which, every quarterback besides J.J. McCarthy has thrived under that system. But I just don't know. Okay.
Tight ends.
This is crazy. Hold on. This is crazy. From the 214, Purdy is better than Dak, but no way is Nick's better.
Purdy is not better than Dak.
Purdy is not better than... What are we talking about?
He's not better than Dak. Wait, what is he saying about Nix? Nix is...
He said Nix is not better than Dak.
Nix is better than Purdy. Actually, that's close.
I probably wouldn't say that.
That's actually pretty close. They're probably the same tier. Okay, so I wanted to go to tight ends because we wanted to see where Jake Ferguson, I said 11th, right? And you asked me if he was a top 10 tight end. I don't think he is. So we're going to name these 10 guys, and you tell me if you think
Ferguson?
Jake Ferguson's better than any of these guys.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so number 1, you have George Kittle.
No.
Trey
Kittle over Bowers, huh?
I think Trey McBride's the best.
I do too. I think it's McBride, Bowers, Kittle.
Yeah, that's fair. So it's on this.
McBride's 2.
Yes.
Okay.
3, Tucker Kraft. I think that's a little too high.
What are we talking about?
He got hurt last year. I'd have Brock Bowers. He's 4th. I have him over Tucker Kraft.
Yeah, Bowers is no lower than 2.
Colson Loveland's 5. I'd have him over Tucker Kraft. And then I'd probably have Tucker Kraft at 6. Kyle Pitts is 6. David Njoku 7th. Tyler Warren 8th. Travis Kelce 9th. And Dallas Goedert 10th.
What a jump from Kyle Pitts. From arguably a bottom 10 tight end in football in production-wise to number 6. That's impressive. And also, 2 rookies, 2 second-year tight ends,
Yeah.
Colson Loveland and Tyler Warren, both
where's Harold
in the top 10.
They have Harold Fandon at 33. There's not 32 tight ends better than Harold Fandon. Okay, so they have Jake Ferguson at 11. There's some guys in this next tier with him that I would clearly have over him. I would have Sam Laporta over him.
I would have Sam Laporta over Tucker Kraft.
I would have A.J. Barner over Jake Ferguson.
He's for the Seahawks, right?
Yes. He played good in the Super Bowl, too.
Yeah.
In that playoff run?
I don't know.
And then, and then after that, you get Isaiah Likely, Darnell Washington, Kincaid, which that becomes a debate. But that's what I had. You want to do one more? Do we got time?
From the 2-1-4, Purdy is a Super Bowl quarterback. He hasn't won it, but he's carried teams to it. Carried?
I don't think he's ever carried.
Carried?
No.
They've drug him along. He's been a part of. He's been.
The system?
He has been on the team that has made it to the Super Bowl.
No,
We're talking about a scenario, dude. Mac Jones played better in games than Brock Purdy did last year.
That 2024 49ers team was very good.
Very good.
So I'm curious to what he means about
Ayuk, Debo,
McCaffrey. They traded for him.
A healthy Trent Williams.
Their defense was insane, yeah.
Defense was insane before Dre Greenlaw snapped his Achilles. You're talking guys like Talanoa Funga as your safety position, an all-pro. Cornerbacks, I think you had Charvarius Ward on that team.
Diamador Lenore, yeah.
I mean, that team was loaded.
One more position. Which one do you want? Give me it. We'll look through it.
Edge rushers.
Edge rushers. Ooh, okay. I think we're going to see a Cowboy in here.
Myles Garrett's not one I'm walking out of this building.
A former Cowboy, at least. Myles Garrett is definitely one, bro. Come on now. Myles Garrett is one in his own tier. It's called the standard, by the way.
Okay, cool.
All-pro ability, Micah Parsons is second. Then we have Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson. Will Anderson I would take over Micah Parsons. I don't know if that's a hot take.
What a freak. What a freaky edge rush room they have, man. That's just crazy.
Nick Bosa, 5th. Max Crosby, maybe future Cowboy, 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden Hutchinson, 7th. TJ Watt, 8th. Nick Benito, 9th. Jared Verse, 10th. And Jonathan Grenard wrapping it up for the high-quality starter tier. Not bad.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Not bad.
I think Micah at 2 is projecting on upside, I think.
I think Will Anderson is better now. At this
If you ask me right now who I'd rather have in my edge, like given age, given injury history, Micah or Will Anderson, probably go Will Anderson.
That's Bleacher Report Top 1000 for you.
I love it. And that's another Rick 6 in the books. It's time to Jake off. That's next. We're going to do a fantasy football mock draft as we get inching closer and closer to the NFL season. That's next on The Fan.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket.
What's up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 420? Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. That's the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
I'll tell you what, Eric. Based on the flair from the text line, I almost feel obligated to select Brock Purdy in my mock draft for my fantasy football league.
I mean, he carried the 2024 49ers to the Super Bowl. That's what I've been told. So,
Yep.
I mean, yeah, might as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's a clearly a better playoff quarterback than Dak. All shots aside, Brock Purdy's a great quarterback.
Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. I mean, I thought last year was huge for him at the end of the season, especially at the points where he was hurt and everybody was talking about, well, Mac Jones can do the same thing that he can.
Yeah.
Then he comes in and those last few games he played phenomenal. He had like a 2-game stretch where he threw like 10 touchdowns.
When you talk about the play calling ability, right? You look at Brock Purdy. He's got arguably the best play caller in the NFL, right? It's probably Shanahan, McVay, Ben Johnson. Those are probably your top three.
Yeah,
I would
Shanahan,
say maybe
McVay,
Brian
and Ben
Dable
Johnson.
you could put up there if you wanted to. But he's been a beneficiary of that, beneficiary of some of the best weapons in the NFL, which Dak now has. And look, I think it'll be exciting to see what happens next year. But let's hop into a fantasy football draft. It's time to Jake off.
Yeah, new guy Jake, that's original.
Our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows?
Jacob Regh, a.k.a. new guy Jake. He's Jaking your calls right now.
877-881-1053. Text in your fantasy football lineups, and we will rate them on a scale of 1 to 10. Text in how many leagues you're in. How many money leagues? What's your buy-in? Anything fantasy football related, this is your segment, ladies and gentlemen.
When's your draft, by the way?
I have one. Actually, I'm going up to Daytona 2 weekends from today.
Oh, nice.
And it'll be me and my 4 buddies, and we will do our draft there. So we're going to do it live in our get a little hotel room on the beach, our little motel room. So that's when we're going to do it. It's going to be super fun. I don't know if we're going to do paper style or not. I think paper style would be a lot of fun.
Okay.
But we'll figure that out.
I'm in a dynasty, so mine's on the 30th.
Okay, my other one, my money league, is on the 27th, I think it is. I think it's on the 27th. But that league's always fun. It's with me and some high school buddies, and then a bunch of randoms that we found throughout college. So I'm excited for that. So let's do a draft. Let's do 2026 season. You want to do PPR?
Yeah, let's do PPR.
Okay, let's do snake draft. Opponent pick logic is set to basic. How many teams should we have? 12 or 10?
Let's do 12. Classic.
12?
Classic 12.
All right, roster positions, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs. Do you want to do 2 wide receivers or 3 wide receivers?
Let's do 3 wide receivers.
3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. How many flex?
1.
1 flex, 1 kicker, 1 defense special teams, and then 6 bench positions. Here we go. It's randomized in the order right now.
So are we teeing off here? Like you going, I'm going?
No, this is just us. You and I are building a team together.
Okay, perfect.
We're
going to dominate.
We got the 12th pick.
Uh-oh, so we get back-to-back?
Which some might say is the best pick in fantasy football.
We get back-to-back here.
We have back-to-back. Here are our 4 top options here. We got Drake London, A.J. Brown, Nico Collins, and Ashton Genty. We also have Brock Bowers and Trey McBride available. George Pickens is available.
George Pickens is available?
Yeah, he's the number 19 best player.
I say we go George Pickens and Trey McBride. Or, sorry, George Pickens and Ashton Genty.
Okay, so you want to take Genty over like a Drake London?
Yeah, you need a good running back, man.
Okay, so let's draft Ashton Genty first.
Running back, wide receiver, bust. Robo bust.
Okay, so we're at... No way Pickens will be there at our next pick, right?
No, you got to get Pickens.
You think so?
If you want to get Drake London over Genty, I'm fine with that, but let's take Pickens.
Okay, we already picked a Genty, which I'm good with, by the way. I love Genty. All right, we're going to go Pickens. All right, first 2 picks. We've got Pickens and Ashton Genty. We're going to skip. All right, 3rd round, pick 12. Our recommended picks right now are Tedero McMillan, Lamar Jackson, T. Higgins, Breece Hall. You've also got guys like Lad McConkey, Emeka Egbuka, Colston Loveland, Drake May, Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Luther Burden, Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Okay,
What do you feel about Ted McMillan here?
He had offensive rookie of the year last year. That's a good pickup. I don't know about the Panthers this year, though. What are the other wide
The Panthers will have a first place schedule this year, which is going to be tough.
And they're in the NFC South is weak, too.
Or we can pick T. Higgins, Lad McConkey, Egbuka.
I'm not touching Lad. I had Lad McConkey last year, and he made me
very hit or miss.
Very upset of how that turned out. Okay, let's. I'd say honestly, we either go Devontae Adams, or if we're gonna go wide receiver, I think we go Devontae Adams.
Is way down. I think he'll be there at our next pick if we wanted to.
Okay, if you want to get wide receiver, go T. Higgins, and if you want to wait, go to one of the tight ends like Loveland.
Dude, I really like. Loveland will be their next pick though. All right. So we're going to go, you want to go T. Higgins over McMillan?
Yes.
Okay. T. Higgins, and then are we good with Loveland here?
Yes.
Okay.
Dude, I think we're cooking so far.
Yeah, I like this.
All right, what's next?
All right. Round 5, pick 12. Here are our recommendations. Joe Burrow, David Montgomery, Parker Washington for the Jaguars, and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Not Marvin Harrison. Parker Washington's a good sleeper pick there.
This feels like a really good time to get a quarterback.
So you said Joe Burrow. What other quarterback?
Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence. Also, we have Travion Henderson. We've got Brayshaw Tootin, Jadarian Price, Jalen Warren, Brian Thomas Jr., DK Metcalf, Chris Godwin, Pittman, Josh Downs, Jordan Tyson.
I'm going to be honest, like half of those guys don't even sound appealing right now.
Nope.
I think we go quarterback.
Quarterback here?
And we go Caleb Williams or Jalen Hurts. Because Jalen Hurts is going to get those tush pushes.
That's true.
Joe Burrow, yeah, okay, that's a good pick, but I think we can wait. It's like
I like Joe Burrow here, man. I really do.
Dude,
I love the combo of him and T. Higgins on the same team.
But what if he gets hurt? That's what you got.
We can't be here in fear. We can't be scared. We can't draft in fear.
Then get Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is. I mean, if we think Caleb Williams is going to take that jump, why not take your boy Caleb Williams?
All right, he's later then. So who do you want to make here? Because he'll be there at our next pick.
Okay, if he's going to be there, then get
Montgomery as our RB2.
I like David Montgomery.
You want to do that for
yeah,
RB2?
Because he's going to be the lead back for Houston.
Okay, we'll go David Montgomery, and then we'll go Caleb Williams at our quarterback.
Should have went Lamar in round 3 from the 4-6. I don't think so. I don't think we have to jump on Lamar.
Real quick, we'll take a break from our draft. We've got this guy from the 682, Burrow, CMC, Kenneth Walker, Jamar, Neighbors, McBride, DJ Moore, Cam Little, and Rams defense. That's a hell of a team right there. I'd give that an 8.
Yeah, if you get CMC healthy, that's a really good team.
Yeah, no kidding. From the 817, Burrow, Montgomery, Warden, Luther Burden, nice. Kelsey, Dak, Houston defense, McLaurin, Kenneth Walker, Michael Pittman.
Dak and Burrow, huh?
Hey, man, this guy's locked in at quarterback. All right, at round 7, pick 12, we are still in need. Did it show me my team? It says we need a wide receiver and a flex. So I do like this pick here. We got a Rico Dowdle available. We've also got a Jalen Warren.
He's
Michael
the Steelers
Pittman,
RB1, right?
Yeah, and Josh Downs. So Michael Pittman's now on the Steelers. Don't believe in that a ton. We've also got Wan'Dale Robinson, Chuba Hubbard, Alec Pierce.
You like me some Wan'Dale.
RJ Harvey. Quentin Johnston, Mekhi Lemon, Jacoby Myers. Kyle Monungai is available.
Solid.
We could probably pick him a little later.
Wasn't he like an 800-yard rusher for you guys last year?
He was really good last year. And in the one game where Swift was out, he had 175 yards.
Wow. Okay. All right, so say our team again right now. So we don't have our quarterback yet.
We do have our quarterback. We drafted Caleb.
We got Caleb? So we have Caleb. We have Genty. We have Monty. We have Higgins. We got Pickens. Do we have a tight end yet?
Colston.
Okay, so we need another wide receiver and a flex is what you said.
Yep.
Okay, so what are the available wide receivers right now?
Josh Downs, Michael Pittman are the recommended ones. We also got Wan'Dale Robinson, Alec Pierce, Quentin Johnston, Mekhi Lemon, Jacoby Myers, Jordan Addison, Jaden Reed.
I like Wan'Dale Robinson.
You like that pick? Is he going to be... No, he won't be wide receiver 1.
Wait, is it Calvin Ridley?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Wandale was really good for the Giants last year.
Is it crazy that I want Michael Pittman with Aaron Rodgers? Is that crazy?
No, I mean, I just don't like the Steelers, but I don't hate it. Josh Downs isn't a bad pick.
It's not. He's wide receiver 37 on their list.
Just the name values of these guys just feel low.
Yeah.
Is Luther Burden still there or is he gone?
He's not. He's gone. Gosh. He went...
How about Jordan Addison? Is he finally going to put it together this year?
Luther Burden went early.
Yeah, he's very high.
Luther Burden went in the 4th round.
Are you not a little concerned that people are overvaluing him this much?
No, he's a stud.
Okay.
He's a stud.
What about Rome Odunze? Is he gone?
He's gone.
Okay. Yeah, then I would go with your gut. Take Pittman.
Pittman?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking too. And then we need a flex. Are you good with Rico Dowdle at our flex?
Yeah, for sure.
Love that too. Okay, we move to round number 9. It says we need defense, special team, kicker, and bench. Obviously, we're not going to go defense, special team this early.
Wait, we're on round 9.
Round 9.
I think we take JJ McCarthy out of respect.
You think so? Let's see. I can't search him up.
That was a joke, by the way.
Oh, you think so? Should we have taken? We can't take.
Can't take Jaden Daniels at 5. I mean,
you can't.
You can't do that.
Here's our options. We got Khalil Shakir, Rashad White, Jaden Higgins, Tyrone Tracy.
I like Khalil Shakir out of those guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to take him. And then you like Rashad White here as a backup running back?
Who else do we have?
As our running backs, we got Montgomery and Genty.
Well, no, like options. Sorry.
Jaden Higgins, Jalen Coker, and Tyrone Tracy Jr.
Yeah, I think I like Rashad
Or we
White.
get Kelsey as a backup tight end. We get Kittle. Kittle's still available.
Kittle's still there?
Yeah.
Snatch Kittle right now.
Okay, we'll draft Kittle. He's on the PUP list. That's why, because of the torn Achilles. All right, Dylan Sampson. I'm taking Denzel Boston right now. I like that pick. We need a backup quarterback still. Available is Brock Purdy, Jackson Dart, Mahomes, Bo Nix, Stafford, Goff, Kyler.
Stafford? Get Stafford.
Like Stafford? Backup quarterback? All right.
He's going to have Puka and Devontae. And
Is it too early to draft defense special teams? The Seahawks are there.
No, I don't think so.
Are the Texans still available? No, they're not. I think Seahawks, right?
Yeah, take the Seahawks.
Okay.
Their defense is still going to be great.
All right. So we need a kicker and we need bench. Do we snag Aubrey here?
Yeah.
Snag Aubrey?
Butter Aubrey.
Butter Aubrey. Here we go. All right. The team is taking shape, ladies and gentlemen. We got a couple depth pieces we got to add. I'm just going to draft. All right. We need.
For fun and games, should we draft Cam Brown?
Cam Brown? Oh, can we? Let's see.
Camden Brown?
I can't search players.
Is he even
Camden Brown
is
draft.
he even listed on there?
All right, we drafted Camden Brown.
Okay. Do we have any more spots?
We have one more pick.
Okay.
JJ McCarthy got drafted. Damn it.
Do Jonah Coleman.
CJ Stroud's still available.
Wild card. Watch out for Denver Broncos fans. Jonah Coleman's might be RB1 by the end of the year.
How do you spell his name?
Just put Coleman. Coleman. Jonah Coleman. Watch out for him.
It
Washington.
doesn't have him on here.
Okay, never
He's
mind.
already got taken.
All right, take someone random. You're selling so hard.
Oh man, Tucker Kraft. Just kidding.
What?
Do we think
JJ McCarthy? Just take him.
Just for name value, let's go Sam Howell.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one.
Sam Howell. Just to bring the vibes.
Way to Jake off.
Here is our team, ladies and gentlemen. Caleb Williams is our quarterback. Ashton Genty and David Montgomery at our running backs. We got George Pickens, T. Higgins, and Michael Pittman. Colston Loveland at our tight end. Our flex is Rico Dowdle. Defense is Seattle Seahawks. Kicker, Brandon Aubrey. And our bench is Khalil Shakir, George Kittle, Denzel Boston, Matthew Stafford, Camden Brown, and Sam Howell. That's it for Jaking Off. We will get to hour number 3 next and preview the Rangers and the Athletics. That's next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" You can
Turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 on a Sunday afternoon. A Cowboys victory Sunday afternoon. My name is Jacob Regh alongside Eric Casarez. We got Jet Nelson with the light at the end of the tunnel for him as he has gone, 5.5 flawless so far?
I think 5.5.
5.5 flawless so far.
He is hooping.
As we get you set for Rangers pregame as they get set to take on the Oakland. Told you I'd do it again.
You did
I told you I'd do it again.
So in the tip jar, you got to put $1 in, says Eric Nadell.
Yeah.
So.
The Sacramento A's. Actually, we had a text earlier that said they are the American Athletics because they're not tied to a city.
Oh, no.
Which I thought was pretty funny. That game will get pregame starting at 2:30. First pitch is at 3:05, I want to say.
You're correct.
Either 3:05 or 3:10. It is 3:05 on MLB TV. You got Cody Bradford on the mound facing off against Jacob Lopez. We'll get you set for that next segment. But Eric, I was just doing, some doom scrolling during the break, and this list came across my phone. And I figured we got a pretty short segment here, so this would be a perfect time to do it. This is according to Basketball News and the Essentially Sports Media.
Uh-oh.
The NBA Hall of Fame Probability Index. We've got 20 players on here, and we've got 2 current Dallas Mavericks on this list. Number 1 is LeBron James. Current team, 76ers. Probability, 100%. Number 2 is Kevin Durant on the Rockets. Percentage, 100%.
Fair.
Is it weird that Steph Curry's behind Kevin Durant on this list?
Yeah. I would say they should both be 100%.
They are both 100%.
So
but
no,
I think
I don't. I mean, what's? Are they both? They're both.
They're
100%?
both 100. Yeah.
Then I don't really care about the. I mean, if they have the same percentage, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. And this one's interesting. Number 4, James Harden, Cleveland Cavaliers.
What's his percentage?
100%. Is James Harden a 100% a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I mean,
like no doubt.
I mean, regardless of how we feel about him performing in the playoffs, like at his peak, he was one of the best offensive players we've ever seen.
Oh yeah. I mean, he went a stretch where he averaged like 45.
Yeah,
across like 25 games.
Yeah, no, he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
As much as I hate him, he's a Hall of Famer.
Cool. Number 5, Russell Westbrook, current team, the Sacramento Kings until he retired. 99.93% is what they have.
He should make the Hall of Fame. I will say I'll pull back on the whole, because I know a lot of people say like he's a top 5 greatest point guard ever. I don't think that's the case at all. But he is a Hall of Famer.
I agree he's a Hall of Famer. I don't think he's top 5 all time in the point guards. Number 6, Nikola Jokic, 99.88%. What are your thoughts that Jokic has a less of a chance than Westbrook to make the Hall of Fame?
That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Jokic is the top 20 player all time. Westbrook is not.
I agree. Number 7, Anthony Davis of the Washington Wizards. His percentage, 99.86%. He is 0.02% less of a chance than Jokic.
Yeah, I don't think it should be as close, but I will say Prime AD was different.
He was nasty.
He was different.
He was nasty. He was a guy that could give you 30 a game and also win Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, from the 132 said Harden and Westbrook won MVP. Basketball Hall of Fame is the easiest to get into. Pretty sure you don't even need to play basketball to get in. Hey, Amari Stoudemire made the Hall of Fame.
That is crazy.
So,
all right, fair enough. Number 8, Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Miami Heat.
He should be over AD if he's not, by the way.
They're tied.
Okay, that's fine.
They're exactly tied.
That's fine. I would still have Giannis higher percentage, though. But
I would, too. Damian Lillard. Giannis is 100% for me, by the way.
Yes.
Just like Jokic.
Yes.
Damian Lillard is number 9 at 99.5%.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best shooters of all time. Was a good playoff performer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all.
I think if the Hall of Fame wasn't so easy to get into, I think this would be more of a conversation for Dame.
Fair enough.
You know?
But I don't think Westbrook is that much better than Dame all time.
I don't either.
You know?
Yeah.
So.
Number 10, Paul George.
What is he? What is that?
97.9% chance.
I would probably say like maybe 90, 80s.
That feels outrageous.
It still feels too high.
Yeah, that feels crazy.
They value the two-way presence, but yeah.
Has he ever won? He hasn't won a ring, has he?
No. He's been in the Eastern Conference Finals with the Pacers when he was in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
Those LA teams didn't work. No, probably not. But I'm a Paul George guy. I like Paul George, so. But yeah, I wouldn't put him that high.
Yeah, I'd agree. Kyrie Irving is our first Dallas Maverick on this list at number 11. 97.5% chance to make the Hall of Fame.
He's going to make it, 100%.
I think so too. Number 12, Kawhi Leonard at a 97.4% chance.
Whoa. Hold on. Kawhi's below Paul George?
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
A guy with a ring and a Finals MVP.
Paul George,
Wait, did he win Finals MVP?
Kawhi?
Yeah.
He won it twice.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and San Antonio in 2014 and then 2019
I completely forgot about him on San Antonio. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
That was baby Kawhi. No, Kawhi Leonard should be way higher. Kawhi Leonard should be above Anthony Davis.
Would you have him above Giannis?
No, but I'd have him above Anthony Davis.
Because Anthony Davis never won an MVP. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Kawhi's a top 10 small forward of all time easily.
Agreed. Defensively, offensively, everything.
Yeah.
Number 13 and 15% less of a chance than Paul George is where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander lands.
No, SGA should be higher than Paul George.
A two-time MVP, a champion, and a Finals MVP is 15,
if Shai retired right now, he would make the Hall of Fame.
He's 15 points below Paul George. Just insane. At 14 is Jimmy Butler at 75.6%. Now, this is crazy to me. Right behind him is where we find our second Dallas Maverick. Do you want to guess who it is?
Clay?
It's Clay. At 73.09% chance to make the Hall of Fame. I would have Clay over Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, probably.
Given the rings?
Yeah, probably.
Given as good of a shooter as he was?
Probably.
I think people forget how good of a two-way player he was before the injuries. He's above Jimmy in my eyes. Number 16, at a 68% chance, Luka Doncic.
He should be higher.
He should 100% be higher.
He should be higher.
Should he be in the 90s?
No, probably the 80s.
80s?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 17, Joel Embiid at a 66% chance.
He should be probably higher too.
Probably.
He won an MVP. Dude, his peak at center was insane. Yeah, he should be higher.
One of the best post-scoring centers of all time. Number 18, Jason Tatum at a 59.61% chance.
Should be higher.
And just to round this list off, because I think this is the most outrageous thing I've seen on the internet today. At number 19 is Trae Young at a 25% chance.
Man,
right below him.
I mean, I do love me some Trae Young, but that's kind of ridiculous.
Right below him at 20 is Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
At a 13% chance.
What?
Trae Young almost has twice the amount, the percentage chance to make the Hall of Fame.
Jalen Brunson should have like a 70 to 80% chance to make the Hall of Fame after what he did this year.
Trae Young ahead of Jalen Brunson.
That's bait. That's bait.
So just a little bit of nonsense to take you into some Rangers pregame. We will preview the Rangers and the Athletics next on The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Yeah, That's a Pepper Thing, where we decide
of a 2-run shot, and he gives the Rangers the lead at 4-3.
That felt good.
A slump buster indeed, as he was batting like him and Evan Carter amongst like 200 qualified hitters were both bottom 10 over a certain period of time. So good to see him bounce back there with a 2-run homer last night. He was 3 for 4. Seager was 2 for 4 last night. So good to see your two big-time whackers coming through last night. I've got the Texas Rangers lineup for you today as they are set to take on the Oakland Athletics at 3:05. Your Rangers are 61 and 63.
Oakland.
He did it again.
We talked about this.
Dang, you even got Jet getting on your head now.
He caught it. I thought I just blew by it too. The Sacramento Athletics, they're 48 and 75, a whopping 27 games below 500 as they were once in first place in this god-awful division. Here's your lineup. For your Texas Rangers, Wyatt Langford leading off.
Come on, Wyatt.
You got Ezekiel Duran batting second. Brandon Nimmo batting third. Jake Berger batting fourth. Justin Foscue, he's batting fifth. Cody Freeman at third base. He's batting sixth. Elias Diaz, he's catching, batting seventh. Austin Wins, he's doing the DHing today, batting eighth. And Evan Carter in center field, batting ninth. Their careers against Jacob Lopez, the A's starter. Langford's 0 for 4. Duran's 1 for 1. Nimmo 1 for 3. Jake Berger 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Cody Freeman 1 for 2. Elias Diaz 0 for 1. So there's your Rangers lineup. For the Athletics, they're going to be rolling out there. Is this Henry Bolte? Henry Bolte is the center fielder. Zach Geloff in left field. Jacob Wilson at short. Jonah Heim, Rangers legend, at catching. Tommy White at first. Lawrence Butler in right field. Max Muncy, not the one you're thinking of, the other Max Muncy. He's DHing. Williams is batting eighth, playing second base, and Hernandez is playing third, batting ninth. So you certainly have a talent advantage when it comes to the batting order. Cody Bradford comes into this game 0-1 with a 2.38 ERA and a 1.15 WHIP, which is pretty darn good in my opinion. He's given up 10 hits with 6 strikeouts. And Jacob Lopez, he's coming in 5-4 with a 5.38 ERA and a 1.56 WHIP. So you got left-handed pitcher versus left-handed pitcher tonight. Eric, anything from that lineup stand out to you for the Rangers? Any surprises? Any disappointments?
Nothing surprising here. I like the opening of Wyatt and Zeke and Nimmo. So I think those first 3 are pretty cool there. I just can't help but think that, just missed opportunities for this Rangers team. The fact that, going into these last 2 series with the Angels and the A's, I'm like, can you find a way to go 5-2? Mm-hmm. Can you find a way to go 4-3? Right? There's 7 games here. Right now, they're going into this last game at 2-4.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, like even if you win tonight 3-4, that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it against 2 of the worst teams in your division when you're fighting for a wild card spot. Now we're still in it somehow, some way. Your Texas Rangers are still in it. But I can't help but think, man, if this was 4-3, 5-2, as opposed to 3-4, or God forbid 2-5 after today, then could have been a lot different.
Try this one on for size. So obviously Houston's 63 and 61, and they're 2 games ahead of the Rangers at 61 and 63. Behind the Rangers and 5 games back of first place is the Seattle Mariners. They're 8 games below 500. Then in 4th place is the Angels, 14 games behind first place. The Athletics have now taken over after last night's loss as the last place team in the American League West, and I'm pretty sure, stand by, if we go to overall standings, boom, right there at the very bottom is the Sacramento/American Athletics with the worst record in baseball. So if you lose tonight, you'll be going back to back, right? Losing 3 out of 4 to the worst team in baseball.
And then 2 out of 3.
So badly that you make them the second worst team in baseball, just to lose 2 out of 3 to the worst team in baseball. So we can't have that. Let's turn it into a somewhat positive road trip. Let's go 3-5 or 3-4, and let's win a series, man. Let's do that. Let's hope for an Astros loss tonight. They are playing against the
Mariners.
Cal O'Reilly's been having a bad year, man.
He has. His OPS is like in the 300s.
It's
It'll be Brian Wu on the mound against Hunter Brown for the Astros. So big time
home run
pitching
pick?
matchup there. That'll actually be on NBC. Home run pick for tonight? Dude, I'm going Wyatt Langford again.
Okay.
He's hot. He's on fire.
Back to back?
I'm going back to back.
Okay, I'm going to go... Let's go Zeke. Zeke will get us going today.
Okay, Jet, home run pick?
Let's go Elias Diaz. Let's go a little crazy.
Elias Diaz,
Final score?
love it. I love it.
Final score, I'll say Rangers 6-2.
Rangers 3-1.
I'm going belt to ass, man. Rangers 9-1. Let's do it.
go.
Let's wrap up the road trip on a positive note here. What are we talking about?
Come on.
Cody Bradford, what do you think? How many runs, hits, Jet?
Let's go. Only allows the 1 run.
Okay.
But only like 4 2/3 innings.
Okay.
Pretty quick.
Eric?
2 runs, and I agree with Jet. Everything else.
I think he's going to go. Give me 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. That 1 run is a solo shot. So overall, avoids base runners and gets out of the job easy. I think it's nice to have Cody Bradford back. It's another arm you can depend on. He's a really good pitcher for you in his season with the Rangers.
We're going to start a dialogue if Wyatt hits a home run today, though. Like, he's back.
Yeah, we are.
He's fully back.
Yeah, we are. Well, that's coming up here in about 5.5 minutes, but it's time for us to get out of here, Eric. Another hell of a show. Shout out to Jet Nelson, but for my co-host, Eric Casarez, I'm Jacob Regh. Rangers Athletics, next.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she